The class awakening array had only lit halfway when every rune suddenly froze. I stood on the platform at the center of Yunhai City's class awakening hall and watched the dean in charge of the ceremony check the equipment again and again. A few seconds later, the anticipation on her face turned to disbelief. Chun Ming, C-rank class awakened, shield guard. The hall fell silent for a moment. Then hushed whispers rose on every side. My spirit potential was an astonishing 19%, a new record at Yunhai First High School. For the past 3 years, the school had been all but certain I would awaken at least an S-rank class. But Shield Guard was only C-rank, and its class bonuses focused on Constitution. In overall capability, it could not even match a B-rank knight with both offensive and defensive abilities. The dean tried to reassure me that awakening my class was only the first step, and that I could still obtain high-rank skills later. But we both knew that a person's first skill was tied to the rank of their class. Once you fell behind at the starting line, leveling, competing for resources, and entering high-level dungeons all became much harder. I nodded to her and calmly walked off the platform. The pitying, mocking, and gloating looks around me did not bother me. I had been transported to this world 3 years ago, and by now I understood its rules. Mutant beasts occupied more than 70% of Planet Blue. Every human could awaken a class at 18, and a class holder's level and strength all but determined their future. For an ordinary person, C-rank Shield Guard was not the worst possible result. For someone whose spirit potential had broken the school's record, though, it was enough to shatter everyone's expectations. What none of them knew was that a line only I could see still hovered beneath my personal status panel. Charge progress, 99.99%. That progress bar had followed me for 3 whole years. Now only the final sliver remained. Instead of brooding over a class that had already been decided, I wanted to know what I would receive when the charge finally reached 100%. Brother Chen, are you okay? Sun Yang squeezed through the crowd and patted my shoulder. He was my best friend and had just awakened the B-rank class, Shadowblade, an assassin class specializing in stealth and burst damage. Don't let it get to you. Your spirit potential is still incredible. You'll have a chance to awaken high-rank skills later. Team up with me. I'll help you level. I did not accept immediately. I only told him not to worry. Combat outside the city was no game. Low-level class holders normally worked in pairs, which improved their chances of survival without slowing their leveling too badly. Only after reaching a certain level would they form complete teams and challenge large dungeons with clearer rules and rewards. Until I understood my hidden ability, I could not decide which leveling method suited me best. At that moment, a blinding light erupted from the platform again. Countless motes of light descended from the array and enveloped a tall, slender figure. The dean stared at the instruments, her voice trembling. Qin Jishue, SS rank class awakened, Sacred Radiance Angel. The entire hall exploded with excitement. Jiangnan Province had not produced an SS rank class holder in 10 years. Sacred Radiance Angel offered powerful offense and defense along with exceptional team buffs. Qin Jishue's potential scores had already approached several records, so the result was not entirely unexpected, but it was still enough to send everyone into a frenzy. Before long, someone mentioned her connection to me. To encourage its high-potential students to learn from one another, the school had once arranged for us to form a temporary team called Dawn Squad. I had created the team and served as captain. Qin Jishue, Song Chuan, and Jiang Yi were its 3 other members. I opened the team panel. Qin Jishue was now an SS rank Sacred Radiance Angel, Song Chuan an S rank Battle Soul Vanguard, and Jiang Yi an A rank Title Mage. Of the 4 of us, I was the only one stuck with a C rank class. Many people around us had already decided that the first thing Qin Jishue would do after awakening was leave the team. It was not an unreasonable conclusion. With the graduation examination only just beginning, class rank was practically synonymous with future potential. Anyone with an A-rank class or higher would immediately receive preferential resources from schools, guilds, and financial groups. C-rank Shield Guard, meanwhile, was one of the most common frontline classes. Without rare skills or high-quality gear, a Shield Guard could do little more than take damage for teammates, while their limited offensive power held back their leveling speed. But my spirit potential had always ranked first in our year. When the class awakening array stalled, I had clearly felt another power accumulating deep within my mind. The instruments had simply failed to display it. That was not me comforting myself after a disappointment. It was an awakening notification that had not yet finished. I did not explain anything. High-ranked teammates, onlookers, and the dean were all present. The sooner an unknown ability was exposed, the easier it would be for others to define it for me. Leaving the platform, confirming my status, and only then deciding the future of Dawn Squad was the lowest risk sequence. When the ceremony ended, the system projected only the public status panel of my C-rank Shield Guard class onto the hall screen. The charging progress deep in my consciousness remained visible only to me. The two sets of information did not conflict. Shield Guard was my class, while the power still charging was a separate special talent. The crowd could judge me by the public result. I only needed to wait for the private notification to finish. I ignored their guesses and looked at the team roster that still had not disappeared. This temporary team would probably have to make a real choice very soon. Should I disband Dawn Squad myself? The thought remained in my mind for only a few seconds before I rejected it. I had created the team, and I had chosen its name. The school had paid 4 gold coins for its 4 slots, the equivalent of 40,000 yuan. I had not paid the money myself, but this was a resource I had earned by ranking first in spirit potential. If the others did not want to stay, they could leave on their own. I had no reason to make things easier for them. I closed the team page and, for the first time, seriously examined my post-awakening stats. Name: Chen Ming. Class: Shield Guard, C rank. Level 1. Strength: 10. Constitution: 600/600. Class bonus: 20%. Recovery: 55. Class bonus: 10%. Agility: 10. Spirit: 119. Potential: 19%. Skill: C rank. Braver with every battle, LV0. Effect: continuously recover without leaving combat. Recovery efficiency increased by 10%. Every class of C rank or higher enhanced its holder's attributes. C rank classes focused on one attribute. B rank classes enhanced 2. And the higher the class rank, the more comprehensive its innate advantages became. Shield Guard's Constitution bonus gave me 600 health, but did nothing to solve my problems with attack power and speed. Braver with every battle was not useless. It granted continuous recovery even while I remained in combat. Its effectiveness simply depended heavily on my recovery stat. As I analyzed my abilities, a clear notification sounded beside my ear. Charge progress: 100%. Special talent activated. Gain 1 additional SSS rank skill for every 10 levels gained. Activation reward: 1 random max level SSS rank skill. Claim reward. I stared at the notification, my breathing quickening despite myself. Every 10 levels, a class holder could use rare resources to awaken a new skill. Aside from the first skill, which was limited by class rank, the quality of later skills depended on resources and luck. A high-rank class holder could still awaken a low-rank skill, while someone with a low-rank class could just as easily turn their fate around. I would not need to compete for resources at all. Every 10 levels, I was guaranteed an SSS rank skill. It was almost as if I possessed another growth path of the highest possible rank alongside my Shield Guard class. What caught my attention even more was the phrase max level. Skill experience came from long-term use and mastery. In theory, there was no universally recognized level cap. I nudged Sun Yang, who was still watching the awakening ceremony, and asked whether skills had a maximum level. Of course not. He gave me a strange look. Doesn't Mr. Wang say it every day? There are no useless skills. Only class holders too lazy to practice. Skill proficiency can keep rising forever. In other words, no one in this world had ever truly reached a skill's upper limit. Yet I was about to receive a max-level SSS rank skill directly. I chose to claim it at once. SSS rank skill successfully awakened. Absolute defense, max level. Passive effect: when taking physical or mental damage, compare the relevant attributes. Constitution for physical damage, spirit for mental damage, of you and the attacker. If the attacker's attribute is lower than yours, damage is reduced to 0. If the attacker's attribute is higher than yours, each individual attack deals 1 damage. I read the description twice and still found it difficult to believe. This was not damage reduction in any ordinary sense. It rewrote the rules of injury. If the enemy's relevant attribute was lower than mine, they could not hurt me at all. Even if their attribute far surpassed mine, one attack could only remove a single point of health. With my current 600 constitution, even an enemy far stronger than me would have to land 600 accurate hits to kill me. If braver with every battle, restored even 1 point during that time, the number of attacks required would rise again. Brother Chun, what's wrong? Sun Yang saw me staring blankly into the air and sounded worried. Did awakening a C-rank class really hit you that hard? I did not explain. I suppressed my excitement and confirmed how the two skills interacted one more time. One locked the damage from each attack at 0 or 1. The other let me continuously regenerate health in combat. From that moment on, My class rank could no longer define my true defensive power. I checked the description of both skills word by word. Absolute defense had no duration, cooldown, or cost, and its calculation was not limited to physical attacks. As long as the attribute used by the attacker did not exceed mine, their damage would be 0. Even if it did exceed mine, they could only inflict 1 point. Mental attacks were calculated by comparing our spirit stats, neatly covering the crowd control and curses that ordinary shield guards feared most. The value of Braver with every battle changed as well. For a normal shield guard, recovery during combat merely extended the time they could hold the line. For me, as long as I recovered faster than 1-point hits could accumulate, even a large number of enemies might fail to wear me down. My real threat was no longer burst damage from a single strike, but an uninterrupted, extremely high-frequency siege. My hidden talent explicitly stated that I would receive another max-level SSS rank skill every 10 levels. Absolute defense was only the activation reward, not the end of the road. My goal was no longer to prove that someone with a C-rank class could barely survive. I needed to level as quickly as possible and discover what I would receive at level 10. Absolute defense even rendered conventional defensive attributes meaningless. Normally, an attack's power was determined by strength and skills, while actual damage was also affected by equipment, defenses, and the attribute gap between both sides. Any attack that landed on me, however, had only 2 possible results, 0 or 1. When Sun Yang saw me finally come back to my senses, he placed a solemn hand on my shoulder. "Brother Chen, whatever you do, don't give up on yourself. I'll help you level from now on. A shield guard and an assassin can still work together. Find a B-rank warrior or mage to team up with. Get to level 5 as quickly as you can." He blinked. "If you're not coming with me, who are you going to find?" "No one. I'll go alone." This was not bravado. It was the decision I had reached after evaluating my abilities. At this stage, my strengths and weaknesses were both obvious. Absolute defense allowed me to withstand attacks from enemies far beyond my level, but my strength and agility remained at the level of any ordinary level 1 class holder. To level quickly, I would have to challenge higher-level opponents, perhaps even draw in multiple mutant beasts at once and slowly wear them down. That approach was safe for me, but it could be fatal for Sun Yang. He had no ability that capped incoming damage. If a higher-level beast targeted him, I might not be able to save him in time. Once our levels and team composition improved, we could challenge dungeons together. Before level 5, leveling separately was actually the safer option. Sun Yang clearly did not believe a C-rank shield guard could grind monsters alone. He simply assumed I had not accepted reality yet. I did not explain my hidden skill. I only told him to protect his own leveling efficiency. Half an hour later, everyone's awakening ceremony had ended. The dean returned to the platform and announced the official start of the 30-day graduation examination. An artificial dungeon spanning the entire alliance activated immediately afterward. "You have entered the Huaxia Alliance Class Holder Graduation Examination. Duration, 30 days. Current region, Yunhai City." The final graduation rating was a vital credential for joining a guild, corporation, or alliance department, and it also determined the rewards available after the examination. The newly awakened class holders in the hall immediately grew excited. Many were already contacting potential teammates and preparing to head for the mutant beast forests beyond the city. The dean emphasized only one final point. "You only have one life. Be careful." Sun Yang and I confirmed once more that we would not team up for the time being. Then I left the hall alone. I had barely reached the entrance when Song Chuan and Jiang Yi blocked my way. Song Chuan adjusted his glasses and got straight to the point. "The temporary team the school arranged is meaningless now. We've all awakened our classes, so we need to form a real team. Transfer captain to me, then leave Dawn Squad." For a moment, I thought I had heard him wrong. If they did not want to team up with me, they could leave with a single click. Instead, they were demanding that I hand over a team created with 4 gold coins and then walk away myself. Jiang Yi stood beside him without objecting, clearly agreeing with his demand. A crowd quickly gathered to watch. Song Chuan was an S-rank Battle Soul Vanguard, while Jiang Yi was an A-rank Title Mage. In their eyes, even if a C-rank shield guard like me was humiliated, I had no choice but to accept it. I looked at them, my voice turning cold. Sun Yang stood beside me and did not retreat despite the gap between our classes. His B-rank Shadow Blade was not exceptional, but it was well suited to scouting and burst damage. If I rebuilt a team in the future, someone willing to stand beside me when things looked their worst was far more dependable than a few high-rank class holders thrown together at the last moment. Song Chuan and Jiang Yi's demand also revealed what they truly cared about. They did not think the team composition was unreasonable. They wanted to keep Dawn Squad's ready-made 4-person capacity and then kick out its only C-rank member. Their offer of 1 gold coin would not even be enough to create an equivalent team. I did not throw the first punch. The Class Awakening Hall was still under school administration, and any private fight could affect our eligibility for the examination. Letting them state their choices in public, then allowing the system to record who chose to leave, would be far more valuable than a brawl. The team panel still displayed each member's permissions. The creator could invite or remove members, but could not force anyone to stay. If a member left voluntarily, their bound personal items remained theirs, while the team's name and capacity stayed with the original group. If Song Chuan and Jiang Yi truly believed our composition was unsuitable, all they had to do was press leave once. There was no need for me to disband the entire team first. Those rules also meant I could not remove Qin Jishua out of anger. She had not expressed an opinion, and her name remained on the system roster. Projecting 2 people's choice onto a third person would be no different from their demand that I remove myself on their behalf. What? Neither of you has hands. You can't even leave a team by yourselves. I left the question hanging and refused to make their choice for them. The system could change a team relationship with a single click. Trust, however, could only be established through action. We would soon see who was willing to stay and who only wanted ready-made resources. Song Chuan's face darkened. We're not here to ask your opinion. This team doesn't belong to you alone. Jiang Yi followed up. We can compensate you with 1 gold coin. Take the money and build another team. That's enough, isn't it? 1 gold coin could only buy 1 team slot. Yet they wanted to take a complete team worth 4 gold coins and act as though they were doing me a favor. They did not openly state their true motive, but it was not hard to guess. Dawn Squad still included Qin Jishua, who had just awakened an SS rank class. If they controlled the captain's permissions, they could use the team's existing relationship to invite her to stay. I had no interest in arguing further. I opened the team panel. Song Chuan saw the movement and assumed I was about to surrender. Just transfer captain to me. The next second, 2 operation notices appeared one after another. Song Chuan has been removed from Dawn's squad by the captain. Jiang Yi has been removed from Dawn's squad by the captain. Song Chuan froze for a moment, then snapped. You dared kick me out? A member who left voluntarily was simply parting ways. Being removed by the captain was a public rejection. Since they had come all this way to steal my team, I saw no reason to preserve their dignity. You wanted to leave, didn't you? I helped you. Jiang Yi's expression turned ugly. Do you still think you're the genius you used to be? What good will it do you to offend an A rank and an S rank class holder? We aren't friends. If you're done talking, move. Song Chuan grabbed Jiang Yi, who looked ready to argue again, and left me with a threat before turning away. You'd better hope we don't run into you outside the city. As he turned, a girl in a moon-white dress emerged from the hall. The surrounding noise fell noticeably as everyone recognized Qin Jishua, the girl who had just awakened, Sacred Radiance Angel. Song Chuan immediately put on a smile and approached her. Senior Qin, I'm Song Chuan, an S-rank Battle Soul Vanguard. How about teaming up with me? Qin Jishua glanced at him without answering, then walked straight to me. Want to team up with me? The entrance to the hall went utterly silent. Song Chuan and Jiang Yi stood nearby, their expressions frozen. Even I was a little surprised. You want to team up with me? During the examination, I can help you reach level 10. Why? You helped me before. I don't like owing favors. I quickly understood what she meant. When the school arranged for us to train together, I had taught her a few methods for cultivating spirit potential. They were not difficult for me, but they had clearly helped her in a meaningful way. At the moment, grouping up to grind higher-level monsters in the wilderness did not suit me. But after level 5, Team Dungeons did not split completion experience or rewards. Qin Jishua's class offered both offense and defense along with team buffs. She would be an exceptionally valuable teammate. All right, but I'll level alone at first. I'll contact you when it's time to challenge a dungeon. Okay. She did not question me. She simply nodded and left. Those few sentences were enough to make the outcome clear. The people who had just decided Qin Jishua would abandon me turned to stare, and the whispers erupted again. Song Chuan had schemed to steal the team, only to be ignored when he invited her personally. Meanwhile, I, the C-rank shield guard everyone had just written off, had kept an SS-rank teammate. I did not stay to admire his expression. I turned and headed outside the city. If I wanted to silence every doubt, winning a verbal exchange meant nothing. Only my level and actual battle record would matter. Qin Jishua's invitation was not an act of pity. She had already seen the team change log and knew I was still its creator. She had not demanded captain's authority or asked for control over resource distribution. She had only asked whether I was willing to continue teaming up. At the very least, that showed she placed my past spirit potential and her own judgment above the letter assigned to my class. I still chose to act alone at first. Absolute Defense's precise limits had not been tested. If it had a hidden cost or a blind spot in its calculations, bringing a teammate along would only magnify the consequences. By entering a low-level zone alone, I could start with the weakest mutant beasts and test physical attacks, skills, poison, and mental damage one by one. I left location sharing and emergency contact enabled in the team channel, but did not set a meeting time. Once the mechanics of my ability had been proven reliable and my leveling route had stabilized, we could discuss team composition with real information in hand. Qin Jishue did not ask me to reveal my ability on the spot. She only said I could send her my coordinates whenever I needed a teammate. That respect for boundaries made me more willing to keep the team. She accepted my decision to test solo first and did not assume that an SS rank class entitled her to captain's authority. That was exactly what Song Chuan had wanted. The two approaches to cooperation could not have offered a clearer contrast. Before leaving the hall, I checked the team log. Song Chuan and Jiang Yi's removal, Qin Jishue's continued membership, and the timestamps of everyone's statements had all been recorded. If anyone later claimed I had driven my teammates away, the system logs could reconstruct the process. There would be no need to argue over competing versions of events. From that moment on, the graduation examination became a test of individual choices. I carried only a half-gold budget for a long blade, an unknown talent, and a team that was not yet complete. No high-rank member would clear my first mutant beast for me. Every point of experience from here on would have to be earned with my own hands. Beyond Yunhai City's border, schools, guilds, and corporations had already established temporary camps. Any newly awakened class holder who wanted to pull ahead on the first day of the examination needed to buy equipment, prepare supplies, and find suitable teammates. The area was packed with recruiters and merchants. I emerged from Linyuan Guild's camp carrying a tier 1 long blade. The weapon added only 4 points of strength, yet it cost 5,000 yuan, half a gold coin. I had also wanted a piece of constitution armor, but I could no longer afford it. Equipment truly was a major expense for a newly awakened class holder. Several low-level mages and warriors invited me to join their teams along the way. Shield guards had limited damage in the early stages, but they could absorb attacks for their teammates, which still made them attractive to ordinary classes. I turned them all down and headed for the city exit alone. Some mocked me for refusing because I supposedly could not accept reality. Others noticed that I had purchased a strength weapon and wondered whether a shield guard was actually planning to grind alone. I ignored them. Armor meant survival to everyone else. With absolute defense, improving my killing efficiency mattered more at this stage. My personal map opened the moment I left the urban district. Most true mutant beast forests were shrouded in fog, but years of exploration had mapped the beast species and dangerous locations in low-level zones near the city. These areas were known as safe zones. I selected Breezewind Grove, a hunting ground for level 1 mutant beasts. Beyond the suburban buffer zone, knee-high grass spread before me like a green ocean. A distant valley lay hidden behind layer upon layer of mist, its outline barely visible. A shrill screech suddenly came from the right. The grass burst apart, and an oval-shaped mutant beast covered in spikes appeared, baring its teeth at me. Spine Roller, LV1. Ability, Cyclone Roll. This beast was fast. When provoked, it curled into a ball, charged, and relentlessly pursued its target. The spikes covering its front were difficult to deal with, and its weakness lay beneath the densest cluster of them. Fortunately, its natural defenses were not very high. That was exactly why I had chosen Breezewind Grove. I tightened my grip on the long blade and did not retreat. The spine roller suddenly leaped into the air and curled into a ball. Its spikes scraped the ground, harnessing the wind as it shot straight toward me. This was my first real fight, and I could not completely ignore instinct. I raised my left arm against the flat of the blade and used it like a shield in front of me. Bang! The round body slammed heavily into the blade. Several thin spikes shot from its back at the same time, tearing through my sleeve and stabbing toward my wrist. -0. The pain I expected never came. I felt only a faint breeze brush across my skin, and my body did not even move backward. The spikes could tear my clothes, but they could not so much as puncture my skin. That proved its constitution was lower than mine. Absolute defense had reduced the physical damage directly to 0, eliminating even the force of the collision. After confirming the rule personally, I stopped holding back and slashed the beast with a backhand cut. Minus 21. Without an offensive skill, I could only rely on my strength and long blade for damage. The spine roller charged again. This time, I abandoned defense altogether, gripped the blade in both hands, and traded blows head-on. Minus 21. Minus 0. Minus 21. Minus 0. Every one of its attacks looked terrifying, yet none could move my health bar. During our repeated clashes, I watched the rhythm of its spikes opening and closing. The instant its weak point was exposed, I drove my blade into it. Minus 42. The spine roller shrieked in pain, its eyes rapidly turning red. Every spike on its body trembled as a gust of wind formed from nothing around it. Cyclone roll activated. A black, spherical shadow changed direction at high speed in front of me. It suddenly swept into my blind spot and rammed my waist from the side. Several spikes merged into one long spear that struck perfectly, ripping my clothing open on impact. Minus 0. The technique, speed, and angle were all flawless. The only thing missing was damage. I looked down at my uninjured side and finally smiled. Absolute defense was even more unreasonable than I had imagined. The spine roller's attacks gave me my first complete set of data. Ordinary collisions, repeated rolling spikes, and its accelerated skill all counted as physical damage. If its strength was lower than my constitution, the damage dropped directly to 0. Contact between its spikes and my armor did not cause any hidden wear or piercing damage. I did not even feel the impact. I only heard blade-like spikes scraping across the surface of my gear. That did not mean the fight was over. My ordinary long blade added only 4 points of strength, so my damage remained at the level of a standard beginner. The spine roller's belly was soft, but it was exposed only briefly after a roll. If I focused solely on proving I could not be hurt and allowed it to open the distance again and again, I would waste time for nothing. So I stopped chasing it and stood still, baiting its charges. Every time it struck, I used a shield guard's stable center of gravity to absorb the impact, then attacked the same weak point the moment its body uncurled. Absolute defense meant I did not need to dodge. Judgment, angle, and patience were still what would complete the kill. The spine roller's strongest attack still dealt 0 damage. At that point, there was no suspense left in the fight. I took advantage of its unstable footing after it used its skill and slashed repeatedly at the weak point on its belly. Minus 42. Minus 21. Minus 42. My final strike fell, and the spine roller collapsed into the grass with a wail. Spine roller, LV, 1 killed. EXP plus 6. A speck of light rose beside the corpse and condensed into a beast core the size of my fingertip. Obtained, spine roller beast core, LV1. Contains wind aspect energy. Can be used to forge strength or agility type equipment. Beast cores were essential materials for making equipment and the most reliable source of income for ordinary class holders. Without them, even the lowest tier equipment cost thousands or tens of thousands of yuan, far beyond what a recent graduate could afford. I put away the beast core and checked my constitution. 600 out of 600. My first real battle was over, and I had not only escaped injury, but never even needed braver with every battle. If I killed only level 1 spine rollers, reaching level 2 would require 100 total experience, about 15 to 20 beasts. At my current speed, half a day would be enough. Ordinary class holders could not maintain that kind of efficiency. Every encounter with a mutant beast required dodging, probing, and keeping an escape route open. Once their health fell to a dangerous level, they had to return to camp and recover. Anyone willing to push their constitution below 100 was already considered reckless. More cautious fighters often withdrew with 200 points remaining. I did not need to waste time defending myself. If even stronger enemies could only deal 1 point of damage, there was no reason to grind slowly in a level 1 zone. I should look for higher level targets instead. I continued deeper into Breezewind Grove. Every beginner I encountered was working in a pair without exception. One person drew the spine roller's charge while the other attacked from the side, and both maintained their distance at all times. A patch of 6-foot-tall shrubs ahead suddenly shook violently. 3 spine rollers burst out at once and cut off my retreat. 2 were smaller and level 1. The last was noticeably larger and remained hidden behind the others for the moment. Any normal team surrounded by 3 mutant beasts would immediately try to break out. I raised my blade and charged straight at them. The 2 spine rollers struck me one after another. Minus 0. Minus 0. I answered each with a slash, dealing 22 and 20 damage respectively. Then a faint prick of pain touched my lower back. Minus 1. I reached back, felt a sharp spike, and turned to see the attacker. Spine Roller, LV2. Its constitution already exceeded mine, allowing it to pass the attribute check, but it could still remove only 1 point. By comparison, the two level 1 beasts were no longer threats at all. So you're level 2. I thought a mosquito bit me. I shifted my focus to it, and let the other two keep ramming my back. -17. Its defense was clearly stronger at the higher level, but it would have to land 600 attacks to empty my health, while I only needed to cut it down before then. Besides, Braver with every battle was continuously restoring my constitution. The two ignored spine rollers repeatedly struck my back, but every damage notification remained at 0. The level 2 beast traded blows with me head-on. Each time its spikes scraped across me, they left only a momentary pinprick. Someone suddenly shouted from nearby. Someone's surrounded over there. From the corner of my eye, I saw two class holders running toward me with weapons drawn. But as they approached, their steps grew slower and slower. 3 spine rollers, and one's level 2. Where are his teammates? Wait, why is he still chasing them down? I felt their spirit sweep across me. Class information was not completely public, but they could at least identify me as a C-rank shield guard. Once they confirmed that, their expressions became stranger than when they had seen the 3 beasts. One of them called tentatively, "Need a hand, buddy?" I knocked the level 2 spine roller aside with my blade without looking back. "Thanks, but I'm good." They did not jump into the fight. Instead, they retreated to one side and watched. All 3 beasts continued attacking wildly, while I did only one thing from beginning to end: lock onto the highest level target and keep swinging. He hasn't made a single defensive move. Who taught him to fight monsters like that? Their voices came from behind me. I did not divide my attention to explain, because the level 2 spine roller had already entered a berserk state. The final exchange that would decide the battle had begun. The level 2 spine roller was far stronger than my first target. It no longer charged along the same straight line. Instead, it bounced off tree trunks to change direction and repeatedly cut in through my blind spots. An ordinary beginner could have had their armor torn apart by one wrong judgment. I deliberately exposed my back and used the damage notifications to confirm the attribute behind each attack. 0 and 1 damage appeared in alternation. That meant its ordinary rolls still fell below my constitution, while its berserk skill briefly crossed the threshold. The result also proved that absolute defense did not simply display 0 for every attack. It truly calculated damage from the attributes on both sides. The observers only saw me standing there and taking hits. They had no way of knowing what I was recording. I memorized the rhythm of every turn, acceleration, and exposure of its belly. Only after its berserk movements settled into a fixed pattern did I counterattack. My first few cuts were not meant to maximize damage. They opened a wound in the same spot. The final exchange would turn that wound into a fatal weakness. A fierce wind rose around the level 2 spine roller as its body became a black shadow, changing direction at high speed. Its first charge struck my chest. -1. The second rammed my shoulder from behind and to the side. -1. I did not spin wildly after its afterimage. I waited for it to finish the rush and touch down again, then slashed twice at its injured belly. -34. -34. The 2 class holders in the distance clearly knew the standard strategy. One of them could not help shouting a warning. "Back off first. A berserk spine roller is too fast. Wait until it exhausts itself before you finish it." That advice could save someone else's life. For me, kiting it would only waste time. It charged again, and I met the spikes with my final slash. -1. -34. Spine roller, LV, 2 killed. EXP +15. After the corpse fell, 2 glimmers of light appeared at once. Obtained, Spine Roller Beast Core, LV2. Obtained, Strength Runestone, X1. I picked up the translucent, pale brown stone. A runestone contained law energy capable of directly enhancing an attribute. Equipment was essentially nothing more than a vessel for that energy. Ordinary tier. One equipment could hold no more than 10 runestones. The long blade I had purchased came with 4 strength runestones, which was why it provided 4 points of strength. I fused the new runestone into the blade on the spot. Crystalline energy flowed from the fractured stone into the weapon, and its stats changed immediately. Ordinary long blade. Strength +5. The other 2 level 1 spine rollers were still attacking me. I did not turn around. I only checked the change in my constitution. 573 out of 600. Killing one level 2 mutant beast had cost me roughly 27 constitution. My base recovery was 55 points per hour, and braver with every battle. increased the actual amount even further. As long as a large group of high-level beasts did not surround me at once, I could continue hunting level 2 targets indefinitely. I sheathed my blade and walked deeper into the grove. The 2 level 1 spine rollers followed for a while, still unable to deal any damage. The team that had rushed over to rescue me remained where they were. As one of them watched 0 damage notifications continually pop up behind me, he asked his companion, "Is that really a C-rank shield guard?" The other man did not answer. I did not look back either. A hidden skill could not be revealed carelessly. It did not matter how outsiders chose to explain what they had seen. Over the next 3 hours, I avoided low experience targets and searched specifically for level 2 mutant beasts. Spine rollers charged me head-on, while leaf-glide squirrels launched leaf blades from the canopy. I took only 1 damage from any of them, then used the most direct methods possible to force them to expose their weaknesses. Spine roller, LV2 killed. EXP plus 16. Obtained. Spine roller beast core, LV2. Leaf-glide squirrel, LV2 killed. EXP plus 14. Obtained. Leaf-glide squirrel beast core, LV2. At last, my experience passed 100. Level increased to 2. 200 EXP required for next level. The power of the level up flowed through my body, quickly washing away the soreness accumulated from swinging my blade for so long. My maximum constitution doubled as well. Level 2. Strength, 25. Constitution, 871/1, 200, class bonus, 20%. Recovery, 112, skill bonus, 12%. Agility, 20. Spirit, 238, potential, 19%. Braver with every battle, LV2. Absolute defense, max level. The level up restored a large portion of my constitution. Because braver with every battle had remained active, it also reached level 2, raising its recovery efficiency bonus from 10% to 12%. Reaching level 2 in less than half a day was already close to the early solo grinding speed of an SS rank class. More importantly, my maximum health had doubled. The difficulty of wearing me down 1 point at a time had doubled with it. I had finished my original goal early. I looked toward the depths of Breezewind Grove and changed my plan for the day. Before nightfall, I would reach level 3. After the battle, I checked my health first. Braver with every battle had already restored the few points of damage I had taken, and its proficiency had increased from my long stretch of uninterrupted combat. As long as a target could not strike me hundreds of times in rapid succession, I would always have a sufficient recovery window. The Strength runestone could directly enhance my weapon, but I could not stack them without limit. Low-tier ordinary equipment had only a few runestone slots. I needed to learn its capacity before wasting rare materials on a blade I would soon replace. I installed 1 runestone, confirmed that the strength bonus truly applied, and stored the rest of my spoils in my pack. The experience requirement rose noticeably after level 2, while large numbers of examinees competed for targets throughout the safe zone. If I stayed in Breezewind Grove, I would spend more time searching than fighting. The true mutant beast forest had no school protection and was far more dangerous, but for someone who could absorb damage reliably, that was where I would find enough densely packed level 3 targets. Before entering the mutant beast forest, I sent my location to Sun Yang and told him to notify the school if I did not update him within 2 hours. Absolute Defense had passed its test against level 2 targets, but it had not yet faced poison, crowd control, or mental attacks. Leaving an informed contact outside was the most basic safety precaution for solo exploration. After I reached level 2, level 1 and level 2 mutant beasts could no longer provide efficient experience. Several beasts I disturbed along the way chased behind me and attacked constantly. 0 damage notifications appeared one after another, but I did not slow down. Breezewind Grove theoretically contained level 3 beasts, yet they were vanishingly rare. I reached the deepest part of the zone without encountering a single one. The boundary of the safe zone lay ahead. Towering trees and dense fog formed a gloomy wall. Beyond it lay a genuine tier 1 mutant beast forest. The species, levels, and territories there followed no fixed pattern. One area might contain only low-level beasts, while another could suddenly produce a monster no beginner could handle. The examination briefing explicitly warned low-level class holders not to enter unless absolutely necessary. But danger and resources had always existed together. Wilderness dungeons, advanced materials, and rare plants were mostly hidden beyond the safe zones. Under my damage rules, even if I met something I could not hurt, I still had a chance to retreat as long as it could not restrict my movements. I crossed the boundary and entered the valley. The beasts that had chased me stopped as one. They prowled outside the boundary for a moment as if afraid of some stronger presence, then quickly turned and fled. The valley was cold, damp, and dim. The canopy blocked most of the sunlight, and the air carried a heavy scent of wet earth. No insects chirped. The only sound was the faint crunch of gravel beneath my feet. The trees ahead suddenly shook, and an enormous crimson shadow charged out before skidding to a stop about 50 feet away. It was a boar as massive as a small hill, covered in crimson bristles. Its two curved tusks were nearly 20 inches long, and the muscles across its shoulders and back shifted with every breath. Crimson Tusk Boar LV3. Ability, Bloodred Charge. Trait, exceptional strength and burst power. Do not underestimate its speed because of its heavy build. I drew my long blade. I had barely entered the true wilderness and already found a level 3 target. This risk had paid off. The Crimson Tusk Boar did not attack at once. It slowly paced around me. Its mental assessment had evidently allowed it to sense that my class level was low. It tossed its head and let out a short snort. It looked as if it were evaluating harmless prey. Am I really being looked down on by a pig? I advanced with my blade. The Crimson Tusk Boar stamped all four hooves, blasting dirt behind it. Its enormous body moved with shocking speed. Its tusk struck my arm at the same moment my blade cut into its shoulder. -1. -20. After the first exchange, it turned slowly, waving its tusks as if it were toying with me. I laughed. I placed my left hand behind my back, held the blade in one hand, and beckoned to it. The provocation enraged it instantly. Whoa! Red light poured from between its bristles as it activated Bloodred Charge and slammed toward my chest like an armored vehicle out of control. Bang! -1. The impact blasted the dirt beneath my feet apart, but I did not move backward. Since it could not inflict meaningful damage, the force of its charge was neutralized by my skill's rules as well. The Crimson Tusk Boar, on the other hand, staggered in a daze after striking me. I seized the opening and slashed 3 times. -20. -20. -20. It flew into a complete frenzy and charged again and again. I stopped hacking at its thick shoulders and back. When we passed one another, I cut its rear hoof instead. -40, weak point broken. The boar lost its balance from the pain, interrupting its attack rhythm for the first time. I continued striking the same wound. Even when its tusk hit me again, I lost only 1 constitution. -1. -40. -40. Its final charge missed, and the wounded rear hoof could no longer support it. I stepped forward and delivered the finishing blow. The Crimson Beast crashed heavily to the ground. Crimson Tusk Boar LV3 killed. EXP plus 26. Obtained. Crimson Tusk Boar Beast Core LV3. Obtained. Constitution Runestone X1. Without Constitution type equipment, I could not use the Runestone yet. But once I sold the day's Beast Cores, I would have enough money to buy armor. Its greatest value to me would not be damage reduction. It would save me from changing clothes after every battle. One level 3 beast provided roughly 26 experience. 7 or 8 more kills would let me level up. I put away my spoils and continued deeper into the forest. Reaching level 3 today was no longer merely a plan. It was a goal I knew I could complete. Beyond the safe zone boundary, my map no longer marked the location of every mutant beast, and a rescue team could not arrive within minutes. I followed tracks and broken shrubs to estimate each animal's range, kept my return route clear, and selected isolated targets. When the level 3 tusked boar discovered me, it did not charge right away. It rooted at the ground with its snout, as if trying to drive a weak creature out of its territory. Its contempt allowed me to close the distance. Its first tusk thrust still dealt only 1 point, proving that level 3 strength had crossed my current constitution threshold but remained far too weak to cause meaningful damage. My long blade did little damage as well, forcing me to weaken it gradually through the eyes, joints, and underside. The kill took less time than my level 2 target, not because my stats had suddenly soared, but because I had learned to convert no need to dodge into uninterrupted attack time. Everyone else had to reserve energy for defense and create distance. I could devote every movement to finding a weak point and striking without pause. The true mutant beast forest had no fixed spawn zones, but that also made higher-level targets easier to find. I killed a level 3 spiritstone monkey, tricrest lizard, and earth rat in succession, gaining experience at a steady pace. The earth rat also dropped a strength runestone, which I immediately fused into my long blade. Ordinary long blade, strength plus 6. Current strength, 26. 90 EXP required to reach level 3. My constitution still stood at 711. The cost of killing level 3 beasts above my level was about the same as when I had challenged the level 2 spine roller at level 1. The most terrifying aspect of absolute defense was becoming steadily clearer. As my level rose, my maximum constitution would continue increasing, while no enemy could deal more than 1 point with a single attack. Once my health reached tens of thousands, combined with the continually improving braver with every battle, ordinary attacks might never be able to outpace my recovery. This recovery skill had originally been only C rank, but because it complemented a fixed damage rule, its practical value already far exceeded its quality. A faint hiss suddenly came from above. A chill swept across my back, and I instinctively dodged to the side. A dark green shadow dropped from the canopy, and 2 snake heads snapped at the place where I had been standing. One fang still grazed my arm. -1. The attacker's lower body was thick, while its upper body split into 2 serpent heads. Green scales gleamed coldly in the shadows. Twin-headed rattlesnake, LV4. Ability, Cross-Fang Venom. Trait, excels at concealed ambushes. Attacks carry poison. Physical defenses normally could not neutralize poison that entered the body, which was why shield guards feared poison damage, corrosion, and other persistent debuffs most. I looked at the tiny wound on my arm without attacking immediately. I needed to confirm whether absolute defense capped only the initial damage or also calculated the poison that followed. The twin-headed rattlesnake coiled nearby and did not pursue me. It was clearly accustomed to injecting venom and then waiting for its prey to weaken. We remained in a standoff for a full minute. My constitution did not fall again, and the wound healed completely under braver with every battle. The venom did not spread. I took no persistent damage and suffered no slowing, paralysis, or dizziness. Crossfang venom caused only the initial 1-point bite. Its later negative effects could not activate at all. That meant any debuff that had to break through my physical or mental defenses before taking effect would probably undergo absolute defense S calculation first. The skill did more than reduce damage. It might grant me something close to complete immunity to poison. Once I had my result, I stopped waiting and charged the twin-headed rattlesnake with my blade. -15. Fighting a level 4 target at level 2 put me under a clear level penalty, sharply reducing my ordinary damage. But each of the snake's bites could still deal only 1 point, and it needed time to replenish its venom after every release. I could win through sheer quantity of attacks. It repeatedly activated Crossfang Venom, attacking with both heads from intersecting angles. I did not avoid the fangs. I only stayed clear of the body that might coil around my limbs, then slashed repeatedly during the pause after each attack. -1, -15, -1, -15. After several exchanges, less and less venom dripped from its mouths. Even when its venom sacs were empty, it had failed to cause any sign of poisoning in me. Its own movements, however, slowed steadily under the accumulation of wounds. The battle lasted a long time, and braver with every battle, restored more constitution than the snake managed to remove. When both heads lunged at once, I seized the opening and cut across the junction between them. -30, weak point broken. -30. Twin-headed rattlesnake, LV, 4 killed. EXP plus 46. Obtained, twin-headed rattlesnake beast core, LV 4. Obtained, dungeon runestone X1. I picked up the newly appeared runestone, and my heart immediately beat faster. As long as someone continued hunting, they would eventually obtain attribute runestones. The drop rate of dungeon runestones, however, was astonishingly low. Many class holders could fight in the wilderness for an entire year without finding one. And the one I had received was an even more valuable comprehensive dungeon runestone. Venom sac beasts were normally the targets beginners least wanted to provoke. Their poisonous mist continually reduced health and movement speed. Even if armor blocked their bites, the debuffs could still bring down an entire team. When I deliberately walked into the poisonous fog, the system produced immunity notifications one after another, while my health and agility did not change. Absolute Defense's description mentioned only physical and mental calculations. Poison immunity seemed more like comprehensive protection attached to a max-level skill. To rule out coincidence, I let different concentrations of poison mist envelop me several times and checked my panel for any hidden accumulation. The result remained 0. My breathing and vision were unaffected as well. I did not interpret immune to all poisons as immunity to every abnormal state. Slowing, sealing, spatial confinement, and other mechanisms remained untested. I would still have to observe every new type I encountered. For now, I could confirm only one thing. Conventional poison damage and poisoning debuffs could not pass through absolute defense. The comprehensive dungeon runestone changed my leveling plan. It could mark the location of an unknown dungeon, but using it might expose the entrance immediately. Activating it without sufficient level and equipment would turn an opportunity into a risk. I stored the runestones separately and decided to reach level 3 before choosing when to locate the dungeon. Comprehensive Dungeon Runestone. After use, marks the location of one comprehensive wilderness dungeon on your personal map. Dungeons fell into two broad categories: large dungeons that remained open long-term and small wilderness dungeons that disappeared after completion. Large dungeons had clearly documented information and became the most reliable way to level after reaching level 5. Wilderness dungeons were more like personal opportunities. They could involve combat, treasure hunting, comprehensive objectives, or even more unusual challenges. Their risks were unknown, but their rewards were usually richer. A comprehensive dungeon was not as simple as a pure treasure dungeon, but it offered both combat and resources, making it equally valuable to me now. I used the runestone immediately. A new coordinate lit up on my personal map, deep within the tier, one mutant beast forest and a long distance from my current hollow. A low-level class holder would struggle to reach it safely, but the dungeon coordinate would not disappear on its own. I decided to wait until level 5, when I had more stable offensive options, before exploring it. For now, finishing today's leveling target remained the priority. I killed another level 3 crimson-tailed fox, leaving me just over 20 experience short. As I continued searching, heavy footsteps sounded through the trees. A rhinoceros covered in black armor plates blocked the path ahead. Black-armored rhinoceros, LV5. Ability, stone armor. It was 3 levels above me, and defense was its strongest attribute. I still struck first, using actual damage to decide whether it was worth fighting. -8. The black-armored rhinoceros immediately rammed me. -1. I could withstand it, but there was no reason to waste time. Slowly grinding it down 8 damage at a time would not only push my constitution toward the danger line, but could also attract other mutant beasts during the long battle. After confirming that the return was not worth the cost, I used the trees to restrict its turns and decisively disengaged. Being effectively invincible did not mean I had to attack every enemy. Finding the most efficient targets was the real key to fast leveling. Soon afterward, a level 3 blue-striped ferret appeared beside a stream. I endured 2 bites, repeatedly struck its midsection, and finally gained the remaining experience I needed. Blue-striped ferret, LV3 killed. EXP plus 25. Obtained, blue-striped ferret beast core, LV3. Level increased to 3. 350 EXP required for next level. The power of the level up quickly eased the numb ache in my palms and arms. I checked my newest stats. Level 3. Strength, 35. Constitution, 1, 121/1, 800. Class bonus, 20%. Recovery, 169. Skill bonus, 13%. Agility, 30. Spirit, 357. Potential, 19%. Braver with every battle, LV3. Gaining 2 levels on the first day after awakening was enough to place me near the top of Yunhai City's daily rankings. The sky had already begun to darken. I did not take further risks and returned to the city along my original route. Many beginners along the border were ending their first day of training as well. Some returned excitedly with their spoils, while others were supported by teammates after being wounded. The vast majority had not yet reached level 2, further proving how astonishingly efficient it was to hunt above my level alone. I encountered Qin Jixue near the camp. She wore a flowing robe reinforced with metal plates and carried a long sword. Another bright-eyed girl followed behind her. They had clearly just returned from the mutant beast zone 2. Chunming. Qin Jixue stopped when she recognized me. Neither girl spoke again immediately. Instead, they both examined my clothes. Only when I looked down did I realize that a full day of trading blows head-on had left holes all over my sleeves, pant legs, and shirt. My body was completely unharmed, but I looked as though I had barely escaped from a pack of beasts. "You look fine, so how did your clothes end up like that?" The other girl could not help asking. My fighting style is hard on clothes. After Qin Jixue confirmed I was not badly hurt, a faint smile finally appeared on her lips. Then a layer of gentle radiance descended from her hand. It covered my entire body like a robe of feathers, and translucent wings of light appeared behind me. Affected by teammates' class talent, angelic protection, all attributes increased by 20%. The holy light not only concealed my torn clothing, but simultaneously increased my strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. Only after experiencing it personally did I truly understand the team value of the SS rank, Sacred Radiance Angel. Other people's class skills produced holy light, sword rain, and magnificent wings. My fighting style consisted of nothing more than charging in with a blade, letting every attack land, and cutting back one strike at a time. The difference in spectacle was enormous. But in this examination, only the result would matter. After reaching level 3, my constitution and maximum health had risen again, while braver with every battle also leveled through continuous fighting. When the comprehensive dungeon marker appeared on my map, I did not enter immediately. I recorded its coordinates, the surrounding terrain, and my return route. An unknown dungeon might require a team, or it might seal itself after activation. I needed to prepare supplies and notify someone I trusted. Qin Jishua happened to contact me through the team channel. She did not ask about my hidden skill. She only confirmed that I was safe and demonstrated the core team ability of Sacred Radiance Angel. Angelic protection could increase every attribute of nearby teammates by 20%. For someone like me, whose absolute defense depended on constitution and spirit checks, this was not an ordinary buff. It raised both defensive thresholds at once. I sent her the dungeon location and agreed to meet only at the entrance. She would handle buffs and help interpret its rules, while I would continue probing threats from the front. If the dungeon's mechanics fell outside the scope of my defense, we would withdraw immediately. Our first formal team-up did not need grand promises. Defining our roles, information, and withdrawal conditions first was how we would survive long enough to claim the result. The three of us returned to the city together. The girl beside Qin Jishua said nothing along the way, though she occasionally glanced at me with curiosity. "You were alone all day?" Qin Jishua asked. "Yeah, until I start entering team dungeons. Solo grinding suits me better." She was quiet for a moment before her tone grew more serious. "You don't have to force yourself. If I help you level, you'll reach level 5 faster. For you, this month may be your only chance to change the ceiling of your class." She did not know absolute defense existed, so naturally she interpreted my choice to act alone as a refusal to accept help. I did not argue. Instead, the phrase, "change the ceiling," caught my attention. How does a C-rank shield guard do that? Someone whose spirit potential reaches a certain level also has a chance to awaken a skill. I stopped walking. School had taught us that spirit potential affected maximum spirit, the power of active skills, and perception, but it had never publicly discussed mental skills. Qin Jishua told me that 20% was the first threshold. Once a class holder reached it, they could absorb rare mental resources and attempt one additional awakening. Even after meeting the condition, most people still failed. Worse, the opportunity existed only while their potential rose from 20 to 21%. My spirit potential was already 19%, only one step from the threshold. Mental resources are even rarer than ordinary attribute resources, but there is one reliable source right now, she continued. The level rankings, dungeon rankings, and final rankings during the first 7 days of the examination may all award them. That was the real reason she had offered to help me level. If I missed the examination rewards, gathering mental resources through my own strength would become many times more difficult. Thank you. That information really is important. My insistence on reaching level 3 today had put me in range of the highest tier of level ranking rewards. If mental resources were truly among the options, I had already seized my first opportunity. When we entered the border camp, the entrances of every guild were packed with people selling beast cores, buying equipment, and resting. Many beginners remained at level 1 and were discussing that night's rankings. Some had killed only a little over 20 beasts all day and returned wounded alongside their teammates. Others had used expensive equipment to reach level 2 early. As I passed one guild entrance, I saw Song Chuan and Jiang Yi surrounded by a crowd. People called them Yunhai City's strongest duo and asked whether Song Chuan had already arranged to form a team with Qin Jishua after level 5. Song Chuan could only give a vague answer. "We're still discussing it." Then someone spotted Qin Jishua, and everyone's attention immediately shifted to us. The feathered robe of angelic protection still covered me, and we had not hidden our team emblem. Even though I could not hear every comment, the sudden change in the looks around us told me they had confirmed that this morning's invitation was no rumor. Qin Jishua ignored the voices. Before we separated, she only reminded me, "Once you receive the rewards, look at the mental options first. After reaching 20%, don't rush to keep training. You only get one awakening window." I committed those words to memory. My hidden talent gave me an SSS rank skill every 10 levels. Mental awakening was a separate path altogether. If I made proper use of the examination rewards, I might obtain my first active ability before level 10. On the way back, I also explained my pre-level 3 combat style to Qin Jishua. I did not need her to deal damage for me, but in a dungeon I would need her to identify rules, heal teammates, and raise every attribute. Angelic protection increased both my constitution and spirit by 20%, giving both absolute defense checks and extra safety margin. She then explained every limitation of mental awakening. The moment a class holder's spirit potential reached 20%, they obtained a single awakening window. Before it rose to 21%, they could absorb rare mental resources to increase the skill's quality. Once they passed that interval, the window closed forever. Many people did not lack talent. They simply did not know the rule, or it was already too late by the time they gathered the necessary resources. I memorized the sequence precisely. First, reach 20%, stop active cultivation, absorb as many resources as possible, and only then confirm the awakening. I could keep my hidden skill secret for now, but my spirit potential was recorded in school files. I needed the first batch of materials ready before the window opened. Qin Jishua also emphasized that a mental skill was not the same as a mage's spell. Shield guards, assassins, and even production classes could awaken one. The success rate and direction of the skill were simply influenced by potential, resources, and the existing class. It could develop into an independent combat system or become nothing more than a perception or support ability. No one could guarantee the result before it appeared. That also meant I could not copy Qin Jishua's awakening path. Sacred Radiance Angel leaned toward light and healing. My Shield Guard class, Absolute Defense, and Cinderflame resources might steer my mental ability in a completely different direction. I could only accumulate resources first, then let the system reveal the outcome. Go change your clothes first. Before leaving, Qin Jishua glanced once more at the torn clothing concealed by holy light. I nodded helplessly. The moment I turned, I ran into Sun Yang emerging from a guild camp. He stared at the angelic robe for several seconds. Brother Chun, where did you get that equipment? It's impossible to miss. It isn't equipment. It's a teammate's buff. Before Sun Yang could process that answer, he excitedly told me he had reached level 2 that day. The B rank, Shadowblade, specialized in burst damage and truly did have a respectable grinding speed for a beginner. What about you? He asked. Level 3. Sun Yang froze, then frowned and asked whether I had gone into the wilderness alone. He clearly thought I was joking and was about to urge me to accept reality when a system notification simultaneously rang throughout the entire border camp. Yunhai City's first day examination results are now being calculated. Class holders who reached level 2 on the first day, 191. Class holders who reached level 3 on the first day, 2. Not one beginner in Yunhai City had reached level 3 on the first day last year. This year, 2 had done it at once. The crowd immediately went silent, everyone staring at their panels. The rankings were divided by level, with ties broken by the time each person reached their current level. The rewards were divided into 5 tiers: top 100, top 50, top 10, top 5, and top 3. The list was announced from the bottom upward. Rank 99, Sun Yang, LV, 2, B rank Shadowblade. Reward, 1 gold coin, 1 ordinary tier, 1 item of a selectable type, fitted with 10 attribute runestones. Sun Yang shouted on the spot. He had finished only 1 place above the cutoff, yet he had received a genuine gold coin and an ordinary item filled to capacity with runestones. Brother Chun, I really made the rankings. I can see that. Once I get you onto the dungeon rankings, this won't seem so exciting. The dungeon rankings cover all of Jiangnan province. Don't start bragging for me yet. His excitement did not last long before the rankings reached the top 10. Jiang Yi placed 11th, barely missing the next reward tier. Song Chuan came in only 6th, likewise failing to enter the top 5 where rare resources became available. Neither their classes nor their team composition was weak. The result proved that a high-rank class did not guarantee a lead. The chosen hunting zone, tactical efficiency, time spent recovering from wounds, and travel time could all change someone's placement. Next came 2 S-rank class holders from Abyss Squad. Rank 4, Wang Yin, LV. 2, S-rank Abyss Mage, Abyss Squad. Rank 5, Wu Qingyang, LV. 2, S-rank Light Priest, Abyss Squad. Yunhai City had produced only 3 S-rank class holders this year. Even a team of 2 S-ranks had failed to enter the top 3. Everyone began wondering who, besides Qin Jishua, had claimed the remaining places. The final rankings unfolded before us. Rank 1. Qin Jishue, LV. 3. SS Rank Sacred Radiance Angel, Dawn Squad. Rank 2. Chun Ming, LV. 3. C Rank Shield Guard, Dawn Squad. Rank 3. Lin Wei, LV. 2. A Rank Contractor. Sun Yang whipped his head toward me, then checked the ranking twice. You really weren't lying? I told you when I got back. An uncontrollable uproar erupted along the border. A C-rank shield guard gaining 2 levels on the first day already defied common sense. When people saw that Qin Jishue and I also shared the same team name, many immediately decided she had power-leveled me. But Lin Wei was standing right beside Qin Jishue. I had seen her when I returned and therefore knew that she was the one who had actually traveled with Qin Jishue. Every point of my experience had come from solo kills. I had borrowed no one's combat power. I did not explain that to the crowd. The reward notification had already appeared, and it was far more worthy of my attention than an argument over who had carried whom. The rankings were calculated at 6 in the evening and displayed class level, experience progress, and valid performance for the day. Being on the same team did not automatically transfer experience to a member who had not participated in combat. Anyone who truly understood the rules could see from the difference between Qin Jishue's experience and mine that we had not traveled together. But a public explanation would only raise more questions. How had a C-rank shield guard reached level 3 alone in half a day? How had he killed venomous beasts above his level? The system had not publicly revealed absolute defense, and I would not expose its core mechanics merely to correct a few comments. Sun Yang was thrilled for me, but he did not shout arguments at the crowd. Instead, he shared the routes, equipment shops, and zones that onlookers had noted and might crowd tomorrow. That information was more useful than any verbal dispute. The higher I placed on the first day, the more people would follow my route the next morning, and my old training grounds would soon be stripped of targets. I saved screenshots of the rankings and my experience records separately. They would let me verify later rewards and prove the exact calculation point if the system ever produced an anomaly. Second place on the first day was not my destination, but it was the first time I had used public data to overturn the claim that a C-rank class could only finish at the bottom. Once the rankings were announced, nearly every eye turned toward me. Some people refused to believe that a C-rank class could enter the top 100. Others saw the team name and decided I had followed Qin Jishue the entire time. A few people who had seen me in Breezewind Grove yesterday tried to explain that I had indeed fought alone, but their voices were quickly drowned beneath louder speculation. Sun Yang stood closest to me. He knew I had left the city alone that morning and had now seen my rank with his own eyes. It took only seconds for his disbelief to turn into excitement. Brother Chun, you're still the same Brother Chun. What did the top 3 get? I opened the settlement page. 10 gold coins. 2 fine quality tier, 1 items of selectable types, each fitted with 15 attribute runestones. 2 equipment enchantment tomes of selectable types. 1 rare resource of a selectable type. 10 gold coins alone were worth 100,000 yuan. The 2 fine quality items and enchantment tomes were worth even more. I first selected a constitution item and an agility item to compensate for the most obvious limitations on my survivability and movement speed. White light dispersed, revealing a dark suit of armor and a pair of light boots. Shadow Guard armor, constitution plus 750. Featherlight boots, agility plus 15. Fine quality equipment could hold 20 attribute runestones, twice the 10 runestone limit of ordinary equipment. I did not equip them immediately. Instead, I continued browsing the enchantment tomes. Enchantment tomes could only be created by the special class, Enchanter. They granted equipment effects such as armor penetration, accuracy, elemental area damage, crowd control, or active enhancements, and were extremely difficult to purchase on the open market. I had initially wanted armor-piercing enchantment for my long blade, which would make my attacks ignore 5% of the target's armor. But my ordinary blade had already reached its attribute capacity. Using a precious enchantment tome on a weapon I would soon replace was not worthwhile. In the end, I chose 1 active enchantment for each of my 2 fine quality items. Fleet Step, compatible with agility equipment. On activation, increases agility by 100% for 1 minute. Cooldown 1 hour. Concealment, compatible with constitution equipment. On activation, conceals the user's presence and movements. Concealment would help me discover targets before they found me. Fleet Step could be used to pursue, retreat, or compensate when my body could not keep up with my mental reactions. Neither ability directly increased my attack power, but both made fighting above my level far safer. My stats updated as soon as the equipment took effect. Strength, 35. Constitution 1, 900/2, 550. Recovery 169. Agility 45. Spirit 357. My maximum constitution had risen from 1800 to 2550. Since I could take only one damage from any individual attack, 750 constitution was the equivalent of tolerating 750 additional strikes. The final reward was a rare resource. The list contained constitution type, earth essence stone, recovery type, with spirit racier, and strength type, emerald cloud fruit. They displayed only their attribute categories, not their exact effects. Rare resources were not finished items. Their true value depended on the person absorbing them, the purity of their energy, and the direction of awakening. I scrolled all the way to the end of the list before I finally saw my target. Mind crystal, mental type substance. I confirmed my selection immediately. A white crystal the size of my thumbnail fell into my palm. It emitted no exaggerated light, yet even my spirit could not see inside it. Qin Jishue had said that reaching 20% was only the threshold. Whether I awakened successfully and what quality of skill I awakened would both depend on the mental resources I absorbed. This unassuming crystal might be more important than 10 gold coins and 2 pieces of equipment combined. The ranking reward was divided into a visible basic component and an additional selection for the top 3. Gold coins could purchase equipment immediately. 2-tier, 1 items could improve my damage and constitution. The mind crystal, however, had no clear market price and could not be obtained reliably through ordinary channels. I first selected Shadow Guard armor suited to my current level and a strength-type weapon, improving both my leveling efficiency and survival. Then I reserved the rarest extra selection for the mind crystal. Equipment could be sold and replaced later. The mental awakening window would open only once. I could not reverse those priorities. The system delivered the rewards directly to my personal space. Since I had not yet opened a mental storage space, I had to place each one in my backpack. Onlookers could see the glow of the equipment, but not the mind crystal's description. That confirmed I should store resources affecting long-term development separately and never attempt to absorb them in public. After receiving everything, I checked each item's binding status and runestone slots. I did not immediately cram every material into my equipment. Examination rewards would not expire, while a mistaken enhancement could not be undone without loss. Any choice that affected later advancement deserved calculation away from the crowd. I put away the mind crystal and entered a guild camp to sell the beast cores I had gathered that day. When the clerk saw 17 cores in my bag, she initially valued them all as level 1 cores and offered 1,700 yuan. I did not argue. I simply asked her to check their levels again. After her spirit passed over them one by one, her tone changed immediately. Aside from the core of my first spine roller, almost every core in the bag was level 2 or level 3. There was even a level 4 twin-headed rattlesnake core. The examination prohibited candidates from leveling with non-participants, so no high-level class holder could have obtained these spoils on my behalf. My apologies. After reappraisal, the total is 4,500 yuan. I used 4,000 to purchase 4 strength runestones. The guild paid only 600 when buying a runestone, but charged 1,000 when selling one, an astonishing profit margin. Still, my ordinary longblade had room for 4 more. At this stage, turning the money directly into attack power was more valuable than keeping the cash. The remaining 500 entered my account, and I returned home with my equipment. My family in this life had died in a beast tide 10 years ago, so I had always lived alone. After washing away the smell of blood and eating dinner, I lay on my bed and checked the day's news. The graduation examination was the hottest topic on the entire internet every year. Almost all of the top 3 stories in Yunhai City's section concerned me. A C-rank shield guard had gained 2 levels on the first day. Qin Jishue and I remained on the same team, and someone had used a few distant photographs to speculate that we were already dating. They can turn even that into a news story. The group chats were likewise packed with questions and team applications. I ignored them and opened the alliance-wide trending list instead. The top story was not an examination result, but a new prophecy from Master Azure Sky, an SS-rank prophet of the Huaxiao Alliance. He could perform a grand prophecy only once every 10 years, and the accuracy of his past results was enough for every alliance to take him seriously. This prophecy contained 2 pieces of information. First, Planet Blue had entered a special era in which high-rank classes and exceptional geniuses would appear in rapid succession. Second, human civilization might soon make contact with an extraterrestrial civilization. The first sounded like the kind of optimistic statement that could apply to any era. The second was harder to believe. Planet Blue's continents, airspace, and oceans were divided by mutant beasts and mysterious dungeons. Humanity had not even gained full control of its homeworld, let alone established reliable exploration beyond it. But as I continued reading, other stories aligned with the prophecy in unusual ways. For the first time in 30 years, the Huaxia Alliance had produced SSS rank class holders, and two had appeared at once. A large stellar dungeon had reportedly been discovered in Kunshan City, Western Shu Province. SS rank newcomers had appeared in both Jiangnan and Shuanghe provinces. The Lighthouse Alliance had even publicly claimed that it had already made contact with an extraterrestrial civilization. These stories might simply be exploiting the prophecy for attention, or the world might truly be changing. At my current level 3 strength, there was no point in analyzing events on an alliance-wide scale. But my hidden talent had awakened in the same year. Perhaps that was not pure coincidence either. I switched off my phone and took out the mind crystal. No matter where this era was heading, the growth I achieved with every level would still decide my own fate. The 17 beast cores were not all the same level. The clerk had initially appraised them as level 1 cores across the board. I asked her to examine them again with her spirit, and the energy in the level 2 and level 3 cores was quickly distinguished. The higher settlement also proved that hunting above my level did more than accelerate experience. The material profits increased several-fold as well. I used part of the money to purchase strength runestones and necessary supplies, rather than chasing a flashy high-level weapon. My ordinary tier, 1 long blade had limited capacity. Filling its runestone slots would satisfy my current offensive needs, while the remaining funds had to be reserved for dungeon consumables, recovery items, and unpredictable mental resources. Most online content about me consisted of the rankings, my team, and baseless relationship speculation. The information truly worth recording was the Alliance-level prophecy. High-rank classes were appearing in clusters, a stellar dungeon had been discovered, and rumors of an extraterrestrial civilization were intensifying at the same time. None of it could immediately change tomorrow's hunting plan, but it reminded me that the timing of my hidden talent might be connected to a larger shift in the world. Public information that same night also showed that the Huaxia Alliance had produced SSS rank class holders again after many years, while Jiangnan, Shuanghe, and other regions were awakening high-rank classes and clusters. The Lighthouse Alliance claimed to have contacted an extraterrestrial civilization, but provided no verifiable details. I recorded confirmed facts separately from media speculation and refused to let headlines replace evidence. For my present self, extraterrestrial civilizations and the balance between alliances were too distant to matter. Only one conclusion was directly useful. Competition in this year's examination would be unusually intense, and ranking rewards and special selections would probably matter more than in previous years. Even if I had to take risks and fight above my level tomorrow, I could not slow down because of one strong first-day result. The white crystal rested on my fingertip, an extremely faint arc of light occasionally flickering inside it. Qin Jishue did not know I possessed a max-level SSS rank skill, yet she still described mental awakening as a C-rank class holder's chance to change their fate. That alone demonstrated the value of mental skills. My potential remained at 19%. My mental scan could neither analyze the crystal nor absorb it directly. I decided to cross the threshold first, then determine how to use the resource. Spirit potential did not stop growing after class awakening. Meditation could raise potential, increase maximum spirit, and enhance the power of active skills. Once potential exceeded 10%, deep meditation could even replace ordinary sleep and restore one's mental state. I sat cross-legged, regulated my breathing, and submerged my consciousness in the familiar rhythm of cultivation. The mental fatigue left by a day of continuous fighting gradually faded. A warm power gathered upward through my consciousness. No other sound disturbed the room. Moonlight fell through the curtains onto the floor, and my sense of time slowly blurred. 19 to 20% looked like a difference of only 1 point, but it was a distinct barrier. I could feel my spirit touch the edge again and again, only to be repelled. After every failure, the accumulated power became more concentrated. I did not interrupt my meditation. Crossing the threshold would do more than unlock a skill awakening. It would also let me open a mental space and strengthen my mental scan. Even if I failed to obtain an offensive skill, those abilities alone would transform the next day's fighting style. After an unknown length of time, the resistance within my consciousness suddenly loosened. My spirit seemed to pierce a transparent membrane, and my previously narrow perception expanded in every direction. The wind in the room, the faint movement of the curtains, and even drifting specks of dust entered my consciousness with unprecedented clarity. Immediately afterward, a new notification appeared on my class panel. Spirit potential, 20%. Basic conditions for awakening a mental skill have been met. I opened my eyes. My first reaction was not to confirm the awakening, but to look at the mind crystal still held in my hand. 20% merely opened the window. The preparations that would truly determine the skill's quality had only just begun. Once meditation began, it first slowly soothed the mental exhaustion left by combat. Because my spirit potential exceeded 10%, meditation could already replace ordinary sleep. I stabilized my breathing and gradually drew my scanning range inward, away from every sound beyond the window. Spirit potential did not have a visible experience bar. I could judge progress only by the flow of energy. A warm force gathered upward from between my eyebrows. Each completed cycle expanded the boundary of my consciousness a little further. To avoid accidentally continuing my cultivation after the breakthrough, I held the mind crystal in advance and set myself to end the meditation the instant I reached 20%. There was no physical fatigue that night. The true difficulty was keeping my consciousness alert. During a hunt, absolute defense allowed me to survive mistakes. Mental awakening offered no second attempt. Once I passed 21%, no resource could restore the opportunity. By the time the notification appeared, daylight shone outside. Before checking the time, I first confirmed that my potential had stopped precisely at 20% and had not continued rising. Spirit potential was not a class level and did not automatically increase through kills. It came from long-term meditation and personal talent. I had accumulated progress through the final stretch from 19 to 20% for a long time. The first night of the examination merely completed the breakthrough at its critical point. I could open a mental space earlier than my peers because of years of accumulation, not because my potential had inexplicably soared overnight. Time was extremely difficult to perceive in meditation. I could feel my spirit recovering continuously, but could not read every minute as precisely as a status panel. To keep my consciousness from passing the window, I actively checked my potential after each cycle. Its growth slowed noticeably as I approached 20, and only the final change triggered the system notification. At 20%, my spirit itself underwent a qualitative change. My previous scans had been like shining a beam of light at one target, capable only of reading a status panel. Now the boundary of my consciousness expanded in all directions, simultaneously sensing the room's dimensions, the outline of every object, and the flow of energy. Opening a mental space meant using this stable boundary to fix part of my conscious domain into a storage field. I did not operate immediately in a half-awake state. Ending the meditation, confirming there was nothing wrong with my body or mind, and then checking the order of my awakening options, mind crystal, and mental space would prevent me from treating an irreversible choice as an instinctive reaction upon waking. Moonlight turning to daylight outside also meant I had spent the entire night and perhaps part of the morning. I would fall behind in the ranking race, but missing the mental window could never be undone. Between a lifelong skill and half a day's experience, the choice was obvious. After ending my meditation, I drank water, ate, and checked my health and mental condition. Meditation could replace the restorative effect of sleep, but it could not replenish my body's water and energy. Only after completing those basic preparations did I begin absorbing the mind crystal and opening my storage space. Stabilizing my condition before handling an irreversible resource was the only reliable order. The daylight beyond the window had already placed a new countdown before me. Awaken a mental skill now? I stared at the option, somewhat surprised. According to Qin Jishue, reaching 20% merely qualified someone to attempt an awakening. A class holder still had to absorb large quantities of rare mental resources to increase the chance of success, and they had to complete the attempt before their potential reached 21%. Once they missed that interval, the resources could do no more than assist cultivation. They would never trigger another mental awakening. But I had only just crossed the threshold and had not absorbed any resources, yet my panel was already presenting a clear awakening option. This is what they call difficult. I did not confirm immediately simply because I had qualified so smoothly. The quality of class skills was affected by awakening resources, and mental skills most likely followed the same rule. Since I would have only one opportunity, I should at least use the mind crystal I already possessed. Now that my spirit potential had reached 20%, I could finally sense the inside of the crystal. A pure energy flowed slowly within it. The instant my consciousness touched it, my body produced an intense instinctive desire to absorb it. I followed that instinct and guided the energy into my mental world. About a minute later, the white crystal turned grayish-brown. It made a faint cracking sound and finally crumbled to powder in my palm. Its energy had indeed entered the awakening region, but it had not come close to filling it. If a complete awakening was a pond that had to be filled, this mind crystal had poured in only one ladle of water. That confirmed that mental resources did not merely raise the success rate. They also affected the quality of the final skill. Awakening now would certainly give me an ability, but I might permanently lose my chance to obtain a high-rank skill. Awaken now still hovered in front of me. I chose to postpone it. I could no longer meditate actively to increase my potential, or I might pass 21% too soon. But I could continue collecting resources through the examination rankings. The top 3 on the first day had already received a crystal. As long as I held my position, the 7-day level rankings and dungeon rankings would bring new opportunities. After suppressing the urge to awaken immediately, I tested the other ability unlocked at 20% potential, opening a mental space. My consciousness drew inward, and an unformed region of nothingness gradually appeared. The process required no rare resource. It depended only on spirit potential and control. My mental talent had already broken Yunhai City's record, so opening the space went exceptionally smoothly. Its outline stabilized little by little, eventually forming an isolated area about the size of a bedroom. I would no longer have to carry weapons, beast cores, and supplies on my body. More importantly, I could store and retrieve items directly in battle without the weight of my load affecting my movement. I reached for the long blade beside my bed and willed it away. The weapon vanished from my palm and floated quietly inside my mental space. With another thought, it fell back into my hand. My skill awakening still had to wait, but I had already completed the first substantial improvement granted by 20% spirit potential. The awakening option had appeared more directly than expected. The system allowed me to confirm it before I absorbed a single resource, which meant my basic qualifications were already sufficient. But able to awaken and able to awaken a high-quality skill were not the same thing. Under the perception granted by 20% spirit potential, the energy inside the mind crystal finally became visible. I guided it into my consciousness. 1 minute later, the white crystal had become gray dust, yet the energy was no more than a ladle of water poured into a dry pond. The system continued to permit an awakening without displaying either the skill quality or the maximum accumulation. That blank space was exactly what tempted people to choose immediately. I forced myself to close the notification. Even if I could obtain an ordinary mental skill now, it might permanently occupy my only awakening opportunity. The top 3 received extra rewards every day of the examination. As long as I held my rank, I would have more chances to obtain mind crystals. I turned to opening my mental space instead. At first, there was only a hazy boundary inside my consciousness. Once stabilized, it formed a void about the size of a room. My long blade, armor, and beast cores could all be stored or retrieved with a thought, and the items added no physical burden. From today onward, neither wilderness supplies nor loot capacity would limit my range of movement. I also tested its restrictions on living creatures and bound equipment. I could store my own equipment after unequipping it, but I could not force a living creature inside. The mental space offered no information about air, temperature, or the passage of time, so food, medicine, and fragile materials still needed to be sealed. Unknown rules should always be treated as conservatively as possible. Once the mental space stabilized, I began testing my enhanced scanning ability. The instant my spirit spread outward, the world before me seemed to be deconstructed. Every faint tremor of the curtains, every mote of dust floating in the sunlight, and every crack between the grains of wood on the table appeared clearly within my consciousness. Ordinary sight could face only one direction. A mental scan covered the surrounding area and produced something close to omnidirectional awareness. Before 20%, the scan had mainly been used to read information about beasts and equipment. After the breakthrough, it could directly serve me in battle. The muscular shifts before an enemy exerted force, the gathering of energy, and the path of an attack could all be detected in advance. As I continued familiarizing myself with the range, the overly bright sunlight made me realize something was wrong. My phone showed 11:05 a.m. I cultivated all night and lost half the morning too. The examination rankings settled every day at 6 in the evening. I had planned to reach level 5 on the second day, then head for the comprehensive dungeon. Now fewer than 7 hours remained. I immediately put on my reward equipment, gathered my supplies, and rushed to the border. Most class holders had already completed their morning hunt and were returning from the safe zone to recover. My late arrival naturally drew plenty of comments. Some decided I had relied entirely on Qin Jixue on the first day and had started slacking now that she was no longer carrying me. Others had seen her leave the city with Lin Wei that morning and declared that I would soon drop out of the rankings. I did not stop to explain. As I passed the high-rise near the border, an exceptionally powerful mental scan suddenly fell over me. It felt as though I had crossed the distance and was directly inspecting my mental state. I looked toward the source and saw only several vague figures beside a top-floor window. A pitch-black mechanical bird seemed to be perched on one person's shoulder. The scan withdrew after an instant. I could not confirm who they were, but anyone allowed into the Border Command building during the examination belonged at least to the school administration or the Alliance. I memorized the presence and left the city alone. The two-person team that had seen me in Breezewind Grove yesterday stood among the crowd as well. After recognizing me, they quietly confirmed that the second-place C-rank shield guard was the same person who had been surrounded by 3 spine rollers and continued attacking. Most people only saw me walking toward Breezewind Grove and assumed a level 3 class holder still planned to grind level 1 beasts. They did not know my destination lay beyond the safe zone, much less that a comprehensive dungeon coordinate had already been marked on my map. Once past the suburbs, I accelerated along yesterday's route. To hold a top 3 position by 6 o'clock, I had to make up for the half day I had lost. I could not keep searching for level 3 targets today. With my new equipment and mental scan, I needed to challenge level 5 or even higher beasts directly. Testing my mental space and scan had cost the entire morning. By the time I reached the border, the first wave of candidates had already completed 1 round of training and returned. Based on that alone, many people concluded Qin Jixue had carried me yesterday and that I did not dare leave the city now that she was gone. I did not explain the delay. Breaking through my spirit potential provided a long-term benefit far more important than half a day of experience, and the rankings would automatically reveal the result at 6. As I passed near the high-rise, I suddenly felt a powerful gaze lock onto me. My mental scan instinctively turned toward the rooftop, but detected only a fleeting mechanical fluctuation. Such an expert could not have appeared at the border without a reason. A special training selection announced later revealed that an inspector had already arrived in Yunhai City that day. At the time, however, I only recorded the location and did not stop to investigate. With insufficient level and skills, approaching an unknown high-rank class holder would bring no benefit. My new mental scan could detect muscular and energetic changes in advance, while Shadow Guard armor had greatly increased my constitution. Together, they qualified me to raise my target directly from level 3 to level 5 and recover the lost time through experience from higher-level kills. Arriving at the border at noon compressed my available time to less than 7 hours. I did not waste time buying unnecessary equipment at the camp. I purchased only drinking water and emergency medicine, then followed the familiar route straight through the safe zone. My mental space reduced my burden, and my direct path was faster than on the first day. The sense of being watched from the high-rise appeared for only an instant. When I looked back, reflected light covered the windows, and I could not identify anyone. At the time, all I could confirm was that some mechanical fluctuation had appeared there. Only after seeing the later selection notice did I learn that the inspector had reached the border that same day. I marked the unusual position on my map, but did not question the crowd. If the person was merely a school proctor, investigating would be pointless. If they were a higher-rank observer, searching openly would reveal that I had already developed an enhanced mental scan. I could keep the record and verify it later. When I reached the edge of Breezewind Grove, I drew my long blade from my mental space. All 4 strength runestones I had purchased last night had already been fused into it. Ordinary long blade, strength plus 10. Runestone capacity reached. Ordinary equipment could carry no more than 10 runestones, fine quality equipment 20, and epic quality equipment 30. Legendary and mythical qualities existed above those, but they did not normally appear in ordinary markets. Even epic equipment required a special channel or a high-level blacksmith. My current stats were noticeably different from yesterday's. Level 3. Strength 40. Constitution 2, 550/2, 550. Recovery 169. Agility 45. Spirit 360. Potential 20%. Shadow Guard armor provided 750 constitution, while Featherlight boots added 15 agility. After entering the true mutant beast forest, I activated the armor's concealment, enchantment, and my form and presence quickly blended into the shadows between the trees. My mental scan soon detected movement ahead. I hid behind a massive tree in advance, and a dark green mantis nearly 5 feet tall slowly emerged from the shrubs. Its folded forelimbs resembled two barbed long blades. Every step it took was part of a search for an ambush target. Gale Mantis, LV5. Ability, Flash Blade Assault. Trait, raised through brutal fights within its own colony. Excels at opportunistic ambushes and killing with a single strike. Without my breakthrough in spirit potential, it would probably have discovered me first. Concealment hid my movements, while the scan let me read its alert pattern. I pushed off the tree trunk and leaped from above at an angle, bringing the long blade down toward its compound eye. -76, weak point broken. My first strike landed successfully. The Gale Mantis swung one forelimb in pain. I read the direction through the motion of its shoulder and twisted aside as I landed, then followed with another slash. -76. It rapidly opened the distance. Its thin wings vibrated as it activated Flash Blade Assault. The dark green figure vanished instantly, leaving only a razor-edged current of air pressing toward me. My mental scan could still track its path, but my body could not keep up with the judgment. The two blades crossed against my neck, and the surface of my armor erupted with the scrape of metal against metal. -1. The Gale Mantis paused briefly. I gave it no time to understand what had happened and struck its wounded compound eye head-on again. -76. It launched one flashing assault after another, slicing branches and leaves into a storm around us. I used the scan to avoid any attack I could. When speed made that impossible, I let my body take one damage and counterattacked as it came close. -1. -76. -1. -76. This was no longer a mindless exchange of blows while standing in place. The mental scan placed every slash on the same weak point and warned me in advance when it prepared to retreat. The Gale Mantis had only just changed the angle of its wings when I activated Fleet Step on my featherlight boots. My agility doubled for a short time, allowing me to truly match its speed for the first time. You want to run now? Too late. I cut ahead of it and drove the long blade through the injured compound eye and into its head. -76. Gale Mantis, LV, 5, killed. EXP plus 71. Obtained. Gale Mantis Beast Core, LV5. Obtained. Constitution Runestone X1. The fight had cost only about 40 Constitution, yet it proved that my new equipment and mental scan had expanded the range of levels I could challenge once again. Level 5 was only the beginning. Next, I would find a level 6 target. The Gale Mantis's threat did not come from one powerful attack, but from its speed. Its forelimbs were like two thin blades, leaving only afterimages to ordinary sight. My mental scan, however, detected the exertion in its joints and the gathering wind energy, letting me know the attack's path before the blades truly fell. I did not dodge every slash. Instead, I used Shadowguard armor to record their frequency. Ordinary cuts below my Constitution threshold displayed 0, while its Windblade skill occasionally dealt 1. Even if it struck several times per second, braver with every battle, and my recovery could keep the net loss within a safe range. When counterattacking, I first used the back of my blade to force it to change its flight angle, then targeted the bases of its thin wings. Once the Gale Mantis lost mobility, it tried to protect its head with both blades. I shifted to the segments of its abdomen and used rapid, short cuts so its hard forelimbs could not deflect my force. After the Constitution runestone dropped, I did not save it for higher-level equipment. Shadowguard armor would remain with me through the current examination. Raising my Constitution immediately would both increase the threshold of my defensive calculation and let me withstand a higher frequency of above-level attacks. The Level 5 Gale Mantis awarded far more experience than a Level 3 target. A single kill recovered a large amount of the lost time. I stored its Beast Core and Constitution runestones separately in my mental space, then recorded the battle's total duration and number of hits taken. That would let me decide whether challenging level 6 targets would exhaust my recovery before 6 o'clock. I fused the new Constitution runestone into Shadowguard armor. Shadowguard armor. Constitution plus 800. The comprehensive dungeon coordinate lay deeper in the forest. As I moved toward it, I used my scan to search for level 6 beasts. When I passed a hillside, for heavy presences approached from different directions. They did not reveal themselves immediately, but they had already completed an encirclement. I did not break out. Instead, I stopped in the center of the clearing and waited for them to approach. 4 silverback apes over 6.5 feet tall leaped out at the same time. Every one was level 6. Their massive silver fists were covered in hardened fur, and even one would have been enough to force an ordinary level 3 team to retreat. For me, for beasts meant more experience, but I could not attack all of them without a plan. I locked onto the ape directly in front of me, let the other 3 hammer my armor, and concentrated my blade on tearing through the same target's defense. -1, -1, -1, -35. Silver fists pounded my body over and over, the collisions ringing through the forest like a smith's hammer. My mental scan let me adjust my position in time, so all 4 apes could not pin my arms and legs at once. As long as I remained free to move, 1 damage per strike could not stop my attacks. I found the first ape's weak point and slashed repeatedly. -70, -70. Silverback ape, LV6 killed. EXP plus 90. When the first ape fell, the fur of the remaining 3 stood on end. Silver light like iron spikes covered both fists. They leaped into the air together, sending 3 pairs of fists down from different directions. I did not announce the result in advance. I only judged their landing points within my mental field and shifted half a step, preventing all 3 attacks from fully overlapping. The impact blasted dirt from the ground. -1, -1, -1. I rose from the dust and destroyed them one at a time through the weakness I had already verified. The remaining 3 fell in succession, providing 89, 88, and 91 experience respectively, along with 3 level 6 beast cores. The armor's self-cleaning effect kept the blood away, while my constitution fell from 2600 to 2400. The combined attacks of 4 level 6 beasts had still consumed less than 1/10 of my maximum. After another 10 minutes, I encountered 2 beasts fighting each other. A poisonous frog half the height of a man had been entangled in vines and was close to death. The other was a plant beast with an enormous carnivorous flower on its crown. Its tendrils were covered in dark red spots, and it was preparing to swallow its prey. Venomous frog, LV6. Titan arum, LV6. Both had already lost substantial constitution. There was no reason to waste the opportunity. I drew my long blade from my mental space, activated concealment, and approached. Before the Titan arum could swallow its prey, I slashed the frog's head. -72. Venomous frog, LV6, killed. EXP plus 88. Obtained. Venomous frog beast core, LV6. It was the first true one-hit kill of the day. Stealing its prey, however, immediately enraged the Titan arum. Several vines wrapped toward me from every direction, while its flower mouth sprayed dark red gas. The nearby plants withered rapidly. Ability, corrosive entanglement. The poison gas and corrosion still failed to inflict persistent debuffs, while each strike from a vine dealt only 1 damage. But I could not let the vines bind all 4 limbs at once. I severed the key tendrils first, then approached the main body along its exposed roots. -37. -1. -74, weak point broken. The Titan arum had just finished another battle, so neither its power nor its venom was at full strength. My final strike split the toothed flower crown apart, and every vine finally went limp. Titan arum, LV6, killed. EXP plus 90. Obtained. Titan arum beast core, LV6. Level increased to 4. New power filled my body. The time I had lost by starting half a day late was now mostly recovered through experience from fighting above my level. Level 6 targets were even rarer than level 5 ones. I continued toward the comprehensive dungeon and spread my mental scan in a fan, discovering the giant apes moving through the canopy before they discovered me. They were numerous and skilled at throwing objects, making them targets a solo fighter would normally avoid. To me, multiple targets meant more experience and a chance to test whether my recovery could offset a stream of 1-point hits. I deliberately stood in the open and allowed stones, branches, and fists to converge on my armor. Damage notifications appeared in rapid succession, but not one exceeded a single point. Braver with every battle restored me continuously while combat continued. I only had to prevent their attacks from knocking my body off my chosen path. The Titan arum was the exact opposite. Rooted to the ground, it relied on binding vines and corrosive fluids. I was immune to the poison, but the restraint was a control effect that absolute defense did not cancel directly. I used my mental scan to locate the energy nodes in its underground roots, severed the main vine restricting my movement, and then destroyed the core downward through the flower's center. Different mechanics had now been verified one after another. Poison damage was ineffective. High-frequency physical attacks could only accumulate 1 point at a time, and non-damaging restraints still had to be actively broken. Reaching level 4 had not come from blindly taking hits. It was built on understanding those boundaries. My attributes updated when the level up completed. Strength, 50. Constitution, 2. 920/3, 100. Recovery, 230. Agility, 55. Spirit, 480. Braver with every battle. LV, 5. Recovery bonus, 15%. My maximum constitution had passed 3,000, while base recovery reached 230. Against ordinary level 6 beasts, as long as their attack frequency was not too high, the constitution I recovered during combat was already close to or even greater than the amount I lost. Absolute defense was not truly without weakness. The enemy's relevant attribute first had to exceed mine. Then they needed an extreme attack frequency to accumulate meaningful damage 1 point at a time. I still had to remain wary of crowd control, ceiling, and special rules. But as my constitution continued to grow, those risks would find it increasingly difficult to become fatal threats. After leveling, I deliberately made more noise to draw nearby beasts toward me. This was still the outer region of a Tier 1 mutant beast forest, where an elite beast above level 20 was unlikely to appear without warning. But I could attract level 7 targets and save the time spent searching. Frost foxes, savage bulls, and black-scaled lizards appeared one after another. I used my mental scan to analyze their abilities, endured the attacks I could not avoid, and focused on their weak points. Frost fox, LV, 7 killed. EXP plus 110. Savage bull, LV, 7 killed. EXP plus 111. Black-scaled lizard, LV, 7 killed. EXP plus 110. Obtained, Agility Runestone X1. I fused the runestone into my featherlight boots. Earning level 7 experience at level 4 filled my progress rapidly, but the drain on my body's energy also became more obvious. I had not eaten since morning, and my mental reactions were beginning to slow. I took a lighter from my mental space, cut a piece from a savage bull's leg, and roasted it over a fire in the woods. Even without seasoning, the mutant beast meat carried a rich aroma. After a few mouthfuls, the hollow weakness inside me quickly eased. The smell soon attracted 2 uninvited guests. One was a gold-eating rat with golden fur. The other was another level 7 savage bull. The latter stared at the roasted leg in my hand, but did not attack immediately. The 2 beasts regarded each other as the greater threat and soon began fighting in the clearing. I did not rush to intervene. I continued eating while using my scan to record their abilities and injuries. 10 minutes later, both had weakened noticeably. I stored the remaining meat, raised my blade, and entered the battle. This was not a cost-free matter of picking off weakened targets. The gold-eating rat could still lunge at high speed, while the savage bull's charge could alter my position. I killed the faster rat first, then turned toward the bull with the wounded rear hoof. Gold-eating rat, LV, 7, killed. EXP plus 108. Obtained, gold-eating rat beast core, LV, 7. Savage bull, LV, 7, killed. EXP plus 112. Obtained, savage bull beast core, LV, 7. Level increased to 5. I had finally reached the minimum level required to enter a dungeon. The map showed the comprehensive dungeon coordinate directly ahead. Wilderness dungeons were one-time, first clear opportunities, and their rewards were usually better than those of large dungeons completed repeatedly. Comprehensive meant that it might simultaneously contain combat, adventure, treasure hunting, or mysterious mechanics. 15 minutes later, I passed through the final stretch of dense forest, and the terrain abruptly broke away before me. A massive rupture crossed the entire valley. It looked as though some power had scooped the land ahead out in one piece, leaving an enormous sinkhole with no visible bottom. Thick fog flowed slowly between its walls. The dungeon entrance marked on my map lay beneath the sinkhole. To receive the second day's ranking reward, I not only had to enter but complete the challenge before the 6 o'clock settlement. After the level up, my constitution returned to its new maximum, and my strength, agility, and spirit rose alongside it. I sorted the beast cores from the level 6 creatures inside my mental space and gave runestones priority on my current equipment, ensuring temporary spoils would not interfere with my judgment in the dungeon ahead. There were no obvious beast trails around the sinkhole, but the rock along its edge showed signs of long-term energy erosion. Thick fog blocked ordinary sight, and even my mental skin weakened rapidly as it extended downward. That meant the entrance itself might contain spatial rules rather than being reachable by simply climbing down the wall. I circled the sinkhole first, found the point where the map marker was most stable, and left my coordinates and entry time in the team channel. Qinji Shue was still on her own leveling route, and rushing here would cost too much time. I did not know whether this comprehensive dungeon even allowed multiple entrants, so I decided to trigger the entrance alone first. The 6 o'clock settlement was approaching, which made it even more important not to jump straight down. I checked the runestones in my blade, the constitution on my armor, my supplies, and the exit option. Only after confirming that nothing was missing from my mental space did I descend along the slope where the energy was strongest. Before entering, I set an expected latest return time on the system calendar. If time flowed differently inside the dungeon, I would discover it the next time I could receive communications. Wilderness comprehensive dungeons had no standard template. Even a 24-hour time limit could be confirmed only after triggering the entrance. I stood at the edge of the sinkhole and checked the map. The dungeon entrance lay at the bottom, beneath the dense fog. From the outside, the place looked more like the lair of some powerful mutant beast. Even an ordinary level 5 class holder with the coordinates might not dare descend. But my current constitution had already reached 3,800. A target below level 10 would have difficulty genuinely threatening my life. If I encountered a beast above level 10, I might not be able to kill it, but I would still have a chance to retreat. I did not take a detour to search for a gentle slope. I jumped straight from the edge. Cold wind roared past my ears, and the fog made the distance impossible to judge. I fell for a long time before my feet finally struck the ground. Boom. -1. Absolute defense capped the impact the instant I landed. I rose from the crater in the broken stone, completely unharmed aside from a little dust on my armor. The bottom of the sinkhole was a dim valley. Pale blue mist flowed close to the ground, while the distant hills were reduced to hazy outlines. I followed the map past several boulders and finally saw a thin curtain of light. Cloudvale Ravine Dungeon. Type: Comprehensive, Treasure Hunt plus Challenge. Entry requirement: possess the designated dungeon runestone. The runestone lit on its own and enveloped me. The scene changed rapidly. When I opened my eyes again, I stood in a canyon between two broken cliffs. Plants of every color covered the ground, and a rich fragrance filled the air. Completion Condition 1. Harvest at least 10 energy aspect substances. Completion Condition 2. Kill at least 5 treasure-guarding mutant beasts. Time limit: 24 hours. The instant my mental scan spread outward, 3 pure energy signatures appeared within 30 feet. Verdant Sprout, Recovery Attribute. Vermilion Fruit, Fire Element Strength Attribute. Rich Earth Flower, Constitution Attribute. All 3 mutated plants were rare resources, while the canyon extended beyond the end of my sight. The dungeon runestone was worth far more than I had first expected. After harvesting the 3 plants, my treasure hunt progress became 3 out of 10. I did not reserve every resource for sale. Instead, I tested the direct effects of 2 first. The verdant sprout withered in my palm, and a stream of clear energy entered my body. Recovery +5. The rich earth flower then dissolved into ochre energy. Constitution +50. The fact that they could permanently increase attributes directly proved that these resources were high quality. But vermilion fruit involved the fire element. My shield guard class had no elemental alignment. Absorbing it might influence the direction of the skill I awakened at level 10. I did not yet know whether the SSS rank skills granted by my hidden talent would be affected by those resources, nor had I decided which element to pursue in the future. For now, I stored the vermilion fruit in my mental space. Even if I did not use it, a rare fire element resource would sell for a high price. As I followed the canyon, I found a pale purple, heartlink herb. Recovery energy flowed through its translucent leaves more powerfully than in the verdant sprout, but it was mixed with a potent poison. An ordinary person would have had to remove the poison first. I swallowed it directly. Recovery +10. The poison once again failed to trigger persistent damage, further confirming my immunity to debuffs. When my treasure progress reached 4 out of 10, I discovered Wind Breath Orchid ahead, an agility resource aligned with the wind element. The instant I reached for its stem, an unnatural gust of cold wind swept from the fog. My mental scan detected a blurred mass of energy approaching at high speed. I did not retreat to observe. I swung along its path. -1. -55. We passed one another and opened the distance. The creature that appeared in the fog had no fixed shape. It twisted in the wind like a piece of torn cloth. Wind Wraith, LV 7. Ability: Wailing Gale. Category: Anomalous Beast. Possesses exceptionally powerful wind element control. This was one of the treasure guardians required by the dungeon. It was not protecting an ordinary plant, but the Wind Breath Orchid I had just discovered. During my descent, the sinkhole's fog continually weakened my mental scan. I used protruding ledges along the wall to break the fall into stages, confirming the distance below each time before continuing. Absolute defense could block collision damage, but it could not guarantee I would complete the dungeon on time if I became trapped in a crevice without an exit. I still had to preserve a route. The valley at the bottom was completely different from the outside. Flowers and grasses grew densely, while moisture and attribute energy flowed through the ravine. A tomb-shaped stele displayed 2 progress tracks, one for treasure hunting and one for challenges. Collect 10 rare resources and defeat 5 treasure guardians. Meeting the minimum conditions would allow settlement, while gathering more would improve the rating. The first group of plants included both universal resources that directly improved constitution, strength, and recovery, and specialized materials with elemental properties. I absorbed only the universal resources with clear uses, storing variants such as Windbreath Orchid intact in my mental space. My level 10 hidden skill might be influenced by attributes I had already absorbed. Choosing an elemental path now would be unwise. The Wind Wraith had no physical shell. The rotating currents around it were its body. My mental scan confirmed that its core was hidden in the center of the wind eye. I would have to pass through the continuous wind blades before I could truly strike it. The Wind Wraith released a piercing cry, and the air around it instantly condensed into dozens of wind blades. One attack from an ordinary level 7 mutant beast triggered 1 instance of damage. These wind blades struck repeatedly. -1, -1, -1. The dense notifications made me take attack frequency seriously for the first time. The Wind Wraith could not injure me heavily in one strike, but it could reduce my constitution over and over at extremely short intervals. That was precisely the tactic absolute defense still had to fear at my current level. It immediately activated Wailing Gale. Its form stretched into a long shadow within the wind, and transparent needles erupted from every direction, cutting through every plant in their path. A mental disturbance resembling sobbing was mixed into the wind and briefly slowed my movements. With my spirit at 480, the disturbance could not control me completely, but it proved that absolute defense did not automatically erase every mental effect. The Wind Wraith's spirit might be close to, or even higher than mine, allowing low-intensity debuffs a chance to take effect. I advanced through the wind blades and attacked during the brief pause each time it changed direction. -1, -55, -1, -55. The Wind Wraith had no clear structure of flesh and blood, and my mental scan could not find a fixed weak point. My agility had already reached 66, yet I still could not match its movement within the wind. I could win through an ordinary war of attrition, but its high-frequency attacks would remove a large amount of constitution. I activated the enchantment on my Featherlight boots. Fleet Step. Agility increased by 100% for 1 minute. Current agility, 132. At last, my body could keep up with my conscious judgment. I pushed off a rock wall, cut into the Wind Wraith's path before it could turn, and slashed repeatedly through its distorted core. -55, -55, -55, -55. It tried to drift away with the wind. After landing, I changed direction again and forced it to endure repeated attacks within the narrow canyon. Fleet Step lasted only 1 minute. I had to convert every second into effective damage. Half a minute later, the Wind Wraith could no longer maintain its form. It dispersed along with the final gust of cold air. Wind Wraith, LV, 7, killed. EXP plus 150. The battle awarded almost 40% more experience than an ordinary level 7 beast, and its drops were exceptionally rich as well. Obtained, Wind Wraith Beast Core, LV, 7. Obtained, Agility Runestone X2. Obtained, Tier 1 Crystal X1. Crystals were essential materials for advancing equipment, worth even more than some rare resources. They were normally produced only through dungeon settlements, yet I had obtained one directly from a treasure-guarding anomalous beast. It could advance Tier 1 equipment to Tier 2, although Tier 2 equipment could be worn only by a class holder at level 10. For now, I could only store it. I immediately fused the 2 agility runestones into my Featherlight boots. Featherlight boots, agility plus 18. I harvested the Windbreath Orchid and stored it in my mental space with the Tier 1 crystal. It might help me awaken a wind element skill at level 10, but I could not absorb it recklessly before understanding the rules of my hidden talent. The dungeon progress updated. Treasure hunt, 5 out of 10. Challenge, 1 out of 5. The minimum completion conditions meant I would encounter at least 4 more treasure-guarding beasts. But the canyon was nowhere near its end. The true number was probably higher. 6 o'clock was approaching, but I had no intention of leaving. After my breakthrough to 20%, my spirit could sustain extended combat, while the dungeon still offered a 24-hour time limit. Compared with rushing back to the city to claim a ranking reward, taking every resource from a one-time dungeon mattered more. I disabled outside interference notifications and continued deeper into the canyon. Wailing Gale was not one attack, but dozens of wind blades repeatedly cutting me over several seconds. Absolute Defense calculated each segment separately as 1 damage, so the short-term loss was far greater than against an ordinary level 7 beast. As I advanced through the blades, I continually watched my recovery to ensure my constitution was not falling beyond a controllable range. The Wind Wraith's core moved with the currents, making it difficult to lock onto with ordinary sight. Once my mental scan marked the region of densest energy, I used my long blade to split the outer wind wall and thrust into the center before it could reform. Only when the kill notification appeared did every surrounding wind blade vanish at once. After I harvested the Wind Breath Orchid intact, a crystal capable of advancing equipment beyond Tier 1 appeared in the rock crevice. Advancement materials were worth more than ordinary runestones and could not be replaced by accumulating large quantities of low-tier drops. I stored it separately from my elemental resources so it would not be used by mistake in later battles. The dungeon progress showed only 1 resource and 1 treasure guardian had been counted, which meant the rewards before me remained far short of a perfect rating. Even if I missed the time to return to the city, ranking rewards could be held for later. Any resource overlooked after a one-time dungeon closed would never appear again. I recorded the Wind Wraith's multi-hit damage in the team log and warned Qin Jishua. Absolute Defense could reduce each individual result, but high-frequency elemental skills could still accumulate losses. 1 damage per hit could not be misread as 1 damage for the entire battle. The deeper I traveled into the canyon, the thicker the fog became. I had to keep my mental scan active to distinguish ordinary plants, attribute resources, and concealed treasure guardians. I did not slow down simply because I had reached the minimum progress. A wilderness dungeon's completion rating was directly tied to thoroughness. 10 resources and 5 beasts guaranteed only a basic clear. The more I harvested and the more completely I fought, the higher the final settlement would be. At exactly 6 o'clock, the examination notification overlaid the dungeon interface. Second day results are now being calculated. Class holders who reached level 2 in Yunhai City, 762. Reached level 3, 15. Reached level 4, 6. Reached level 5, 2. I stopped beneath a rock wall, confirmed there were no beasts nearby, and opened the rankings. Rank 1. Chun Ming, LV, 5, C-Rank Shield Guard, Dawn Squad. Rank 2. Qin Jishua, LV, 5, SS Rank Sacred Radiance Angel, Dawn Squad. Rank 3. Lin Wei, LV, 4, A-Rank Contractor. I had reached level 5 before Qin Jishua, moving from 2nd to 1st. Song Chuan remained 6th, while Wang Yin and Wu Qingyang placed 4th and 5th. The moment the rankings appeared, the team channel lit up. Qin Jishua told me that Wang Yin and Wu Qingyang of Abyss Squad had just invited her to join them. They had also revealed that this year's examination included a new special team assessment, with only 2 team slots available throughout Jiangnan province. She sent only 1 sentence about her answer. I already have a team. Tell them to find someone else. That message filled in the assessment context I had been missing. The powerful mental scan from the border high-rise that morning had probably come from Alliance personnel responsible for the special assessment. 2 places meant the competition would not be limited to Yunhai City. Other cities would certainly concentrate their S-rank and even SS-rank newcomers into their strongest teams. Dawn Squad currently had only Qin Jishua and me. Sun Yang was suited to assassination, while Lin Wei had already fought beside Qin Jishua for 2 days, but neither the final lineup nor the assessment rules had been decided. I replied that we would discuss it in detail after I left the dungeon, then returned my attention to what lay ahead. Ranking rewards could be stored temporarily inside the dungeon. Outside chatter had no value at all. Every additional rare resource I found here might directly increase an attribute or improve the quality of a future skill. Another energy fluctuation appeared in the fog ahead. I approached under concealment and confirmed that it was not a plant, but a mutant beast guarding an opening in the cliff. I could not see how the outside world was reacting to a C-rank shield guard in first place. The one thing I knew was that the result had proven I had not relied on Qin Jishua to level. My record in Cloudvale Ravine would soon provide an even more direct answer. I cleared 6 energy points throughout the canyon, finding a total of 18 rare resources and killing 6 guardians. Not every guardian charged head-on like the wind wraith. Some disguised themselves as the rock wall, some hid beneath pools, and one pair of stone men required both cores to be destroyed within a very short interval. Otherwise, the first one to fall would regenerate. Those battles kept treasure hunting and challenges constantly intertwined. Whenever I obtained a resource, I first recorded its attribute, location, and guarding mechanism, then decided whether to absorb or store it. I used 10 without elemental alignment to improve my base attributes and save the remaining 8 until my skill path became clear. The second day rankings settled normally inside the dungeon. I had not left the city until 11 in the morning, yet the high experience from level 5, level 6, and level 7 targets had raised me to level 5, allowing me to surpass Qin Jishue and claim first place. The system neither concealed my score because I was inside a sealed dungeon nor added experience from teammates who had not participated. The ranking represented only today's efficiency. It did not mean the dungeon was safe. Mental fluctuations grew stronger the deeper I traveled into the canyon. I disabled every unfamiliar communication and retained only team and school channels, preventing notification sounds from disrupting a battle. The first place reward held by the system did not need to be claimed immediately. I did not open a long list of item choices within the dense fog, because the selection interface would obstruct my mental scan. I would wait until I found a defensible broken wall where I could rest, then process equipment, enchantments, and rare resources together. That would prevent a concealed guardian from ambushing me. The 18 resources in the dungeon were not gathered in one place. Every site required me to overcome terrain or a guarding mechanism. A perfect rating therefore represented comprehensive exploration, not merely the luck of finding more than 10 plants. That distinction would directly affect the quality of the settlement. Taking first place on the second day generated far more messages than my first day result. I closed most communications from strangers and left only school, team, and Sun Yang's channels enabled. Even then, he sent more than a dozen messages in only a few minutes. At first, he simply celebrated my passing Qin Jishua. Then his tone suddenly changed. People outside are saying you cheated. Wang Yin is leading the accusations. He says a C rank can't reach level 5 in 2 days. They think you had a high-level class holder weaken the beasts, then took the final hits yourself. The examination strictly prohibited candidates from receiving power-leveling assistance from non-participants. If someone was found guilty of cheating, they would not only be removed from the dungeon immediately, but could permanently lose eligibility for an alliance rating. If Wang Yan's accusation spread widely, it could certainly damage my reputation. But I did not return to the city to prove myself. The enormous examination dungeon completely recorded kill times, locations, experience ownership, and team status. If it could not detect such basic cheating, it could never serve as the official assessment for the entire Huaxiao Alliance. Anyone with genuine investigative authority needed only to retrieve the records, and the answer would be obvious. I told Sun Yang that, and asked him not to argue with anyone. Cloudvale Ravine's countdown continued. Abandoning the dungeon to respond to a group of unsupported accusations would be the most foolish possible decision. As I moved forward, I reviewed the day's route. I had left the city a little after 11, first killing the level 5 Gale Mantis, then 4 level 6 Silverback apes at once. I had taken experience from a fight between 2 level 6 beasts, reached level 4, then hunted multiple level 7 targets above my level before finally reaching level 5 at 4:42 p.m. Every point of experience came from a kill I made personally. I had not teamed with anyone. The only thing outsiders could not understand was how I had withstood those beasts' attacks. Absolute defense still could not be revealed. Detailed data could prove that my record was real without exposing the skill's mechanics. As long as the Alliance verified everything by the rules, the accusation would actually help prove my ability to fight above my level. Before long, an examination permission notice appeared on the public channel from the direction of the border. Alliance Inspector permissions confirmed, verifying examination records for class holder Chunmei. When I saw the message, I knew the authorities had intervened. The system neither suspended my eligibility nor required me to answer questions. That alone indicated there was nothing abnormal in the record. I tightened my grip on the long blade and approached the next energy fluctuation. The people outside would soon see that I had not exploited a loophole to reach level 5. Starting with the first spine roller, I had fought alone all the way into the mutant beast forest. The accusation Sun Yang forwarded focused on 2 points. Gaining 2 levels in half a day was inconsistent with the efficiency of an ordinary shield guard, and the rankings did not disclose my complete battle process. Based on that, some demanded my result be cancelled, while others suspected that Dawn Squad's high-rank member had power-leveled me. I did not argue with strangers through Sun Yang. I only asked him to save the public content. The examination wristband recorded every region entered, every instance of damage dealt, every kill, and every experience source. An official verification was more reliable than any self-defense. If the system data could not be trusted, a verbal explanation certainly would not change the outcome. During the verification, my ranking, experience, and dungeon eligibility were not frozen. That detail showed that the administrators were merely responding to a public report and had found no evidence of cheating. I continued hunting along my original route without slowing down or deliberately choosing more visible targets to put on a show. Absolute defense remained the core secret that had to be protected. Officials could publish kill times and target levels without any need to disclose my skills mechanics. I accepted verification, but I would not turn my personal ability into evidence the crowd could demand at will. The system automatically retrieved raw logs for a cheating review. It did not force me to leave the dungeon for a public interrogation. The record included every region entered, each instance of valid damage, final kill ownership, and the time experience was credited. That was sufficient to rule out power leveling, traded experience, or a teammate taking part in the finishing blow. I did not treat everyone questioning the result as an enemy. A C-rank shield guard gaining 2 levels in half a day truly defied common sense, and requesting an official explanation was reasonable. The line was crossed only when someone declared me guilty before the review and demanded that my private skills be exposed. Distinguishing between the two prevented me from revealing unnecessary information out of anger. Sun Yang's job was to forward official notices, not organize supporters on my behalf. Team members did not need to create another online shouting match. They only needed to make sure I did not miss a suspension, review, or summons. Once the system continued operating normally, I returned to the dungeon. The dungeon isolated me from the outside. I could not see the onlookers' expressions or hear their private discussions. The only things I could confirm were Sun Yang's messages, public videos, and the system's verification result. No other rumor deserved to affect the battle before me. A few minutes later, Sun Yang sent me a video recorded at the border. A gigantic screen hung over the camp, publicly displaying my route through the examination. At 9:31 on the first day, I killed a level 1 spine roller. At 9:59, I killed a level 2 spine roller. At 2:09 p.m., I reached level 2. I then left the safe zone and killed a level 3 crimson tusk boar, tricrest lizard, and level 4 twin-headed rattlesnake before reaching level 3 at 5:32 p.m. The second day's data was even more direct. 11:35, Gale Mantis, LV, 5, killed. EXP plus 71. 13:03, Silverback Ape X4, LV, 6, killed. Total EXP plus 358. 14:09, reached level 4. 16:42, reached level 5. 17:29, Wind Wraith, LV, 7, killed. EXP plus 150. Every experience entry was labeled as an individual kill, and the route extended from Breezewind Grove into the Tier 1 Mutant Beast Forest. The screen showed no battle footage and revealed no skills. It used only official data to prove that my leveling process was entirely legitimate. Sun Yang could barely hold back his laughter in the next voice message. Everyone screaming about cheating went quiet. Wang Yan's face turned bright red. They don't doubt the result anymore. Now they're guessing whether you have a hidden class or 2 classes. I closed the video without letting the change in public opinion distract me. The public record created a new risk. Everyone now knew I could kill level 7 beasts alone while at level 4 or 5. Future opponents would no longer treat me as an ordinary shield guard. Speculation about a hidden class would attract attention from guilds, schools, and the Alliance, and perhaps from people with malicious intentions. But my strength would be exposed sooner or later. Instead of pretending to be weak and losing examination resources, it was better to protect the most important mechanics of my skill while revealing only an undeniable combat record. I messaged Sun Yang to focus on leveling and stop paying attention to the outside argument. He answered almost immediately. Brother Chun, where are you anyway? Everyone outside is talking about you. I looked into the depths of the fog. Cloudvale Ravine's challenge progress was still only 1 out of 5, while the treasure hunt had only just passed half its minimum requirement. Inside a dungeon. I'm not coming back tonight. After sending the message, I placed my phone in my mental space. The outside world already knew I could kill above my level. What they did not know was that a one-time treasure dungeon was placing resources, equipment advancement materials, and enormous experience into my hands all at once. When I completed Cloudvale Ravine, the truly shocking result would be my dungeon rating, not my first place level on the second day. The data displayed at the border covered key events from both days without revealing absolute defense. The timeline clearly showed that I had reached level 3 before meeting Qin Jishue on the first day, and that on the second day, I had killed a level 5 Gale Mantis, level 6 Giant Apes, and a Titan Aram alone before entering an unknown dungeon. Officials also explained the team experience rule. A member who did not participate in combat received none of that personal examination score. The claim that an SS-ranked teammate had power-leveled me directly contradicted the system record. My accusers did not have to understand how I fought, but they could not rewrite the ownership of each attack and kill. When Sun Yang sent the video, people outside the frame were still asking what kind of skill I possessed. I replied only that I was inside a dungeon and would not return that night. My above-level combat record was enough to prove the ranking legitimate. Revealing more would merely allow future opponents to prepare high-frequency and mental attacks. The verification also confirmed that the Alliance was continuously observing high-ranking class holders. If special training slots or team selections appeared later, today's complete record would carry more weight than any school recommendation. The public display revealed only the minimum information relevant to the review. It did not broadcast my live position or disclose the comprehensive dungeon's coordinates. A one-time wilderness dungeon still belonged to its discoverer. If the location leaked, other teams could block the exit or compete for the remaining resources. After the official conclusion appeared, the rankings returned to normal and the report marker was removed. I archived both the video and the notice, using them as proof of legitimate performance and to recalculate my experience. My growth from level 3 to 5 matched every published kill precisely. No unexplained settlement had appeared. That controversy did not change the strength of Cloudvale Ravine's enemies, but it changed my future information strategy. From then on, I would disclose only results publicly. Skills, equipment, and resource details would remain internal, and every member of Dawn Squad would follow the same policy. Time continued to pass inside the dungeon. At a fork beside a broken wall, I shattered the final pair of treasure-guarding stone men and carefully dug the stone heart stamen from a crevice. Twin stone men, LV, 7, killed. EXP plus 125. Obtained. Twin stone men beast core, LV, 7. Obtained. Constitution runestone X1. After 5 consecutive hours of high-intensity combat, my constitution could still recover, but fatigue had become obvious in my arms and mind. I sat against the rock wall and checked the dungeon's completion first. Treasure hunt progress, 17 out of 10. Challenge progress, 5 out of 5. Of the 17 rare resources, 10 contained no elemental power. I had absorbed them directly and converted them into constitution, recovery, strength, or agility. The remaining resources were stored in my mental space, including fire element vermilion fruit, wind element wind breath orchid, wood element vitality fruit, and light element luminous wood core. Those resources could influence the direction of my level 10 skill or be sold for large amounts of gold. Until I determined my path, preserving my options was more valuable than immediately adding a small number of attribute points. I had met both minimum completion conditions, yet the dungeon had not settled. That meant a core objective remained at the end of the canyon. While I rested, the second day first place reward was officially delivered. 10 gold coins, 2 fine quality tier 1 items, each fitted with 15 attribute runestones, 2 equipment enchantment tomes, 2 rare resources. The highest tier on the first day had provided only 1 rare resource. On the second day, that increased to 2. I selected Mind Crystal first, but when I tried to choose the same resource again, the option turned gray. The examination rewards served the entire alliance, and the supply was not unlimited. The Mind Crystal was also the only mental resource on the list. The top newcomers in other cities had evidently emptied the available stock. I had to change my second selection to a non-elemental strength mineral. Absorbing it permanently increased my strength by 1. As for equipment, my ordinary long blade had reached its 10 runestone capacity. I needed to replace it with a fine quality weapon before I could continue increasing my damage. I chose Rock Breaker Blade, which carried an initial 15-point strength bonus. My other choice was Recovery Bracelet, which increased recovery by 75. I paired the Recovery Bracelet with the Rapid Healing enchantment. When constitution fell below 50%, recovery increased by 50% for 1 hour. Cooldown, 1 hour. It would improve my endurance if I truly encountered a high-frequency assault. While selecting an enchantment for Rockbreaker Blade, an ability marked with a red warning caught my attention. Bloodthirst, active enchantment. Increases strength by 50% and reduces defense by 50% for 1 hour. Cooldown, 1 hour. For an ordinary class holder, this traded life for damage. Having their defense made it easier for an enemy to inflict severe injuries, so they would dare use it only in desperation or for a final burst. But absolute defense. S calculation did not read conventional defense. If the enemy's attribute was below mine, their damage remained 0. If it was above mine, the damage remained 1. Even reducing my defense by 100% would not alter the final number. The system produced another risk confirmation. This enchantment contains an attribute penalty. Continue selection. I confirmed without hesitation. The side effect everyone else avoided did not exist for me. Bloodthirst's 50% strength bonus would directly compensate for my greatest offensive weakness. After 5 hours of continuous combat, I rested voluntarily for the first time. Braver with every battle had restored my constitution to nearly full, but my arms and consciousness remained tired. Absolute defense could change damage calculations. It could not replace sleep, concentration, or precision of movement. I reclassified the 18 resources I had gathered. 10 universal materials had already become base attributes. I retained every elemental vermilion fruit, wind breath orchid, vitality fruit, and luminous wood core. Challenge progress had reached 5, and the treasure hunt exceeded the minimum by 7 resources, yet a hidden core could still exist deeper in the canyon. The second day first place reward had improved over the previous day. 10 gold coins, 2 fine quality items with 15 runestones each, 2 enchantment tomes, and 2 rare resources. I selected Rockbreaker Blade and Recovery Bracelet and received another Mind Crystal. I could not choose a second crystal because the supply had been exhausted. Rapid Healing was installed on the Recovery Bracelet, increasing recovery by 50% below half health. Bloodthirst was installed on Rockbreaker Blade, trading defense for 50% more strength. Absolute Defense directly rewrote my defensive results, so the attribute penalty could not raise 1 damage to a larger amount. The side effect became free for me. I still did not treat Rapid Healing as unconditional insurance. It activated only while my constitution was below half. Its 1 hour duration and 1 hour cooldown nearly aligned, but the bonus could vanish as soon as I recovered above the threshold. My combat log had to record the trigger condition alongside the final recovery value. Both enchantments were installed in specific equipment slots and could not be casually swapped during combat. Rockbreaker Blade carried Bloodthirst for damage, while Recovery Bracelet provided low health endurance. That pairing would have to remain clear through later level-ups and equipment changes. After Bloodthirst fused with Rockbreaker Blade, blood-red lines spread from the tip all the way to the handle. No change in power appeared while it remained inactive. Only when the enchantment was triggered would both the bonus and penalty take effect. I did not waste its 1 hour cooldown on an empty test. I absorbed the new Mind Crystal first. The crystal turned to gray powder in less than a minute. Like the first, it did not directly add even 1 point of spirit. It merely made the energy within the awakening region a little denser. Most other rare resources increased in attribute after a single dose. 2 mind crystals had not even granted spirit +1. Mental resources were scarce and accumulated slowly. The ordinary rewards from 1 month of examinations would probably fall far short of the energy required for a full awakening. If I wanted my mental skill to reach a genuinely high rank, I had to find another source beyond mind crystals. Once my rest ended, I followed the narrow trail toward the deepest part of the canyon. The fog became so thick I could not see my own hand. Ordinary sight failed completely, and only my mental scan could identify the road and its energy. An abnormally powerful fluctuation suddenly appeared ahead. I followed the sensation up an unremarkable dirt slope. In my mental field, heat seemed to distort the air at its summit. The center of a pit had walls as smooth as glass, and a dense current surrounded a tiny flame. The flame itself was pallid white, with a blue tail streaming from its tip. It had no physical body, yet the energy inside it shared an origin with the mind crystals. Its purity and total quantity were at least 10 times higher. Rare mental resource. The moment I reached toward it, a brief palpitation pierced my consciousness. -1, mental damage. This was the first unmistakable mental attack I had ever received. My scan immediately locked onto the air, where a will-o'-the-wisp-like creature hid within the fog. Flame Spirit, LV8. Abilities: Flame Control, Mental Thrust. Category: Anomalous Beast. Born from fire and possesses powerful mental talent. Before level 10, ordinary mutant beasts usually had only one ability. The Flame Spirit commanded both fire and a mental skill. Its actual combat power clearly exceeded that of an ordinary level 8 target. It gave me no further time to observe. Several fireballs condensed within the fog, their tails drawing scorching paths. The Flame Spirit hid behind the flames and rapidly closed the distance. I drew Rockbreaker Blade from my mental space and advanced into the fire. -1. -1. The heat charred the surrounding plants, but could not leave a wound on my armor or skin. I ignored the outer flames and brought my blade down on the Flame Spirit's core. -60. The damage was lower than expected. Its flaming body possessed extremely high defense, while its two abilities pushed its threat close to that of a level 10 beast. Good. This was the kind of opponent worth using Bloodthirst against for the first time. The second mind crystal still filled only a small amount of awakening energy and did not directly increase spirit. That proved the resource threshold for a mental skill was far higher than for ordinary attribute growth. Daily ranking rewards alone would struggle to produce an ideal quality before I reached 21%. The deepest dirt slope had no visible guarding structure, yet my mental scan discovered heat distorting the air. The pallid flame floated within the current, and the mental energy in its blue tail was at least 10 times that of a mind crystal. As soon as I approached, an invisible mental thrust struck my consciousness. The Flame Spirit possessed both flame control and mental thrust, making it the first dual ability anomalous beast I had encountered. It had no ordinary flesh and blood. Its body of fire greatly reduced damage from my long blade. 60 damage did not match my current strength, proving I had to attack during the moment its core was exposed. I did not swing blindly simply because its fire dealt only 1 damage. Every time the Flame Spirit gathered a mental attack, the protective energy around its core weakened. Bloodthirst's first true test had to verify not only the strength bonus, but whether the defense penalty would affect absolute defense's final result. Azure Cinder Flow was different from an ordinary fire element Vermilion Fruit. A fruit's energy could be absorbed into strength or equipment, but the flame on the slope responded directly to my mental scan, meaning it would influence the direction of an awakening skill. I had retained the other elemental resources precisely to avoid mixing attributes before confirming a core material like this. The Flame Spirit guarding this place also showed that Guardian and Resource shared the same origin. Until Azure Cinder Flow was mine, I would not absorb any other elemental substance from my pack and interfere with my mental perception. The core fluctuation had to remain traceable. I tightened my grip on Rockbreaker Blade, and the blood-red lines across it lit at once. Bloodthirst activated. Strength increased by 50%. Defense reduced by 50%. An intense sensation of power spread from my arm throughout my body. Immediately afterward, blood energy representing the penalty coiled from the blade's handle onto my skin and tried to invade my defensive system. The blood energy circled my arm once and finally entered my body, but it neither changed absolute defense's calculation nor inflicted a negative status. The bonus took full effect. The rule rendered its cost meaningless. The Flame Spirit condensed another enormous fireball several yards wide, and the light turned the night fog crimson. At the same time, a pair of dim points appeared above its core. A mental attack locked onto me together with the flames. -1 fire damage. -1 mental damage. The fireball exploded, and scattered flames heated the rock wall red. I passed through the wall of fire and drove Bloodthirst-enhanced Rockbreaker Blade into its core again. -90. The damage was exactly 50% higher than before, perfectly matching the strength increase. The Flame Spirit visibly paused for a moment, then frantically released fireballs and mental disturbances. I did not infer thoughts from its reactions. I judged each attack only from the changes in energy. A strange vibration suddenly swept through my consciousness, blurring my sight. When an attacker's spirit approached mine, its control effect could still take hold briefly, but the powerful spirit granted by 20% potential let me break free quickly. I slashed the instant my mind cleared. -90. The Flame Spirit's fire turned dark as all of its spirit gathered into one spike. The attack ignored distance and entered between my eyebrows instantly. -1 mental damage. The spike removed only 1 point, but the Flame Spirit's energy weakened noticeably. My mental scan finally detected the structure of its core exposed after the skill. I followed through and struck that point. Minus 180, weak point broken. This was not a lucky critical hit. The mental thrust had consumed too much energy and temporarily lowered the core's defense. I seized the window immediately, endured the following fire and mental attacks, and slashed without pause. Minus 180. Minus 1. Minus 180. Minus 1, mental damage. The final slash split the core apart, and the Flame Spirit's body collapsed completely. Flame Spirit, LV. 8. Killed. EXP plus 200. Obtained. Flame Spirit Beast Core, LV. 8. Obtained. Strength Runestone X2. Obtained. Spirit Runestone X1. Obtained. Tier 1 Crystal X1. A second tier 1 crystal meant I could advance 2 important pieces of equipment to tier 2 after reaching level 10. The Spirit Runestone was even rarer. Very few mutant beasts possessed mental skills, and even killing one did not guarantee such a drop. The Flame Spirit's Beast Core could not be sold as an ordinary level 8 material either. It could serve as the heart of a piece of mental equipment. If I commissioned a guild to process it, its value would far exceed a direct sale. I fused the 2 Strength Runestones into Rockbreaker Blade. Rockbreaker Blade, Strength plus 17. The battle ended, but the flame at the center of the slope still burned quietly within the current. Azure Cinderflow, Mental Attribute Resource. At last, the dungeon's true core treasure was mine. When Bloodthirst activated, the panel increased my strength by exactly 50%. The reduced defense did not alter absolute defense's calculation. An enormous fireball and a mental thrust struck simultaneously and still dealt only 1 point each, proving that physical, elemental, and mental attacks were all settled independently. After using its costly mental thrust, the Flame Spirit briefly lost the protection around its core. My mental scan detected the energy void in advance. My first attack dealt 90 damage, while the weak point strikes that followed rose to 180. The window was short. I ignored the stream of notifications and followed the same trajectory to finish the pursuit. The kill dropped a level 8 core, 2 Strength Runestones, 1 Spirit Runestone, and a second tier, 1 Crystal. Spirit Runestones could enhance equipment such as the Dust Heart Ring, and the Flame Spirit Core was also suited to serve as the heart of mental forging. Both were worth far more than an ordinary Beast Core sale. Azure Cinderflow did not disperse when the Flame Spirit died. It was both a high-quality mental resource and Cloudvale Ravine's true treasure, hidden beyond the minimum completion conditions. If I had settled immediately after reaching 5 challenges, I would have missed it forever. The Flame Spirit's final mental thrust still dealt only 1 damage, but briefly blurred my sight. That showed absolute defense controlled the damage value without necessarily canceling the attack's sensory disturbance. Against a stronger mental class holder, I would still need Qin Jishua's purification and team warnings. Before Bloodthirst ended, I checked my defense panel. The penalty truly existed in the ordinary defense stat, but it did not rewrite absolute defense's constitution and spirit checks. The enchantment was close to a pure benefit for me, but no one else could copy that use. The fire slope remained extremely hot after the kill. I waited until the surrounding energy stabilized, then wrapped Azure Cinderflow in spirit rather than letting an ordinary container touch it and damage the material. My treasure hunt progress rose from 17 to 18 only after I harvested it intact, proving it counted as an official dungeon resource. Azure Cinderflow's blue tail radiated heat, but the pallid core itself was not hot. In my palm, it even felt faintly cool. The instant I removed it from the current, the dungeon scene began to change. Cloudvale Ravine cleared. Treasure hunt, 18 out of 10. Challenge, 6 out of 5. Time, 5 hours. Rating, perfect. Dungeon score, plus 20. 20 points was roughly equivalent to clearing an ordinary large dungeon 3 or 4 times. The province-wide dungeon rankings would open after the 7th day of the examination. This first clear had already given me an early advantage. Settlement rewards appeared immediately. EXP plus 500. 1 epic tier, 1 mental item. 500 experience filled the final gap and raised my level directly. Level increased to 6. The epic item was a Dust Heart Ring, which provided 100 spirit initially. Ordinary tier, 1 equipment could hold 10 runestones, fine quality equipment 20, and epic equipment 30. I fused the spirit runestone I had just obtained into the ring, increasing its bonus to 110. After I equipped it, my overall stats became Strength 80, Constitution 3, 500/4, 550. Recovery, 435. Agility, 79. Spirit, 820. Braver with every battle, LV, 9. Recovery bonus, 19%. Mental equipment was already rare on the ordinary market. Epic quality pieces were almost never publicly sold. The Dust Heart Ring alone made this dungeon worth far more than the cost of entry. I sat cross-legged and wrapped Azure Cinder Flow in my spirit. It was far more difficult to absorb than a mind crystal. The pallid flame floated before my forehead and gradually shrank as its energy continually entered my consciousness. After I absorbed it completely, my spirit increased by 10. More importantly, the awakening region no longer felt like it contained only a few drops of water. A distinct, perceptible shallow layer of energy had finally formed. That was when the change occurred. I raised my hand. A cluster of pallid flame ignited at my fingertip, trailing the familiar blue tail. Azure Flame, Armor Break. Attacks carry Azure Flame. Armor penetration increased by 20%. This was not a formally awakened mental skill, only a partial ability obtained in advance by absorbing a high-quality resource. According to rumor, only rare resources approaching treasure grade could allow a class holder to grasp the prototype of a skill before awakening. Azure Cinder Flow had clearly reached that level. 20% armor penetration meant even more to me than an equivalent damage bonus. The hardest part of fighting above my level was dealing with targets whose defense was too high. Azure Flame could directly narrow that gap. The mental skill I eventually awakened would probably develop around an even stronger armor-breaking effect. I swung Rockbreaker Blade, and Pallid Flame traced the edge through the air. From this moment on, I finally had more than ordinary attacks. The perfect rating came from 18 treasures, 6 guardians, and a 5-hour completion time, far above the basic standard of 10 treasures and 5 guardians. The 500 experience raised me to level 6, while the epic Dust Heart Ring provided 100 spirit and could hold 30 runestones. I immediately installed the spirit runestone I had just obtained, raising the bonus to 110. My new panel showed a maximum constitution of 4,550, recovery of 435, and spirit of 820. The improvement from equipment and resources had already exceeded the gain from level alone and provided a far greater margin for my next mental defense calculation. Absorbing Azure Cinder Flow took far longer than absorbing a mind crystal. As the flame shrank, the awakening region changed from a few drops of energy to a stable shallow layer. My spirit increased by 10, and I formed the prototype of Azure Flame Armor Break. In advance, my attacks now carried Azure Flame and gained 20% armor penetration. This was not a complete awakened skill, but it immediately solved the problem of excessive defense on targets above my level. Azure Flame did not backfire when it covered the edge of my blade, and its color was visibly different from ordinary fire. When using it in the future, I would have to limit who witnessed the effect so others could not infer the direction of my mental awakening. I did not fill all 30 runestone slots in the Dust Heart Ring at once. Its current 110 spirit came from the item's initial 100 and a single spirit runestone. Only after I later purchased enough runestones from a guild would its bonus rise to 300. The 20 dungeon points were recorded separately in my overall examination score. They did not directly become experience or gold. Experience, equipment, and score were settled independently. No single reward was counted twice. After Cloudvale Ravine disappeared, the canyon overflowing with flowers and plants returned to a brown valley. Small dungeons were special regions temporarily overlaid on reality. Once their first clear was completed, the scenery and resources returned to their original state. It was already after midnight. My phone had no signal in the wilderness and could display only the time. My mind remained fully alert, and I had planned to keep hunting until daybreak, but the entire valley suddenly fell silent. It was not the ordinary silence of night. The wind, insects, and even distant mutant beasts all vanished at the same time. Some force rapidly pushed away the fog covering the valley. Moonlight fell again, while a growing sphere of light rose in the center of the night sky, and finally hung high above like a second moon. A long wolf howl sounded from a distant peak. A blue-white giant wolf as large as a hill stood at the summit, its fur shedding points of light beneath the moon. In the next instant, it stepped into empty space and stood directly in the night sky. The ability to walk through the air implied a level of at least 40. A disaster-class beast like this should have lived deep in the forest, yet it had appeared in a valley near the outskirts. The anomaly was impossible to ignore. I suppressed my presence and prepared to leave its active range. At that moment, the giant wolf opened its jaws, and moonlight from across the sky flowed toward it like water. White currents rose through its fur, and the valley's temperature climbed rapidly. Heat waves rolled across the night sky and gradually became a vast sea of pallid flame, with the giant wolf at the center of the vortex. I recognized the fire at once. Azure flame. Several wisps of pallid fire fell from the sea. One drifted toward the dirt slope where I stood. It entered the smooth pit wall where the dungeon core had existed and rekindled a faint blue tail. It was not yet enough to constitute one resource, but it proved that Azure Cinderflow was not a one-time creation. As long as this place continued absorbing the moonlight drawn in by the giant wolf, the pit would eventually nurture the same resource again. A site capable of repeatedly producing high-quality mental resources was enough to start a war between countless guilds. But my eyes did not remain on the pit. Only a few wisps of azure flame fell to the ground. Most of the fire continued rotating around the giant wolf. The small cluster I had just absorbed had granted me spirit and 20% armor penetration. If I could take even a little more from the sea, the awakening energy for my mental skill would make a genuine leap. There was no possibility of winning a direct battle. Even if the giant wolf could deal only 1 damage per strike, my attacks might not break its defense, and I could never withstand a sustained, high-frequency area skill. My only viable approach was to conceal myself with concealment, draw close to the sea of fire while it focused on absorbing moonlight, take a portion, and retreat immediately. The risk was extraordinary, but the reward could not be replaced. I slowed my breathing, activated Shadow Guard armors, concealment, and moved through the shadows of the valley toward the peak. The anomaly began as nothing more than unusually bright moonlight. Then energy from the entire valley converged on the mountain, and a sea of pallid fire spread along the rock. A giant wolf far beyond the range of level 10 took form beneath the moon. The instant my mental scan touched the edge, overwhelming pressure repelled it. I could not even read the creature's complete level information. I did not treat it as a dungeon target. Cloudvale Ravine had already disappeared, and this creature belonged to the real mutant beast forest. There was no mandatory clear, no team protection, and no reason whatsoever to fight it head-on. What truly attracted me was the energy at the center of the sea of fire, which shared its origin with Azure Flame. The giant wolf was absorbing moonlight, and the great majority of its attention remained fixed on the summit. Shadow Guard armor's concealment could suppress my presence and footsteps, but could not make my body disappear. Entering its direct line of sight would still expose me. I moved through the leeward shadows, stopping after each stretch to confirm the direction of the Wolf King's head and ears while planning 3 retreat routes. My goal was not to steal the entire phenomenon, but to take enough to continue filling my mental awakening energy, then leave before it finished absorbing. After the lunar anomaly appeared, every nearby low-level beast either stopped moving or fled the valley. That was the direct reason the environment had suddenly gone silent. I could not confirm whether the Wolf King had deliberately driven them away, only that high-rank pressure had changed the behavior of every surrounding creature. Shadow Guard concealment would fail under high-speed movement, an active attack, or a powerful scan, so I could not run the entire way. Fleet Step was reserved for crossing battle fallout and making the final escape. During the approach, I used rock walls, wind direction, and the noise of explosions to conceal my steps. There was a strong chance the resource was wrapped in a high-rank barrier. Defense alone might not let me obtain it. I still chose to approach because Azure Cinderflow's compatibility with my mental awakening could not be replaced by gold. If I discovered there was no way to open it, I would retreat immediately instead of treating a high reward as a reason I had to gamble with my life. I had only just approached the giant wolf's territory when a metallic roar sounded overhead. A massive pitch-black mechanical bird broke through the clouds, its wings reflecting cold light. It circled the peak once before descending slowly through the gale. With my enhanced eyesight, I recognized 3 people on its back, the principals of Yunhai 1st, 3rd, and 5th high schools. I had never seen the middle-aged man standing in front. The mechanical bird was clearly under his control. If 3 principals traveled with him and remained behind him, his status could only be higher than theirs. The mental scan that had fallen on me from the border high-rise that morning probably belonged to him as well. With 2 forces above level 40 appearing in the valley at once, I briefly wondered whether this was the prelude to a beast tide. But the mechanical bird did not fly toward the city. It confronted the giant wolf directly from across the air. "Human, leave this territory." The giant wolf's voice rolled through the valley like thunder. "I have no interest in your lands." The mechanical bird answered in an icy voice. Azure Moon Wolf King, leader of the Azure Moon Pack from the northern abyss of a Tier 2 mutant beast forest. You crossed an enormous distance to appear on the outskirts of a human city. You must explain yourself. Their exchange confirmed the target's identity. This was no ordinary level 40 beast. It was a high-ranked beast king commanding an entire pack, and its true level was probably close to 50. The atmosphere between them rapidly tightened. Azure flame and moonlight rolled more violently across the night sky, and the three principals also noticed the highly condensed attribute energy within them. The principal of Fifth High raised a hand and drew in one wisp of azure flame. That act enraged the Wolf King completely. The giant wolf's body expanded rapidly beneath the moon, growing from the outline of a mountain into a colossal beast hundreds of yards tall. Countless blades of azure flame and moonlight formed and rained toward the mechanical bird like a storm. The three principals immediately spread out. The mechanical bird opened wings of dark gold as wind and lightning intertwined in the air, shredding the fire blades head-on. The aftershocks crossed several peaks, making even the valley floor tremble. This was not a battle I could enter. Even if each attack removed only 1 point, the area impact could trigger hundreds or thousands of times in succession. Besides, I had no way to inflict meaningful damage on the Wolf King. But their fight drew every eye away from the rear of the valley. I did not use my mental scan on any high-ranked target, which might have exposed me instantly. I relied only on my eyes and the flow of azure flame to judge where the Wolf King's resources were falling. The sea of fire and moonlight in the night sky intertwined into a river descending from above, flowing into another region hidden by the mountains. That was probably the true reason the Wolf King had stopped here. I went around the frontal battlefield, maintained concealment to its limit, and activated Fleet Step to cross gaps in the aftershocks as I moved along the valley's edge toward the resource landing point. Lightning and azure flame exploded constantly behind me. I did not look back at the outcome. I only hoped, silently, that both sides would keep fighting a little longer. Every minute they delayed was another chance for me to approach the real treasure. After the giant mechanical bird descended, the middle-aged man attacked the wolf with lightning, while the three principals helped seal the perimeter. Every shock wave from their battle far exceeded Tier 1 power, shattering entire sheets of rock. I could judge the strength of both sides only from their actions. I could not hear any exchange high in the sky, nor did I know why the giant wolf had appeared. The azure flame the Wolf King condensed beneath the moon shared its origin with the cinder flow I had absorbed, but was even purer. Its true attention always rested on the energy at the summit, not the humans. Whenever the middle-aged man's lightning approached the core region, the Wolf King immediately counterattacked. That gave me a basis for locating the resources. I observed the intersection of the two energies and discovered that the impact of battle had flung some moonlight and azure flame toward the side of the valley. After falling into a hollow, it became wrapped in a natural barrier. The frontal battlefield was inaccessible, but I might take the resources at the side while both forces were occupied. Concealment could only reduce my chance of being discovered. It could not erase high-rank mental scans. I suppressed my perception to the minimum, never looked directly at the Wolf King, and did not cross the range of the lightning. I advanced only through the brief openings after each explosion. The combatants at the front either did not notice my path or did not stop me. I could not interpret that as permission. Every judgment I made rested only on sight, aftershocks, and actual distance. If either side turned toward the valley flank, my plan to take the resources would end immediately. The azure flame and moonlight finally landed in a region covered by chaotic currents. Invisible energy sealed the area like an overturned bowl, with vortices continually crossing its surface. It did not attack proactively. It existed solely to isolate and defend, which made it especially difficult for me. Absolute defense could let me force my way through a damaging region, but it could not give my blade enough power to break a high-rank barrier. As I searched for a weak point, a streak of light suddenly descended nearby from the night sky. The newcomer had white hair and a pair of white wings spread behind him. He was an angel class holder at a level far above mine. The moment he landed, his spirit swept across me and immediately saw through my level 6 shield guard class. "You've got nerve, young man. You even dare touch a resource like this." He pointed behind him. "Get out of here. This isn't something you can take part in." I did not resist his scan. I stepped back several paces and watched him work on the barrier. The old man raised a hand to control the energy, and every vortex across the barrier's surface reversed one by one. There was no explosion or violent fluctuation. The defensive layer quickly dimmed and vanished. I finally understood. Like me, He had come to take resources while the battle at the front occupied everyone's attention. Behind the barrier lay a hollow. Two clearly separated liquids flowed through a small pool at the bottom. On one side, pallid flames surged. On the other, moonlight moved slowly like a silver stream. A phantom giant wolf also guarded the hollow. It matched the Azure Moon Wolf King's form, but its presence felt more like an automatic guard created by a skill. The instant the phantom appeared, the old man released a soundproof barrier to keep the disturbance from reaching the frontal battlefield. He tried to approach, and the wolf's claw immediately launched several moon blades wrapped in azure flame. Rather than block them, the old man left the hollow in an instant. It was not that he could not destroy the phantom. He could not use enough force to alert the original. But if he did not fight back at all, enduring a continuous Wolf King skill would make entering and leaving safely difficult. That limitation did not exist for me. I looked at the silver liquid. He kept watching. You need the moonlight resource. The old man turned, evidently surprised I had not left. Let's work together. I'll enter the pool. The azure flame is mine, and the moonlight is yours. All you have to do is maintain the barrier and keep the original from noticing. He examined me for a moment, as if trying to determine what made a level 6 shield guard say such a thing. Do you know how powerful one strike from that phantom is? I do. That's why I need you to conceal the disturbance. The explosions in the distance were already growing sparse. The frontal battle could end at any moment. My pressure seemed to annoy the old man, and in the end he simply stepped aside. Go on then. This old man would like to see how you plan to take it. I confirmed that his soundproof barrier remained active and walked straight into the hollow. The instant my foot crossed the boundary, the Wolf King phantom vanished. In the next moment, an enormous claw descended from above in a sky full of azure flame. The hollow's barrier was beyond Rockbreaker Blade's limit. I had tried Azure Flame Armor Break, but the edge could produce only ripples across the surface. This was not a damaging boundary. Absolute defense could not let me take its damage and pass through. The white-haired old man who landed nearby possessed angel wings and spatial techniques. He had targeted the same two resources behind the barrier: Azure Flame Melt and Moonlight Crystal Water. We agreed on terms inside the soundproof boundary. He would remove the outer barrier and conceal the disturbance while I endured the Wolf King's guarding phantom. We would each receive one resource. I chose Azure Flame, and he would take the Moonlight. I did not guess his identity from his appearance. I confirmed only 3 things. He could open the barrier, he did not immediately seize both resources, and he was willing to state the trade clearly face to face. In return, he needed someone who could withstand the Wolf King's phantom. Even after opening the outer barrier, he could not approach the energy pool without that. There was little time. The thunder at the front was weakening, and the Wolf King could turn at any moment. After the old man removed the final isolation layer, I entered the hollow first and drew the entire guarding phantom toward myself, keeping both the resource pool and the old man outside the range of its first strike. We had no written contract, but the immediate exchange was clear. He opened the unbreakable outer layer first. I endured the attacks of the guardian inside. After success, we divided the resources as agreed. If either party tried to take both resources early, the other could stop cooperating. Those synchronized conditions were more reliable than a verbal promise alone. The old man's soundproof barrier could prevent the sounds of battle from returning to the mountain, but it could not hide the resource fluctuations forever. We had to finish before the Wolf King's frontal battle ended. There was no time for repeated negotiation. I confirmed only resource ownership and escape assistance. I did not ask about his identity or future use. The wolf's claw filled my vision, and the surrounding space itself seemed to warp beneath its power. I did not dodge. Neither its speed nor its range would have allowed me to. The giant claw struck my shoulder head-on, while the outer barrier completely contained the blast. -1. My body was not driven into the ground. After inflicting 1 damage, the azure flame and shock wave lost every follow-up effect. I continued toward the pool. The Wolf King Phantom possessed no consciousness. It attacked intruders according to a fixed rule. Giant claws, moon blades, and azure flame fell one after another, each with enough force to gravely wound an ordinary high-level class holder. -1, -1, -1. The attack frequency was far higher than that of an ordinary mutant beast, but still not enough to outpace more than 4,000 constitution and the recovery from braver with every battle. The real concern was not allowing a giant claw to pin me. I continually adjusted my footing through my mental scan so the attack struck but never became restraints. The white-haired old man outside the barrier had lost his initial contempt. He did not interfere. He continued sealing the battle's fluctuations and fulfilled his side of our agreement. I reached the pool through the repeated attacks. Azure Flame Melt, Fire Element, and Mental Attributes. Moonlight Crystal Water, Light Element, and Mental Attributes. Azure Cinder Flow had been no more than a flame. Here, the Azure Flame had condensed into liquid. I could not estimate how many accumulated resources were needed to produce one drop of melt, much less express the value of an entire bottle in gold. I drew 2 containers and prepared to gather the liquids separately when I found an unremarkable little sphere at the boundary between them. True Azure Flame Core, unable to analyze. My mental scan could not even read its category completely, proving its level far exceeded my current ability. The old man stood outside the hollow, focused mainly on the Wolf King Phantom and Moonlight Crystal Water. I wrapped the sphere in spirit and stored it in my mental space before collecting the 2 liquids separately. There was less resource in the pool than it appeared. Once bottled, each amounted to only 1 ordinary container. I did not delay to scrape up remnants. I immediately returned along the same route. The Wolf King Phantom continued attacking. I held Azure Flame Melt in one hand and Moonlight Crystal Water in the other as I walked back through giant claws and fire rain to the outside of the barrier. The final moon blade grazed my armor and left only a faint streak of ash. The old man stared at me for a long time. He had personally confirmed one fact: the Phantom had not stopped attacking. Every killing move had simply failed to inflict meaningful damage. I did not explain my skill. I handed him the Moonlight Crystal Water. As agreed. Yours. Keeping a resource of equal rank to Azure Flame Melt would certainly have been valuable. But the 2 energies followed conflicting paths, and I had already constructed a mental skill prototype with Azure Flame. More importantly, without the old man removing the barrier and concealing the disturbance, I could never have reached the pool. The deal had to be honored. A deadlock in which neither of us could quietly take the resources had been resolved before the frontal battle ended because our abilities complemented one another. The first claw from the Wolf King Phantom covered the entire hollow and compressed Azure Flame into a curtain of fire. The damage remained only 1. The real problem was that the Phantom had no physical body, and Rockbreaker Blade could not prevent the next attack. I could only force my way through the claws toward the pool. The Phantom pounced repeatedly, but the soundproof and concealing barrier kept the disturbance from escaping. The old man stood at the boundary, maintaining it without attacking on my behalf. That matched the division of labor in our deal and assured me that, at least before receiving his resource, he would not change his mind. The 2 energies lay at the bottom of the pool. Azure Flame Melt resembled concentrated white magma, while Moonlight Crystal Water was transparent silver. I collected the Azure Flame in a container first, then detected a smaller and more stable true Azure Flame core in my mental scan and stored it alongside the liquid. The core had not been among the 2 visible resources we agreed to divide, and I did not reveal it on the spot. The guarding Phantom gradually dispersed as the resources left. I handed the Moonlight Crystal Water to the old man in full and did not use absolute defense to compete for more. The gap in our strength remained. Honoring the agreement was both the cost of the trade and a prerequisite for making him willing to take me out of this high-rank battlefield. Every hit from the Wolf King Phantom dealt only 1 damage, but the fire's aftershock scorched a gray streak along the hem of my clothing. When the old man saw me emerge from the continuous attacks, he checked the hollow first, then scanned my health. I could infer surprise only from his pauses and repeated confirmation. I could not invent the thoughts he did not speak. The true Azure Flame core remained isolated after entering my mental space. It did not actively burn my body like the melt. No system description had appeared. I classified it as an unidentified core rather than deciding in advance that it was the Wolf King's most important treasure. Before leaving the hollow, I scanned the bottom of the pool again and confirmed that the primary Moonlight and Azure Flame energies had both been emptied. I would not delay our escape for unknown fragments. The thunder at the front had stopped. Continuing to search would only increase the chance of discovery. The resources were secured. Withdrawal took priority over a few more remnants. The white-haired old man accepted the Moonlight Crystal Water but continued glancing at the Azure Flame Melt in my hand. I could not know whether he would change his mind. He had already proven that he could easily remove a high-rank barrier. If he tried to take the resource, I might not fear injury, but I lacked the speed and strength to protect the bottle. The safest solution was to make it impossible to steal immediately. I pulled the stopper and drank every drop of Azure Flame Melt. Liquid condensed from fire passed down my throat. My organs instantly felt as though they had been placed inside a furnace. The heat could not burn through my body, but it began triggering continuous damage. -1. -1. The old man stared in shock. That's a resource, not water. A normal person refines it bit by bit with their spirit. Drinking it in one gulp is no different from swallowing magma. I suppressed the heat rolling through me and burped a puff of fire. There wasn't much. Dividing it into several doses would be annoying. He could of course see the real reason. In the end, he offered only one assessment. You're a ruthless kid. The shock waves from the distant battle were fading. The old man delayed no longer. He seized my shoulder, formed a shield of white radiance, and spread both wings completely. We became a streak of light and shot out of the valley. Not long after we left, a wolf howl that almost shattered the night sky sounded behind us. A terrifying mental fluctuation pressed from the distance. The roar held nothing but fury. Who was it? I did not need to look back to know the Azure Moon Wolf King had discovered the emptied pool. The old man accelerated again and flew above the forest toward Yunhai City. Azure flame melt continued spreading through my body along the way. Every current of energy was far greater than Azure Cinder Flow. Drinking it directly had allowed the absorption speed to escape my control. Without absolute defense, the heat and impact of energy might truly have destroyed my organs. Now they could remove only one constitution at a time, but that did not mean I could ignore them. Before the continuous damage accumulated, I had to guide all of the melt into my mental awakening region. My mental space also concealed the true Azure Flame core that could not be analyzed. It might be worth more than the entire pool of melt and was even more likely to draw the Wolf King's pursuit. Until I understood its use, I would tell no one about it. The old man landed only after carrying me to the outskirts near the city. Dawn was already coloring the horizon. He looked at the red light showing beneath my skin and asked again, "Can you truly withstand it?" "For now, thank you for bringing me back, Senior." As I spoke, a visible stream of hot air left my mouth. The old man's expression showed clear disbelief, but he did not force me to stay. He only urged me to refine it as quickly as possible. We separated there. At the time, I did not know who would use the moonlight crystal water or what it would become. I knew only that I had to control the increasingly violent azure flame inside me before reaching home. Azure flame melt could not be held completely by an ordinary container. The bottle wall had only begun to soften when I made the most direct choice. Swallow the resource. Use absolute defense to endure the continuous burning, then gradually guide the energy into my mental space. The heat after ingestion was not a single instance of damage. Each current of melt passing through flesh triggered a new burning notification, producing a dense stream of one-point hits. Braver with every battle could restore the loss, but I could not interrupt my mental guidance. If the energy escaped uncontrolled, I would not only waste the resource but expose it to the Wolf King, whose battle had just ended. After seeing me swallow the melt directly, the old man checked my life state first and then spread his wings to take me out of the valley. He did not explain his origins or ask about absolute defense. I likewise did not ask about the use of moonlight crystal water. I only memorized the route and characteristics of the resource during the flight. Near the city, concealment could no longer hide the glow beneath my skin. The melt remained unabsorbed, and both my skin temperature and breath were rising. I had to avoid lingering among crowds and could not re-enter the mutant beast forest, where combat would disrupt refinement. The old man offered to seal the melt with external power first. I refused not from bravado, but because any seal could alter the attribute of a mental resource. Only after confirming that my health remained stable and that recovery could offset the continuing damage did he carry me away. If my panel showed the rate of loss accelerating, I would have asked for treatment immediately rather than insisting on refining it alone. During the flight, I recorded the difference between my constitution loss and recovery each minute. The balance remained positive. The true pressure came from mental concentration and the heat inside my organs. That record became the basis for deciding that I could continue absorbing Azure Flame Melt. It was nearly 7 in the morning, and beginners preparing for their third day of training had begun passing through the suburbs. The direction I was walking from outside the city already drew attention. With my skin glowing like red-hot metal, almost everyone looked twice. Some were astonished that I had spent the entire night in the mutant beast forest. Others interpreted it as the level of effort required to reach first place. Compared with the ridicule of the first 2 days, noticeably more people greeted me. The instant my phone regained a signal, messages flooded in. Sun Yang's latest still read, "Everyone outside is talking about you." Another friend request came from Qin Jishua with only one note. Team. The team system and private friendship were not the same. We had been able to use the team channel but had not established ordinary communication. I accepted the request and told her I needed to handle something first, so our dungeon team-up would have to wait. She quickly answered, okay, without asking further. A familiar shout came from nearby. Sun Yang ran all the way over. The moment he reached me, he stared at my bright red arm. Brother Chun, why are you overheating? He touched it curiously and immediately jerked his hand back from the heat. Did you mutate in the wilderness? Or did you eat a fire beast? A small problem with the way I'm absorbing a resource. 1 point damage still appeared periodically inside my body. Braver with every battle could cover the loss for now. I did not explain the Azure Moon Wolf King in detail. I only asked about his level. Sun Yang remained level 2 and planned to reach level 3 that day. For someone with a B-rank class from an ordinary family without expensive resources, that speed was enough to remain safely within Yunhai City's top 100. He knew I had grinded alone for the first 2 days and had never demanded that I power level him. That made me more willing to bring him into the formal team. I opened the team page and sent him an invitation. Dawn Squad Captain Chen Ming has invited you to join. Accept? Sun Yang froze when he read the notification. I'm going back to refine the resource. Once I'm finished, I'll take you into a dungeon to level. After level 5, large dungeons did not divide personal experience and rewards between teammates. Teammates affected only clear speed and the final rating. Sun Yang's stealth and burst damage would add to the team's offense, and he was worth developing. He accepted without hesitation, then grabbed my shoulder and shouted, Brother Chun, from this day on, you're my godfather. The moment his hand touched the edge of my armor, the heat wave forced him to withdraw again. I had no time to keep joking with him. Azure Flame melt continued surging inside me, and my skin temperature kept rising. Leading the team, claiming rewards, and the third day's rankings would all have to wait. My greatest priority was turning a force that could burn through an ordinary class holder into part of my own mental foundation. When Sun Yang recognized me at the border, he first confirmed that my life was not in danger before asking why my entire body looked red hot. I told him only that I was absorbing a high-quality resource and had to return to the city immediately. I did not leave details about the Wolf King, the old man, or the true core in a public area. He had originally planned to continue leveling alone. After 2 days of ranking changes, many more people had invited him to join teams, but all required him to surrender materials or take on high-risk scouting. By comparison, we had shared real information with one another since the Class Awakening Hall and clearly understood each other's class limits. Dawn Squad then had only Qin Jishue and me as formal members, leaving 3 of its 5 slots open. I invited Sun Yang face-to-face and explained that joining did not mean receiving every resource for free. Scouting, traps, and loot distribution would follow contribution and team rules. He was not accepting a promise to be carried. He was accepting a long-term team position. His exaggerated title was merely excitement, and I did not let the joke delay me. Once the roster updated, I immediately contacted Qin Jishue to confirm the new member before processing my equipment and mental materials. Existing members should be informed of any team change. A captain should not unilaterally force someone into the group. The change in attitude around the border came from public results. On the first day, people had treated angelic protection as proof Qin Jishue had carried me. On the second, official logs proved I had fought above my level alone, and doubt rapidly became greetings and tentative approaches. Neither reaction deserved to determine my judgment of ability. I discussed the team only with people who had genuinely shared risk with me. Sun Yang's B-rank class did not prevent him from growing. His level lagged temporarily because he had followed an ordinary beginner's route for the first 2 days, not because his class was incapable of scouting. Only after joining and receiving shared coordinates and tactical information could he be fairly tested for a long-term position. After he accepted, the system shared only basic team information. It did not automatically reveal my hidden skills. I would still decide when to disclose the details of absolute defense and annihilation. Trust within a team did not eliminate the need for appropriate information levels. The team panel updated after Sun Yang accepted the invitation. Chen Ming, Captain, C-rank Shield Guard. Qin Jishue, SS rank Sacred Radiance Angel. Sun Yang, B-rank Shadowblade. He stared at the first 2 names and could not resist asking when Qin Jishue and I had become so close. Online rumors had already progressed from forming a team to confirmed relationship, and even he had started joking about it. I explained very clearly, we're teammates and partners. Don't call her anything weird. At that exact moment, Qin Jishue and Lin Wei approached from the city gate. Sun Yang chose then to shout, here comes sister-in-law. He saw the look I gave him and immediately invented an excuse to run away. Qin Jishue had clearly heard him, but she did not continue the pointless topic in front of the crowd. She first looked at my bright red skin. Is your body all right? I swallowed a fire-aligned mental resource. I'll be fine after I refine it at home. Her brow furrowed slightly. Swallowing a rare resource directly violated every conventional absorption method, and the energy would probably destroy an ordinary class holder. I did not reveal my skill in public. I only let her confirm that my constitution continued to recover with no signs of losing control. Then she turned to the team. The limit is 5 people, correct? We have 2 open slots. She asked to bring Lin Wei in. The A-rank contractor was a bond-type support class. It could focus on empowering only one contracted target, but the bonus was far stronger than an ordinary group support. Lin Wei had worked with Qin Jixue for the past 2 days and had even outleveled the 3 S-rank newcomers, already proving both the value of her class and their coordination. I sent her an invitation. Lin Wei has joined Dawn's squad. The team now had a shield guard, Sacred Radiance Angel, Shadowblade, and Contractor, leaving only one position open. Qin Jixue also told me she possessed a special dungeon runestone and wanted to challenge it with the team as soon as possible. Cloudvale Ravine had already proven how profitable wilderness dungeons could be, so I had no intention of missing it. But the melt continued to deal damage inside my body, making immediate departure impossible. I'll refine this resource first. It shouldn't take too long. All right, I'll wait for you. After entering the city, I first visited a guild to process my spoils. The level 7 Wind Wraith core was worth 2 gold coins. Because the level 8 Flame Spirit core contained mental energy, it alone was worth 6. Combined with my other beast cores, the total came to 10 gold coins. Now that I owned the epic Dust Heart ring, I no longer needed to commission mental equipment, so I sold the Flame Spirit core as well. I then had my ordinary long blade smelted down, recovered its 10 strength runestones, and transferred all of them to Rock Breaker Blade, bringing the new weapon to its 20-point strength limit. Spirit runestones cost roughly 5 times more than ordinary attribute runestones. I used the gold from the beast cores to purchase 19 and installed them with the one I already owned in the Dust Heart ring. Rock Breaker Blade, strength plus 20. Dust Heart ring, spirit plus 300. The 10 gold coins were almost completely gone when I finished, but my spirit had finally passed 1,000. Level 6. Strength 83. Constitution 3, 500/4, 550. Recovery 435. Agility 79. Spirit 1,020. I purchased nothing else and returned home immediately, sealing the room. The refinement of Azure Flame melt officially began. Qin Jixue did not object to Sun Yang joining. She also introduced me to Lin Wei, the A-rank contractor traveling with her. Lin Wei could establish team contracts, amplify existing buffs, and stabilize mental links, precisely filling our lack of supportive control. After a clear discussion of responsibilities, Lin Wei became our 4th member. While the melt remained controllable, I asked the guild to appraise my spoils again. The Wind Wraith core sold for 2 gold, the Flame Spirit core for 6, and the rest brought the total to 10. I retained both tier 1 crystals. I then spent the gold on 19 spirit runestones, filling every slot in the Dust Heart ring. After the equipment update, its spirit bonus rose from 110 to 300. Combined with my level 6 growth and resources, my current panel showed strength 83, maximum constitution 4,550, recovery 435, agility 79, and spirit 1,020. That number was not the melt's final benefit. It was only my starting point before refinement, allowing me to distinguish each later increase in energy accurately. Once home, I silenced communications, closed the doors and windows, and stored every unnecessary item in my mental space so the continuous absorption would not be interrupted. Before Lin Wei joined, we also defined the boundaries of her contract. She could sense a teammate's condition, amplify existing buffs, and stabilize mental connections, but she would not read thoughts or control actions without permission. Her contract was established through mutual consent, not an enslavement ability that forced obedience. The 5th slot remained open. There was no need to recruit someone at random merely to fill the roster. The current 4 members already covered the essential roles of frontline defense, damage, healing, scouting, and support. A 5th member would need to bring clear mechanical value. Our 4 levels were not identical, so I separated class rank and current level into different columns in my tactical record. Sun Yang's B-rank class and lower level were 2 separate facts. Lin Wei's A-rank support class could not be judged by a damage ranking either. The Azure Flame melt inside my body was like fire compressed into a sealed furnace, continually expanding in heat and attribute energy. Red skin was only the visible symptom. The true danger came from the repeated burning and energetic impacts endured by my organs. Absolute defense locked each instance of damage at one, while braver with every battle restored the loss. That qualified me to absorb a top-tier resource in the most brutal way possible, but it did not mean refinement would complete itself. I closed my eyes and submerged my consciousness in my mental space. My stored equipment and elemental resources floated within the void. The most striking item was the true Azure Flame core I had quietly taken from the Wolf King's pool. My scan still displayed only question marks, but Cinder Flow, Melt, and True Core clearly represented different levels of concentration within the same power. The True Core remained inactive. I first drew on the Melt inside my body and guided its violent energy into the mental awakening region little by little. The heat in reality fell with it. Deep in my consciousness, the shallow pool of mental foundation rose rapidly. When I finished the first stage of absorption, a notification appeared immediately. Spirit plus 50. Only a small portion of Melt equaled 5 Spirit Runestones. More importantly, my awakening accumulation had risen from a shallow surface to roughly 1/10 full. That proved the entire bottle could alter the skill's quality. I continued refining. Spirit plus 50. Awakening accumulation, 22%. Each time a cycle of energy entered my mental space, the heat across my body weakened slightly. An ordinary person needed a long time to control absorption, so the resource did not destroy their body first. I could ignore the damage and raise the speed to the limit of my mental capacity. As the accumulation rose, my mental space became more stable. The energy outlines of the Dust Heart Ring, Beast Cores, and remaining mutated plants came into clear focus, while my scanning range expanded further. I completely lost my awareness of time outside. I repeated only guidance, compression, and absorption. Spirit plus 50. Spirit plus 40. Spirit plus 50. The attribute benefits of Azure Flame Melt had already far surpassed the gains from leveling, yet the added spirit was only a side effect. The true objective was pushing my only awakening opportunity between 20 and 21% to its limit. When the accumulation passed halfway, the true Azure Flame core inside my mental space began to resonate faintly. It was not consumed directly. Instead, it behaved like a stable center, helping the scattered Melt gather in the same direction. I did not know whether that resonance would affect the final skill. I could confirm only that it caused no harm and had not left my mental space. The refinement continued. My third day of leveling, the outside rankings, and the special selection all receded from my mind. If this resource could push the awakening to 100%, losing one day of leveling would not cost me merely a few hundred experience. It would purchase a highest quality skill that might accompany me for life. Refinement did not mean swallowing all the Melt into my consciousness at once. Every small portion had to be wrapped in spirit first, then allowed to flow along the prototype of my existing skill. A direct impact would burn both body and mind. Absolute defense limited both types of damage to one separately, but it could not put the energy in its proper place for me. The increases on my panel provided a clear scale. Azure Flame Melt granted 490 spirit in total, far beyond 2 mind crystals, and expanded the awakening region from shallow standing water to nearly full. The later the stage, the less each unit of energy added, proving that a high-quality awakening required not only quantity, but a stable attribute structure. The true Azure Flame core in my mental space was never consumed. It behaved like an anchor, making loose flames orbit a single center. Its origin and limit remained unknown. I did not count the resonance directly toward the awakening quality. I only recorded that it clearly reduced energy loss. Third day ranking and selection messages continually appeared. I silenced them all. Interrupting midway could allow the Melt to surge through my body again. Continuing the refinement was the safer option. Each completed stage of the Melt increased my spirit by increments of 10 or 1. Notifications grew more frequent near the end, so I stopped reading them individually. I remembered only 3 key numbers: my starting value of 1020, the cumulative increase of 490, and the final progress. As long as the remaining gap continued to shrink, I would not stop halfway. In the final stage, almost no Azure Flame Melt remained. The resource had raised my spirit by 490 in total, while my awakening progress reached 90%. The remaining energy grew thinner. Each portion increased my spirit by only 1, yet it continued slowly filling the final gap. Spirit plus 1, progress, 91%. Spirit plus 1, progress, 92%. I did not awaken early, nor did I use ordinary meditation to push my potential forward. Only when the last trace of melt had been absorbed did the progress finally close completely. Mental resource absorption has reached the current stage limit. Awaken a mental skill now. This time, I confirmed. Translucent azure flame emerged from my mouth, nose, and pores, covering my body without burning the bed or room. It existed between matter and mind, an external manifestation of awakening power. SSS rank mental skill successfully awakened. Mental annihilation. Level LV0. Type passive attack ascension. Effect permanently transforms every form of attack into an annihilation attack and grants 3 effects: enchantment, armor break, and attack stacking. The first effect was annihilation enchantment. Any attack that landed would deal additional mental damage equal to 1% of my current spirit. That meant an ordinary swing of my blade would simultaneously inflict both physical and mental damage, making it especially lethal against targets skilled at defending only one. After my equipment and melt bonuses, my spirit had already exceeded 1500. Even with the skill newly awakened, its added mental damage was meaningful. It would rise alongside my spirit as I continued to grow. The second effect was annihilation armor break. The first hit against any target applied 100% armor penetration, and the mark remained permanently active. In the past, I had to find a weak point to deal double damage. Now the first attack created that weakness itself. Whether an enemy relied on a shell, equipment, or natural defenses, every later attack would pierce it directly. The third effect was the most outrageous. Annihilation attack stacking. Each time you damage any target, your attack damage increases by 100%. Maximum, 10,000%. Buff duration, 1 hour. Each landed hit added another amount equal to my base damage, up to 100 times that base. I did not need to keep striking the same target. As long as I dealt damage within 1 hour, the bonus would continue accumulating. Armor break would further amplify effective damage, while bloodthirst could increase my base strength. The 3 effects could stack, but their percentages could not simply be added together. The true result would still depend on the target's attributes, mental resistance, and skill calculations. Even so, this combination had completely repaired my offensive weakness. In the past, I could only use my defense to grind an enemy down. Now, the number of times they attacked me would change nothing, while every one of my counterattacks would be stronger than the last. Mental annihilation had transformed the most ordinary attack into a killing move that continually upgraded itself. Each point of the final 10% progress corresponded to a slow increase in spirit. When the progress reached 100, I did not choose a flame-type name in advance. The system completed the awakening itself, proving that the skill's structure had been determined jointly by the absorbed resources, my class, and my own mind. Annihilation enchantment caused every damaging hit to carry additional mental damage equal to 1% of spirit. Annihilation armor break applied 100% armor penetration on the first hit, and the mark remained permanently. Annihilation attack stacking increased attack damage by 100% each time I dealt damage, with a level 0 maximum of 10,000% and a duration of 1 hour. The 3 effects complemented one another but could not be collapsed into a single number. Enchantment remained subject to the target's mental defenses. Armor break applied only to armor. Attack stacking increased the base result of later attacks. The first hit against a new target created the mark and added 1 stack. Only the second and later attacks produced the true burst. The skill also carried risks. Stacking required a real hit. Swinging at empty air added nothing. Going too long without dealing damage cleared the buff. Once my power grew high enough, an area attack might damage dungeon resources or teammates alongside the enemy. I would have to test it on training machines and low-level beasts before using it in team combat. Permanent meant the armor break mark did not automatically disappear when the target changed armor, revived, or enough time passed. It did not mean the skill could track an enemy that had left a dungeon. Any reach beyond the description still required practical testing. The level 0 attack stacking cap increased damage by 10,000%, roughly 101 times the base, not 10,000 times. Each hit added 100 percentage points. It did not multiply the previous attack by 2. The actual sequence should rise steadily, such as 300, 600, 900, rather than doubling each time. I stood and moved my stiff body, then punched into the empty air. As the force of the blow exploded, azure flame burst along its path. It was not merely a visual effect, but an annihilation attack formed jointly from physical force and mental enchantment. After several tests, There was no real target in the room for attack stacking, so the skills bonus would not activate from nothing. I could confirm only that the form of my attacks had changed. Actual damage required a real fight. Bloodthirst increased strength, while annihilation attack stacking increased damage dealt. They settled at different layers and could theoretically operate together. If I accumulated 100 stacks under 100% armor penetration, the final burst would far exceed an ordinary skill of my level. When I checked the time, I discovered that the refinement had not taken a few hours, but an entire day. Dawn of the fourth day had arrived, while my panel still held the third day's level ranking reward. I had not killed a single beast on the third day, yet because I had reached level 6 in advance on the second, I remained first in Yunhai City. The reward included 10 gold coins, 2 fine quality items, 2 enchantment tomes, and 3 rare resources. I already had equipment for all 5 attributes, so I reserved the new fine quality items for sale. I chose non-elemental strength, constitution, and agility resources to build a balanced foundation for my level 10 class skill. My mental awakening was complete, and ordinary mind crystals would contribute too little toward the next 40% stage. Only high-rank resources appearing on later dungeon or final rankings would be worth selecting. When I reached the border at 8:30, most people who would normally have left to level remained at the camp. Several all-metal platforms had risen overnight, and people were continually fighting mechanical constructs upon them. Sun Yang called to me from the crowd. He said the Alliance inspector had publicly begun the special assessment, and the inspector had personally manufactured the testing platforms. An inspector traveled between cities, monitored safety, and deterred high-level mutant beasts. The title immediately reminded me of the man controlling the mechanical raven above the valley and confirmed that the scan from the high-rise had belonged to him. The selection began with tests of specialized individual abilities: attack, defense, elemental mastery, speed and reaction, and support enhancement. Each person could choose 2. A team coordination test would follow. Yunhai City could select only 1 team, which would then compete with teams from other Jiangnan province cities for the final 2 slots. The atmosphere around the platforms was therefore far more tense than during the ordinary examination. The level rankings affected only rewards and ratings. This selection was clearly connected to a much more important alliance program. Just as I prepared to check the test rankings, Sun Yang suddenly lowered his voice. "Brother Chun, maybe you should kick me out of the team." When I arrived at the border, the selection rules had already been published through school and alliance notices. I did not need to rely on any private meeting I had missed. Jiangnan province would ultimately offer only 2 team slots. Yunhai City first had to select 1 representative, then compete against 24 other cities. Individual testing was registered by specialty, and each person could choose no more than 2. The defense zone used adjustable machines. The attack zone recorded 10 consecutive outputs. The elemental, speed, and support categories had independent standards. These tests served only as screening and would not directly determine the final team. The later coordination exercise was what truly mattered. I first studied the current rankings. With his S-rank Battle Soul Vanguard, Song Chuan held first place in Yunhai City's defense test. Wang Yin and the other Abyss squad members had also completed some categories. Dawn squad had been absent throughout the 3rd morning, so everyone assumed we had voluntarily abandoned the competition. Annihilation had awakened, and the melt injuries had stabilized. I chose defense and attack, which would let me test the limits of absolute defense and the mechanics of attack stacking separately. Before I could register, Sun Yang proposed leaving the team. The notice did not explain the program's final purpose. It confirmed only that this was a special alliance project. Speculation about secret realm access or military placement had no evidence. The only certainty was that every school considered it an opportunity far beyond the ordinary examination rankings. The platforms allowed public viewing but concealed personal skill names. Others could see damage, elements, and scores without automatically receiving the complete description of absolute defense or annihilation. That information gap allowed me to participate without surrendering every hidden card. I also suppressed the visible glow of my epic equipment to its minimum and allowed the test system to read only the actual attributes. A public score was enough. There was no need to display the origin of each resource or my runestone configuration at the same time. Why? Sun Yang was not joking. He understood the scope of the special assessment. Yunhai City would select only 1 team, which then had to face the strongest teams from 24 cities across Jiangnan province. Other cities would probably concentrate every S-rank newcomer they possessed, yet only 2 final slots existed. When we enter ordinary dungeons, I don't feel ashamed of gaining experience with you. But this time, Our real futures are at stake. I'm only B rank. If I insist on staying in Dawn Squad, I'll drag you down. Instead of thinking only of himself because he could team with two ranking leaders, he volunteered to surrender the place. That judgment was worth more than his class rank. I patted his shoulder. You don't need to leave. Don't forget, I'm still only C rank on paper. Bringing in a B rank member at least strengthens the team's class ratings. After the joke, I gave him the direct reason. The team needed Qin Jishue's comprehensive abilities, Lin Wei's contract amplification, and Sun Yang's stealth and burst damage. Besides, I had awakened mental annihilation. The team no longer depended on an S-rank warrior to supply my damage. What he needed to do was not leave, but raise his level quickly and become familiar with dungeon coordination. Only then did Sun Yang nod. He had already completed the attack and speed tests that day, placing within Yunhai City's top 100 in both. The ranking board behind the platforms showed Qin Jishua temporarily in first place for attack with 998 points, while Wang Yin placed second with 706. Sun Yang scored 226 in attack, ranking 96th, and 334 in speed and reaction, ranking 75th. His overall average of 280 placed him 85th for the moment. Several heavy impacts sounded from the defense platform. An all-metal rhinoceros was charging Song Chuan. He crossed both arms, and a blood-red shield formed before him. After the horn struck it, he slid several steps backward and finally steadied himself at the edge of the platform. Defense test rank 1. Song Chuan, S-rank Battle Soul Vanguard, 720 points. Praise erupted around the platform. Although Song Chuan had remained 6th in level for 3 consecutive days, the offensive and defensive foundations of the S-rank Battle Soul Vanguard still far surpassed those of an ordinary beginner. His score also provided a direct reference. The test did not simply read the status panel. It scored actual performance against mechanical attacks. I observed the mechanical rhinoceros's speed, number of impacts, and the platform's rules. I had already chosen my categories. The first was defense. As long as the test attacks followed normal damage calculations, no matter how much strength they gained, they could not remove my constitution. The second was attack. Mental annihilation had only just awakened. I needed a mechanical target that would not truly die and could withstand repeated hits, allowing me to verify armor break and attack stacking. Sun Yang followed my gaze to the platform. Brother Chun, which one are you testing first? Defense. I walked toward registration. Song Chuan had just taken first place in Yunhai City, and everyone below the platform was watching him. No one knew that a shield guard whose entire class centered on defense, yet had been judged only C rank, was preparing to step onto the same platform. Sun Yang's proposal to leave was not an emotional outburst. He understood that a B-rank shadow assassin held no rating advantage against province-level teams composed entirely of S-ranks, and he did not want to occupy the only slot through friendship. I did not replace judgment with a slogan about brothers always staying together. I reevaluated the team's actual roles. The selection required a complete squad, not 4 people with the highest letters. Sun Yang could sneak, scout, and mark routes, and he had already adapted to my combat rhythm. Replacing him at the last moment with a high-rank stranger would increase risks in communication and resource distribution. The team currently had only 4 members. Even if we later found the ideal 5th, there was no need to sacrifice his position. I told him plainly, test results would determine the slots. If he truly failed to perform his role in the team exercise, we would adjust the roster based on data. Leaving before the test began would merely allow outside prejudice about class ranks to make the decision for him. Once Sun Yang accepted that, he stopped arguing. I did not demand that he prove his value immediately. I first wanted to complete my own 2 categories. Only after displaying Dawn Squad's true upper limit would we be qualified to discuss its final composition. Dawn Squad's current class ratings were C, SS, B, and A. On paper, that looked inferior to a merged team containing 3 S ranks and Qin Jishua. But a team exercise would necessarily involve scouting, protection, and executing rules. Only a straightforward clash would allow class letters to decide almost everything. I chose to let the test provide the answer instead of assuming one. If the final data proved Sun Yang could not fulfill a province-level mission, I would discuss substitutes and training with him. I would not suddenly kick him out under public pressure. Preserving that principle was also the foundation that allowed team members to report mistakes and risks honestly to their captain. Before registering, I saw Qin Jishua step down from the elemental testing platform. Elemental Mastery Rank 1. Qin Jishua, Light Element, 900 points. She now held first place in both attack and elemental mastery. People in the crowd were saying that the three principals wanted to merge Dawn Squad and Abyss Squad, concentrating the strongest classes into one team for the selection. I did not treat a rumor as a decision. I had created the team. Who joined and who left could be chosen only by the members themselves. No arrangement made by school officials could fight in our place. Qin Jishua approached me. Busy man. Did you solve the resource problem? It's handled. I won't keep you waiting again today. She had not yet used her special dungeon runestone. We agreed to depart after I finished both tests. I stepped onto the defense platform. The sound of my footsteps on the metal stairs gradually quieted the area. Many people had remained at the border specifically to see how I grinded high-level beasts alone. The testing device was nearly 33 feet tall, with dark light flowing across its surface. A mechanical announcement sounded. Defense test begins. Endure 10 attacks at each stage. The metal structure opened, and a 3-foot mechanical beetle dropped onto the platform. Mechanical beetle, LV2. I rolled my shoulders and neck, but drew no shield and took no defensive stance. Blocking would not change absolute defense, as result. It might instead make the test include blocked damage from my equipment and fail to display my own ability accurately. People below quickly asked whether I was there to play around. Others guessed that I looked down on a level 2 machine. None of their voices affected the test. The beetle spread its metal wings and drove the spike on its head straight at my chest. Clang. The spike struck the outside of Shadow Guard armor without piercing even the area around a button. -0. Its constitution and strength checks were far below mine. 10 attacks or 1,000 would make no difference. Can you speed this up? I'm in a hurry. The mechanical beetle seemed to receive the instruction, and the frequency of its wing beats abruptly increased. The spike struck my chest, shoulders, and back in rapid succession. 9 metallic impacts rang quickly across the platform. -0. -0. -0. I did not move from beginning to end. When the final attack ended, my constitution remained full, and my armor carried only faint marks that its self-cleaning effect could erase. The testing apparatus recalled the beetle, and the doubtful voices below had noticeably diminished. A level gap could explain very low damage, but it was difficult to explain how 10 consecutive attacks caused no retreat, no resource consumption, and no skill fluctuation. The system did not give a final score. Instead, it raised the difficulty directly. Level 2 stage cleared. Adaptive testing activated. Next stage, LV6. A mechanical target at my own level would appear next. The true defense test was only now beginning. The first stage of the defense test used only a level 2 mechanical hound. It charged and bit from the front before executing a programmed chain of attacks. I used no shield or blocking stance, and every instance of physical damage displayed 0. The crowd saw the machine hit again and again without finding any change on my health bar. The testing staff initially suspected a sensor malfunction. After recalibration, they ordered the mechanical hound to attack again. The result was identical. The system therefore activated its adaptive rules. Instead of increasing one level at a time along the preset path for an ordinary C-rank shield guard, it jumped directly toward a target capable of dealing effective damage. Qin Jishua's elemental and attack categories recorded skill power. My defense category was more complex. Its score simultaneously calculated damage endured, stability, displacement, and health loss. Absolute defense pushed the first 2 near the maximum. The only likely deduction would come from an impact knocking me out of the arena. The level 6 mechanical rhinoceros had forced Song Chuan to rely on his shield and center of gravity merely to resist it. Even without equipment and Qin Jishua's buffs, my constitution had plenty of room in its check. This stage would verify whether a level gap could bypass the skill directly instead of comparing the letters of our class ranks. The registrar required me to confirm that I would use no external healing. So Qin Jishua remained below the platform and did not activate angelic protection. My defense score came from my persistent attributes and skills. Keeping teammate buffs out of my personal baseline would provide a clear reference for later team values. The sensors also recorded whether I actively dodged. Avoiding every attack through speed would produce a survival score, not an endurance limit. I remained still in the center, so every stage produced valid contact, eliminating any claim that the mechanical target had failed to hit me. Before the test began, I disabled Bloodthirst and every teammate buff, leaving only my persistent equipment. That made the score reproducible and established a baseline for comparison after future equipment upgrades. The mechanical platform reconfigured itself, and a rhinoceros nearly 10 feet tall stepped into the arena. It was the same level 6 target Song Chuan had resisted. Its four metal hooves threw sparks across the platform, and its silver horn lowered as it charged. Song Chuan had needed to condense his blood-red shield and adjust his center of gravity. After several impacts, he had been driven close to the edge. I remained where I stood. The mechanical rhinoceros crossed most of the platform and struck me with the full force of its charge. Boom. -0. Its attack failed to move me. With nowhere for the momentum to go, the rhinoceros lost its balance and toppled sideways. The impact of its metal body against the platform caused a stronger vibration than the blow that had struck me. The crowd below was briefly silent before suppressed cries of surprise emerged. Some began guessing there was an invisible barrier in front of me. Others noticed that no attribute energy had fluctuated from beginning to end. The mechanical rhinoceros rose and made 9 more charges. I did not underestimate it. My mental scan continually confirmed the nature of every attack. If the test suddenly introduced control, continuous damage, or a special rule, simply standing still might still cost me my movement. But this stage contained only pure physical impacts. -0. After 10 attacks, my condition had not changed. Level 6 stage cleared. The apparatus did not proceed conventionally to level 8. It underwent another major reconstruction. Next stage, LV10. That surpassed the level of every newcomer taking the test. Some people below thought the equipment had been temporarily overpowered. Others said the system was searching for my true limit. I looked forward to the result. Level 6 attacks still produced 0. The test had to cross my constitution threshold before it could display the 1 damage ceiling. If a level 10 mechanical creature had an attribute higher than mine, it would be perfect for testing recovery and extreme impact. Components across the platform extended and locked together until they formed a mechanical giant ape nearly 20 feet tall. The platform shuddered when it landed. A steel hammer as tall as the ape itself was placed heavily beside it. Mechanical giant ape, LV-10. The ape lifted the steel hammer, and the wind from its swing reached the crowd below. It did not probe me. Its legs exploded with power, launching it into the air. Gripping the hammer in both hands, it brought the weapon down toward my head. The strike covered too wide an area to make dodging meaningful. I raised one hand, not to change the damage, but because I did not want the hammer's face to land directly on my head. The steel hammer filled my vision, and the level 10 stage's first attack crashed down. The level 6 mechanical rhinoceros charged 3 consecutive times, its horn striking my chest on every attempt. The damage shifted from 0 to 1, proving its strength had finally exceeded my current constitution, but still could not increase the result. I planted both feet into the platform and moved backward only half a step, causing the adaptive system to raise the difficulty again. The level 10 mechanical giant ape's hammer produced an area impact. Even if the hammer face did not make direct contact, the surrounding force formed separate instances of multi-hit damage. I raised my hand only to redirect the force and prevent my entire body from being driven into the platform. When the first hammer fell, 1-point notifications appeared in my palm, arm, and shoulder separately. The giant ape continued to strike. The protective layer across the platform cracked again and again, while my health loss remained within the recovery of braver with every battle. The test program raised power and frequency, but still could not make any individual result exceed 1. The platform possessed no higher level tier, 1 mechanical target, so the system could settle only at the available limit. Absolute defense did not publicly prove I was invincible. It showed only that under the level 10 physical intensity provided by this test, no attack crossed the 1 damage mechanism. The mechanical rhinoceros concentrated power in its horn. The giant ape used a steel hammer to produce a broad shock wave. Together, the 2 attacks tested both direct contact and impact separately. My health bar displayed only 0 and 1, while the arena suffered genuine damage. The staff could no longer explain the result as failed sensors. As the giant ape continually raised its output, I still had to adjust the angle of my feet. Absolute defense did not mean momentum ceased to exist. If I was pushed completely beyond the boundary, I would fail even without losing health. I directed the force downward, deepening the cracks in the platform while keeping my position inside the center line. The scoring screen paused because the system was searching for a higher stage, not because I knew what the staff discussed backstage. In the end, the public interface displayed only testing limit reached and capped my result at 9,999. Every explanation came from the public screen. After the test, braver with every battle had restored my actual health. I did not retain a shield value, equal to 9,999. That number existed only on the ranking board, and could not be used in later combat calculations. The enormous impact shook the entire border camp. The blast of force knocked low-level class holders near the platform backward. The steel hammer finally stopped against my raised palm. -1. The attributes of the level 10 mechanical giant ape had finally crossed the threshold, but max level, absolute defense still locked the damage at 1. The momentum and vibration behind the strike could no longer pass normally through my body, and my arm did not bend. Immediately afterward, braver with every battle, completed 1 instance of recovery. +1. My constitution returned to full. The giant ape continually exerted force with both arms, but the steel hammer could not move any lower. Everyone beneath the platform could see that I had released no shield and reflected nothing through equipment. I had stopped a hammerhead larger than my body with 1 hand. It was not that my strength could support the entire impact. Once the damage rules settled the strike at 1, its follow-up effects could no longer activate normally. The mechanical giant ape did not make the remaining 9 attacks. The system had collected enough data and immediately dismantled it back into the testing apparatus. Defense test complete. Rank 1. Chun Ming, C-Rank Shield Guard, 9,999 points. Rank 2. Song Chuan, S-Rank Battle Soul Vanguard, 720 points. 9,999 was not my true limit. It was the highest result this beginner test could record. Even if the machine continued producing higher-level targets, a single strike would only change from 0 to 1, totaling 10 points over 10 attacks. The crowd's response finally changed from disbelief to speculation about the mechanism. Some called me a hidden class holder. Others thought my armor granted temporary invincibility. No one could identify a max-level SSS rank skill from the test alone, and I had no intention of explaining. After leaving the defense platform, I walked directly toward the attack test. That choice was even more unexpected than the defense result. A shield guard would normally pair defense with recovery, using 2 survival statistics to increase their average. But I needed to verify the newly awakened mental, annihilation, and the selection system needed to know I could do more than stand there and take hits. I stepped onto the attack platform and drew Rockbreaker Blade from my mental space. Azure flames spread from my arm across the weapon, and the translucent fire trailed blue from its edge. Annihilation attack activated. People below quickly recognized a mental fluctuation but could not determine the skill's quality. The test rules required 10 consecutive maximum power attacks against a metal barrier, with the highest result counted. I did not activate Bloodthirst. I used only my current base strength and swung the first slash. The edge landed. An azure flame exploded across the metal surface. Attack score, 300. The first hit completed the armor break mark and added the first stack of attack amplification. The true change would begin with the second slash. The level 10 giant ape's final hammer still dealt only 1 damage, but the defense screen displayed 9,999 because the result exceeded its measurement range. That number was only the test's cap. It did not mean my constitution or actual defense attribute equaled 9,999. The attack test used another metal target that automatically repaired itself and required 10 consecutive hits. It was in no danger of dying, making it ideal for verifying annihilation attack stacking. Before the first hit, I confirmed that my empty swings in the room had left no stacks. The skill began from 0. When the testing blade I used before acquiring Shadowbearer touched the metal, Azure Flame attached first, and Annihilation Armor Break simultaneously completed the permanent mark. The system awarded 300 points, consistent with the base output of a level 6 shield guard after equipment and spirit enhancements. Starting with the second hit, the target's armor had already been fully penetrated, and attack stacking continued at 100% per hit. If the mechanics matched the description, 10 results should form a steady ascending sequence rather than random critical hits. Qin Jishue did not buff me on the attack platform, and I did not activate Bloodthirst. I deliberately used consistent force so the base motion of every slash remained as close to identical as possible, preventing differences in muscle exertion from interfering with the skill sequence. The Azure Flame enchantment served only its fixed armor-breaking purpose. I did not seek an extra weak point bonus. The first score of 300 established a clean baseline. If the second slash did not reach 600, attack stacking's description contained a hidden calculation. If the later sequence broke, I would need to inspect the 1-hour duration, target repair, or whether the machine cleared statuses. 10 consecutive attacks formed an experiment in mechanics, not merely a ranking performance. The chatter below changed from casual to silent. I did not invent anyone's thoughts from their expressions. The verifiable facts were that the screen's number rose with every hit, the staff never reset the target, and the armor break mark remained on the same mechanical body. Before the 10th strike, the metal target's automatic repair function continued operating normally, preventing structural damage from creating false increases. Only a stable ascending sequence would confirm annihilation attack stacking rather than the target simply falling apart. 300 points was only the level of an ordinary B-rank combat class. Many people below visibly relaxed, deciding Azure Flame was merely a visual effect and a shield guard's attack was still limited. I did not pause. I delivered the second slash. 600 points. The first stack of annihilation attack stacking doubled the damage dealt, while the armor break mark remained on the barrier. The third slash landed immediately afterward. 900 points. The crowd finally realized the change was not a coincidence. I had neither charged up nor changed techniques. Every slash increased steadily by 300 points. The fourth scored 1,200. The fifth scored 1,500. The sixth scored 1,800, nearly twice Qin Jishue's previous record. Azure Flame grew stronger with the number of attack stacks, while the cuts across the metal barrier deepened. I deliberately kept the same motion and force so the test reflected the skill's amplification rather than a change in how I attacked. The 7th, 8th, and 9th slashes reached 2,100, 2,400, and 2,700 points. My final slash fell, and flames spread through the metal seams opened by the earlier attacks. 3,000 points. Test complete. 10 results. 300, 600, 900, 1,200, 1,500, 1,800, 2,100, 2,400, 2,700, 3,000. Attack rank 1. Chen Ming, 3,000 points. Attack rank 2. Qin Jishue, 998 points. After averaging my defense and attack categories, the system recorded my overall score as 6,500. Qin Jishue ranked second with 949. 10 slashes stacked the damage only tenfold, nowhere near the 10,000% cap. I did not keep attacking on the platform. There was no guarantee the beginner equipment could withstand 100 stacks, and the selection required only a sufficient display of ability. Revealing every hidden card was unnecessary. The practical test also proved Bloodthirst and attack stacking could be used together in the future. Bloodthirst would first raise my base strength, then Annihilation would amplify the damage by number of hits. Armor Break ensured the target's defense could not neutralize the later growth. I recalled Rockbreaker Blade and extinguished Azure Flame with a thought. My control of the skill remained stable, and the mental enchantment did not harm surrounding targets by accident. As I stepped down, Sun Yang nearly ran straight into me. Brother Chun, now I understand why you wouldn't let me leave the team. Even if I wanted to hold you back, I'd have to keep up first. I told him not to stare only at the testing numbers. A real dungeon contained rules, control effects, terrain, and fights against multiple targets, not one stationary metal wall. Attack stacking required time to build, while high-frequency attacks could still outpace my recovery. Those problems had to be solved through teamwork. Qin Jishue and Lin Wei had approached as well. For the first time, all 4 members stood together at the border, and the special dungeon runestone could finally be activated. The second slash scored 600, the third 900, and every later strike added 300. The system did not calculate armor break repeatedly or add an extra weak point multiplier for attacking the same location. On the 10th strike, the single hit score reached 3,000. The test settled my combined 10-hit attack rating at 6,500, above every newcomer present. That overall score was not the simple sum of 10 damage results. The system evaluated base power, growth, stability, and skill potential, so it could not be used to reverse calculate actual damage directly. The test also confirmed that Annihilation attack stacking was controllable. As long as the interval between damaging hits remained under 1 hour, the stacks persisted. Changing targets did not clear them. The permanent armor break mark from the first strike applied only to that specific target. In a real dungeon, I could build stacks on low-threat enemies first and carry the higher multiplier into a boss battle. I explained those limits to all 3 teammates. Sun Yang would provide a chain of targets, Lin Wei would monitor statuses and contract range, and Qin Jishue would supply all attribute buffs and emergency healing. The high score proved the ability existed. Complete coordination would determine whether we could convert it reliably into clear speed. I stopped voluntarily after the 10th slash and did not deliver an 11th merely to put on a show. The test requirement was complete. Additional stacks would only expose details of the cap. The crowd knew the amplification pattern for 10 hits, but did not know the level 0 skill could ultimately reach 10,000%. First place in both defense and attack qualified me for the preliminary selection. It did not automatically secure a team slot for Dawn Squad. Elemental, support, speed, and team rules would still affect the total assessment. That was why I told Sun Yang not to treat 6,500 points as final victory. I synchronized the 10-hit data with Qin Jixue and Lin Wei and required future buff tests to use the 300-point baseline. Only after establishing an unbuffed reference could we determine how much angelic protection and the contract contributed, rather than attributing all total damage to annihilation. Lin Wei arrived a little late and missed the complete test. She looked up at the 6,500 score on the board and repeatedly confirmed that the 9,999 defense result was not a display error. Qin Jixue simply nodded to her, confirming that the score was real. She herself remained among the very best in both attack and elemental categories, but showed no displeasure at the ranking change. I opened the team panel. Captain, Chun Ming, C-rank Shield Guard. Qin Jixue, SS rank Sacred Radiance Angel. Lin Wei, A-rank Contractor. Sun Yang, B-rank Shadowblade. On paper, Sun Yang might even be viewed as a weakness in the province-level selection. But this team did not need 5 identical high-rank classes. Concealed Reconnaissance, Contract Amplification, Sacred Radiance Support, and Frontline Damage Absorption each had a role. The only thing we truly lacked was practical coordination. Qin Jixue handed me a palm-sized runestone. Fusion Dungeon Runestone. She explained that when several wilderness dungeons formed in the same region, they sometimes influenced one another and created a fusion dungeon. Its difficulty far exceeded an ordinary Tier 1 dungeon. Teams normally waited until level 10 before entering, while the rewards rose as multiple sets of dungeon rules overlapped. She had originally planned to wait until we reached level 10. Only after seeing my defense and attack tests did she decide to attempt it early. I did not equate high scores with guaranteed victory. Cloudvale Ravine had already produced an anomalous beast with 2 skills. A fusion dungeon was even more likely to contain special mechanics. Only Qin Jixue and I had reached level 6, while Sun Yang and Lin Wei were lower. Any control effect or force separation could become dangerous, but the dungeon runestone would not remain stable forever. The sooner we achieved the first clear, the sooner its resources could become an advantage in later growth. My defense and attack stacking were also well suited to bearing the central pressure in a high-difficulty environment. I accepted the runestone and checked its description and coordinates. The map marker appeared deep inside the mutant beast forest, surprisingly close to Cloudvale Ravine and the valley where the Azure Moon Wolf King had appeared, though not within the valley itself. An ordinary wilderness dungeon, a fusion dungeon, and a renewable mental resource had all appeared in the same region. The local energy environment was clearly abnormal. News had just reported a stellar dungeon in Kunshan City. The outskirts of Yunhai might likewise conceal a special change not yet made public. We'll leave as soon as everyone is ready. I was about to lead the team away when several school officials approached from the city gate. The principals of 3rd and 5th High led the group, while Wang Yin, Wu Qingyang, and Song Chuan followed behind. Farther away stood Principal Zhou of 1st High and the inspector who controlled the mechanical raven. They had not come to watch the test. They were here specifically to stop the team. The principal of 3rd High spoke. Chen Ming, regarding Jiangnan Province's special assessment, we need to discuss the composition of Yunhai City's representative team. I glanced at the 3 teammates beside me, then at the 3 S-rank newcomers opposite us. The rumored team merger was finally more than a rumor. After Lin Wei joined, Dawn Squad had 4 members. I served as captain and frontline. Qin Jixue applied light damage, healing, and buffs. Sun Yang handled concealed reconnaissance, and Lin Wei provided contracts and support. Our class ranks were not all S, but we covered the major roles required for dungeon exploration. We possessed 12 different types of wilderness dungeon runestones. Used individually, they would open separate small dungeons. Fused under the correct rules, they could produce a comprehensive region with a higher rating. The source, duration, and exit mechanics of every runestone still had to be verified again at the entrance. The Abyss squad brought by the 3 principals consisted of Wang Yin, Wu Qingyang, and Song Chuan, an S-rank Abyss mage, light priest, and battle soul vanguard. On paper, they had burst damage, healing, and a frontline. The 2 missing positions were precisely Qin Jixue and me. They did not ask the existing members what they wanted. They presented concentrating the strongest classes as the only plan for representing Yunhai City. Whether to accept could not be decided by 5 letters alone. We had to compare command authority, history of cooperation, and the long-term value of the members being excluded. I did not believe the principal's proposal came from malice. With only 2 places available province-wide, their preference for concentrating the highest public scores was understandable. The problem was that their plan had never passed a team test and gave the displaced members no chance to prove their roles. Our disagreement concerned method, not personal hatred. My alternative was simple: allow the 2 existing teams to complete a protected team test. The winner would represent Yunhai City. That would prevent personal relationships from deciding the roster while giving Abyss Squad a fair opportunity to prove its advantage on paper. The principal of Third High got straight to the point. Yunhai City can select only 1 team. We want you and Qin Jishua to join Abyss Squad and form a 5-person group with Wang Yin, Wu Qingyang, and Song Chuan. Song Chuan had joined Abyss Squad that day, giving them 3 S-rank classes. On paper, adding SS rank Qin Jishua and me, who had taken first in both my tests, would indeed concentrate every high scorer in one place. But the plan assumed Lin Wei and Sun Yang had to leave. It also assumed I would surrender the captaincy and command to a team that had never fought beside me. Why should I join Abyss Squad? The principal of Fifth High answered that we were the 5 most promising newcomers in Yunhai City. We could use dungeons to practice as a group and prepare for the provincial selection. I looked at my teammates. Lin Wei had worked with Qin Jishua for 2 days, and the value of her contract could not be reduced to class rank. When Sun Yang offered to leave, I had just told him explicitly to stay. Abandoning them now for 3 S-rank strangers had no tactical basis. It would also mean that any external pressure could dictate our roster in the future. Not interested. Dawn Squad isn't merging. People around us began whispering. Abyss Squad had recently obtained 2 Wilderness Dungeon runestones, and 3 S-rank members naturally attracted attention. But I had personally completed a dungeon with a perfect rating and currently held an even rarer Fusion Dungeon runestone. I did not need to borrow their resources. The principal of Fifth High did not give up immediately. He emphasized that Jiangnan Province had at least 5 teams made entirely of S-rank classes. If Qin Jishua and I entered with A and B-rank teammates, we would be at a disadvantage in a frontal clash. An all S-rank team certainly sounds strong. I pointed to the testing board. Under the same standard, can 5 S-ranks add up to 5,000 points? For a moment, no one answered. Even Qin Jishua, an SS rank, had scored only 949. Team strength could not truly be judged by simply adding 5 S-rank results. But the comparison at least proved that class letters were not the only standard. My 6,500 points did not depend on joining Abyss Squad either. The 2 principals changed their approach and turned the invitation into a transaction. If Qin Jishua and I joined Abyss Squad temporarily, they would personally provide 2 epic items and 5 rare resources as compensation. That offer was enough to change an ordinary beginner's choice. Epic equipment could be advanced continuously with crystals, allowing 1 item to remain useful for years. Rare resources were tied to skill awakening as well. But a single first clear of Cloudvale Ravine had already given me the epic Dust Heart Ring, 18 resources, and 2 crystals. Breaking up my current team for 2 items was not worthwhile at all. I was about to refuse when Qin Jishua produced an orb radiating spatial fluctuations. Light flashed, and 8 pieces of equipment landed before us at once. She pushed 4 toward me and placed the other 4 in Sun Yang's hands. Every item radiated the energetic glow of epic quality. My reasons for refusing the merger were specific. Abyss Squad had never entered a dungeon with us, and Wang Yan's side assumed they would preserve their existing system. Forcing 2 high scorers into it at the last minute would create command conflicts in a team fight, and class rank could not bear the consequences for anyone. More importantly, the plan required Sun Yang and Lin Wei to leave outright. They had already accepted Dawn Squad's rules and served irreplaceable functions in their respective roles. Abandoning existing teammates for scores on paper would make every future member afraid to trust a captain's promise in a high-risk situation. The principals offered compensation and said they would place the displaced members in ordinary teams. I did not change my answer. The slot belonged to an open selection. If Dawn Squad was truly inferior to Abyss, the team test would reveal it. An administrative merger before testing merely bypassed the competition. Qin Jishua also stated clearly that she would not leave. The equipment she produced afterward was not arranged by the principals. It was a personal resource under her control. 4 pieces went to me and 4 to Sun Yang, strengthening the 2 weakest equipment positions on our team before we discussed how to fight tomorrow. The captaincy could not automatically transfer with a merger either. Dawn Squad's dungeon runestones, loot rules, and contracts had all been established under the current system. A last-minute team change would erase some shared records. Even if we ultimately cooperated, we should first establish command through a formal match or joint training rather than decide it verbally on the spot. I examined each item before me. Black Rhino Meteor Armor, Epic Tier, 1 Constitution Equipment. Shadowbearer Blade, Epic Tier, 1 Strength Equipment. Skyfeather Boots, Epic Tier, 1 Agility Equipment. Jade Bracers, Epic Tier, 1 Recovery Equipment. Together with the Dust Heart Ring, I could replace all 5 of my attribute items with epic quality equipment. The other set Qin Jishue produced likewise covered strength, constitution, agility, and recovery, and had clearly been prepared for Sun Yang's class. Sun Yang held all 4 items and began to stammer. I get a set too? I asked an elder to forge these. Consider them Dawn Squad's joining benefits, Qin Jishue answered. That sentence both confirmed she had formally chosen Dawn Squad and answered the proposed transaction for me. 2 epic items were not enough to make us break up. She was willing to provide 2 complete sets at once to strengthen our existing members. I did not pretend to refuse. The stronger every team member became, the safer the fusion dungeon and special selection would be. The equipment was not an unconditional gift. It was a resource she invested in the team. Future dungeon gains should likewise be distributed fairly by contribution and need. I'll accept them. When we settle later resources, record this investment clearly. Qin Jishue did not object. She only said we could calculate everything after the dungeon. The new offer from the 2 principals lost all meaning on the spot. They also mentioned that Abyss Squad held 2 Wilderness Dungeon runestones that could be challenged together if we joined. Qin Jishue answered calmly. I have 12 Tier 1 Dungeon runestones. I was surprised along with everyone else. Dungeon runestones could not be purchased in large quantities from an ordinary shop. I had killed so many beasts and still dropped only 1. Her ability to produce 12 at once implied a reliable source or a special ability behind her. I did not question her in public. Every team member could keep their own secrets as long as those secrets did not endanger the group. Finally, the principals of 3rd and 5th High asked Principal Zhou for his opinion. He replied directly that since neither Qin Jishue nor I wanted to join, the students should not be forced to change teams. The inspector ended the dispute. The mechanical raven on his shoulder raised its volume and announced that both Dawn Squad and Abyss Squad had passed the preliminary individual tests. The 2 teams would compete the next day, and the winner would represent Yunhai City in Jiangnan Province's selection. Someone immediately questioned whether a direct battle between class-holder teams was too dangerous. The alliance normally restricted unnecessary infighting. A class-holder's attack often exceeded their defense, and poor control could cause serious injury. The inspector did not explain every safety mechanism on the spot. He confirmed only that the selection method would not change and reminded both teams not to miss the scheduled time because they were challenging dungeons. The decision was final. There was no need to discuss a merger further. Tomorrow's battle would provide the real answer. The 4 items I received covered constitution, strength, agility, and recovery, forming a full Tier 1 epic set with my existing Dust Heart Ring. Sun Yang likewise received 4 pieces compatible with a Shadow Assassin, while his original core accessory could fill the 5th position. Epic equipment not only provided high base bonuses, but could hold 30 attribute runestones per piece. Each of my 4 new items had already been filled with its corresponding runestones. Together with the completed Dust Heart Ring, they formed a full set at maximum capacity. Sun Yang's set still had empty slots and needed materials transferred from his old equipment. Qin Jishue did not use the equipment as leverage for Captain's authority. She explained only that her family had prepared them in advance as resources for the selection. We entered every item in the team ledger and agreed on ownership upon departure, damage, or advancement, preventing valuable equipment from becoming a personal debt dispute later. The inspector then announced the next day's match between the 2 teams. The protection mechanism had not yet been fully disclosed, but the system had locked in the roster in time. Missing it would count as forfeiture. We had no more than 1 night to test our coordination, so the fusion dungeon had to allow an early finish or a safe exit. Neither equipment set was a vague personal favor described as a one-time gift. Qin Jishue immediately marked both user and ownership in the team ledger, and Sun Yang confirmed that if he voluntarily left, he would return every component that had not been advanced. Clear terms made the high-value resources tools for cooperation rather than debts that could control future choices. After the equipment handoff, every member could see each item's name, quality, and current user in the shared inventory. The precise runestone configuration remained under the user's control. Sharing enough to coordinate while retaining enough for safety was the principle of our team resource records. Before the inspector left, the system added the team match time to both squads' panels. The arena, victory conditions, and protection rules would be revealed before the match. At the very least, we knew it would not allow beginners to truly slaughter one another. The principles of 3rd and 5th High did not continue persuading us. They left with Abyss Squad. Wang Yin, Wu Qingyang, and Song Chuan had all seen my tests, and their expressions were far less relaxed than when the 3S rank members first teamed up. I did not take that as proof we would win tomorrow. The testing wall could not dodge, and the mechanical giant ape executed only fixed attacks. Once an Abyss Mage, Light Priest, and Battle Soul Vanguard cooperated, they might have crowd control, sealing, healing, and team buffs. If the selection rules involved holding a position or protecting a target, even my high personal damage could not directly replace teamwork. That was exactly what made today's Fusion Dungeon valuable. Dawn Squad had only just assembled 4 members. We needed to establish a command structure inside real mechanics. People nearby continued requesting our final position, evidently attracted by the epic equipment. I accepted none of them. The 5th member needed not only a suitable class, but judgment we could trust inside a dangerous dungeon. A last-minute recruit would add only uncertainty. Before changing equipment, I carefully inspected the 4 epic pieces Qin Jishue had produced. Each could hold 30 runestones, and their materials and attribute directions were suitable for continued advancement. They were complete growth equipment, not consumables intended for a single assessment. Sun Yang's 4 items had not yet been filled with runestones. He needed to transfer attributes from his old gear. He volunteered to visit the guild for smelting and process my replaced Shadowguard armor, Rockbreaker blade, Featherlight boots, and recovery bracelet at the same time. I handed him the old equipment, then discovered that my new set had already been filled to capacity. Qin Jishue had not mentioned it, but she had clearly reserved the most complete set for the captain to reduce risk in the fusion dungeon. When Sun Yang noticed, he tried to joke again. I made him stop and simply thanked Qin Jishue. The team was not entitled to a member's resources. She provided equipment. I would bear the dungeon's frontal pressure. Lin Wei supplied contracts. Sun Yang performed reconnaissance. Every investment had to become a real contribution later. Once Sun Yang returned from the guild, the 4 of us left the border. The fusion dungeon was far away on the map, while our team match was scheduled for the next day. We had to complete at least 1 high-intensity coordination exercise within limited time and still leave ourselves enough margin to return. If the dungeon's time limit was too long or its rules did not allow an early exit, we would have to decide again at the entrance whether entry was worthwhile. After the equipment handoff, I sent Sun Yang to the guild for fitting and runestone installation rather than forcing him to depart immediately. A shadow class's equipment weight, boot speed, and weapon balance all affected stealth. Epic quality did not mean he could use everything at full effectiveness the moment he put it on. Qin Jishue confirmed that angelic protection could cover all 4 members, while Lin Wei used the contract to mark teammate locations and abnormal states. We established 3 withdrawal conditions. Team communications were lost, an unidentifiable persistent control effect appeared, or the time remaining in the dungeon was insufficient to return for the match. If anyone occurred, we would abandon additional raiding objectives. We did not fuse all 12 runestones at once. We ultimately selected 3 Demon Cavern Challenge runestones, 1 Bone Burial Mystery runestone, and 1 Bleakbone Blossom Treasure runestone, forming a 5-map fusion. We retained the others so a failed rule would not consume every backup resource. The team match time was already locked for the next day, but the dungeon might last 72 hours. We set countdown reminders and agreed not to enter if the entrance required the full duration. If triggering it removed the option to withdraw, we would prioritize the minimum completion conditions and not miss the selection for a perfect rating. After Sun Yang returned from fitting the equipment, he completed a short-distance stealth test at the camp. Lin Wei recalibrated her contract, so the increased speed from epic gear would not let a teammate leave her sensing range. Qin Jishue preserved the cooldowns of her major abilities and used no high-cost attack along the road. Those preparations prevented our first 4-person dungeon from becoming, I handle everything. Even if I absorbed frontal damage, the others would handle information, buffs, carrying, warnings, and withdrawal. Team contribution existed before combat even began. Most of the high-value equipment and dungeon runestones came from Qin Jishue, but the entire team bore the operational risk. We therefore wrote the loot rules in advance. Personally bound items belong to the recipient. Common materials first replenish team expenses. Rare cores would be discussed by contribution and class need. I also placed the next day's match as a hard deadline on the team countdown. Any member could use it at the dungeon entrance to propose aborting the mission. The captain could not force the team to continue by citing already invested travel or equipment. Once every new item took effect, my stats rose dramatically. Black Rhino Meteor Armor, Constitution plus 1,500. Shadow Bearer Blade, Strength plus 30. Skyfeather Boots, Agility plus 30. Jade Bracers, Recovery plus 150. Dust Heart Ring, Spirit plus 300. Level 6. Strength 95. Constitution 5, 205ths, 200. Recovery 510. Agility 93. Spirit 1,520. My level 6 Constitution had passed 5,000, while recovery exceeded 500. As long as an enemy's attack frequency remained below my hourly recovery, a fight against a single target could scarcely cause any net loss. My strength approached 100 and would be multiplied repeatedly by annihilation attack stacking. After entering the mutant beast forest, I did not head directly for the dungeon. I selected level 7 targets along the way to test the skill's duration mechanics. Annihilation attack stacking stated that the amplification lasted 1 hour, but it did not clarify whether every stack shared one timer beginning at the first or each landed hit refreshed the state. We controlled our travel speed while I killed beasts at different time intervals. The results showed that as long as I dealt damage again within 1 hour, the entire attack stacking state regained a full hour. In a prolonged battle, the stacks would not clear automatically unless my attacks stopped for too long. My damage continually grew from the initial hundreds. Early targets still required more than 10 slashes. Once the stacks rose, beasts of the same level needed only a few hits. When the amplification reached 6,000%, a level 7 Crimson Armored Turtle with exceptionally powerful defenses blocked our path. Heavy shell covered its back and belly, and an ordinary team would have had to attack the gaps. I leaped directly toward it, Azure Flame covering Shadow Bearer Blade, and struck the center of the shell. Minus 5,400. The 100% armor break mark entered the target permanently. My second strike landed on the same location. Minus 11,000. The Crimson Armored Turtle was cut neatly through shell and body. Crimson Armored Turtle, LV, 7, killed. EXP plus 110. Obtained, Crimson Armored Turtle Beast Core, LV, 7. Sun Yang did not find an opportunity to attack until the fight was already over. He stared at the 2 damage results and compared them directly to his own maximum skill. At level 3, wearing epic equipment, my burst against an equal level target is barely over 100. Your casual second slash already passed 10,000. Lin Wei likewise confirmed the damage display was not an error. Qin Jishue reminded me that the higher my attack stacking rose, the more carefully I had to control direction. If a dungeon contained a structure or resource we had to protect, 1 slash might destroy it along with the target. That was exactly the value a team could provide. As power continually grew, choosing targets, controlling range, and knowing when to stop mattered more than simply chasing a larger number. I stored the beast core and kept my current stacks as we traveled. As long as I struck another enemy before entering the fusion dungeon, the 6,000% amplification would carry into the first challenge. With the epic equipment active, my level 6 panel showed Strength 95, Constitution 5,200, Recovery 510, Agility 93, and Spirit 1,520. When Qin Jishue activated Angelic Protection, all 5 would rise by another 20%. The bonus in parentheses on the panel had to be recorded separately from my unbuffed base. On the way to the dungeon, I did not choose a weak target that would die in 1 hit. I searched for a level 7 Crimson Armored Turtle with very high defense. It could endure multiple attacks, making it suited to test whether changing targets, traveling, or extending the time interval would clear attack stacking. We deliberately stretched out the kill. The result proved that each new damaging hit refreshed the entire attack stacking state to a full hour, rather than each stack possessing its own countdown. At 6,000% amplification, the first slash dealt 5,400 to the shell. The second rose to 11,000 from the permanent armor break and the added stack. Cutting the Crimson Armored Turtle apart from the front also revealed the risk of uncontrolled range. Qin Jishue warned me not to swing carelessly inside a treasure dungeon. Lin Wei added no high multiplier attacks around resource nodes to the contract reminders. Sun Yang would mark destructible and protected targets first. I did not activate Bloodthirst during the turtle fight. Attack stacking already provided enough damage. Another 50% would shorten the test and make the refresh mechanic harder to observe. Preserving the enchantment's cooldown also left it ready for a truly high-defense target inside the dungeon. The turtle's 2 damage numbers further proved that the permanent armor break remained active on the second hit against the same target. When it died, the mark disappeared with it. Only the annihilation attack stacking amplification carried across targets. The next enemy would still require a new first-hit armor break. After we passed the final stretch of dense forest, a wind like wailing ghosts sounded continuously ahead. This was Sun Yang's first time in a true mutant beast forest, and he instinctively assumed we had encountered an anomalous beast. I swept the surroundings with my mental scan and found no living creature, only a powerful current beyond rows of giant trees. Azure Flame ignited a long shadow-bearer blade. One slash cleared the obstructing shrubs. The view opened abruptly, revealing a lifeless wasteland connected to the forest beyond. Behind us, giant trees blocked the sky and life flourished. Ahead, a dark wind drove sand beneath a gloomy sky, as though an invisible boundary divided 2 worlds. The sense of separation strongly resembled the valley outside Cloudvale Ravine, further proving that the local energy environment was abnormal. The map coordinate lay at the wasteland's entrance. I produced the Fusion Dungeon runestone, and its complete information appeared before all 4 members. Land of Buried Bones. Type: Fusion Dungeon. Components: Demon Cavern Challenge Dungeon X3, Bone Burial Mystery Dungeon X1, Bleakbone Blossom Treasure Dungeon X1. Entry requirement: possess the designated runestone. 5 dungeons had fused at once, far beyond the usual 2. Even 3 was rare. Lin Wei immediately explained the risk. 3 challenge dungeons would not simply triple the number of enemies. Once their rules and monster groups overlapped, the intensity could approach a small beast tide. The mystery dungeon offered no public mechanics, while the treasure component's name did not sound like safe gathering. I did not ignore her warning. I first confirmed everyone's supplies, equipment, recovery items, and means of withdrawal. Sun Yang had the lowest level and could not leave the team's protection range. Lin Wei had to prioritize maintaining her contract with Qin Jixue. Qin Jixue would provide team buffs and handle distant targets. I would bear the frontal beast tide and core enemies. The true uncertainty was duration. The runestone displayed a maximum time limit of 72 hours after entry, while Yunhai City's team match was scheduled for tomorrow. If the dungeon could not end early, we might miss the selection. But the completion conditions would become clear after entry, and our speed would depend on the team. I currently held 6,000% attack stacking, while 5,200 constitution and 510 recovery were enough to withstand a prolonged assault. Missing this fusion dungeon could likewise mean losing its first clear resources forever. I asked every member for their opinion rather than deciding for them. Qin Jixue drew her long sword and confirmed we should continue. Sun Yang agreed to follow orders and promised never to chase a target he could not handle alone. Lin Wei still considered the risk excessive, but ultimately agreed after we established clear retreat conditions. I activated the runestone, and light enveloped all 4 of us. Land of Buried Bones completion conditions. 1. Withstand the beast tide launched jointly by 3 demon caverns. 2. Harvest at least 50 bleakbone tears. 3. Bone Burial Mystery Region. No public completion condition. Time limit: 72 hours. As the spatial transition completed, dark wind pressed in from every direction. From the distant darkness, the sound of countless bones grinding together approached rapidly. After the 5-map fusion information appeared in full, we checked every boundary again. 3 demon caverns would jointly launch a beast tide. Bleakbone Blossom required at least 50 resources. The Bone Burial Mystery Region offered no instructions. The total time limit was 72 hours, but the system did not promise that each stage allowed a voluntary exit. I did not abandon the mission immediately because of tomorrow's match. My attack stacking had stabilized at 6,000% during the Crimson Armored Turtle fight. Qin Jixue's all-attribute buff remained off cooldown, and the 4 of us had full supplies and mental space capacity. Beginning at a high multiplier could greatly shorten the first beast tide. We verbally confirmed our responsibilities one more time. I would make first contact with any unknown mental mechanism. Qin Jixue would reserve purification and healing. Sun Yang would move only within the reconnaissance zone. Lin Wei would remain inside contract range. If anyone detected an anomaly in the timer, exit, or environment, they would report through the channel instead of testing it alone. Entering was a collective decision by the entire team, not a risk I chose for the others. When the light enveloped us, the map coordinates, outside communications, and return marker all turned gray. Our only real path out was completing the rules within 72 hours. A clear energy boundary separated Gloomwind Wasteland from the Mutant Beast Forest. Before entry, we had seen no graves or demon caverns. Only after the spatial transition did the environment unfold completely, proving the fusion runestone did not open an ordinary hole in the ground. It overlaid the rules of 5 dungeons into an isolated region. The grinding bones in the distance had not yet become an attack. I did not send the team charging toward them. Our first step remained taking the high ground, observing the tombstones and 3 cavern entrances, then determining the direction of the beast tide and resource locations. After landing, we found ourselves on a low hill. A gale full of dust howled overhead. A gray-black wasteland stretched without end around us. Countless small mounds stood in rows beneath the wind, each with a broken bone stele at its front. Farther away, 3 enormous kiln-like caverns lay half buried in the ground, their entrances resembling 3 mouths opened toward the wasteland. Sun Yang lowered his voice. This really is a graveyard. The beast tide isn't going to crawl out of the graves, is it? Lin Wei had already opened the dungeon conditions. Her expression darkened when she saw that all 3 demon caverns would launch the tide together. I cared more about the third condition. The mystery region provided no clues at all. No matter how difficult a challenge was, combat could eventually solve it. A completely blank rule was what could most easily consume all 72 hours. We'll complete the 2 objectives we can see first. I led the team down the slope. Observe the resources, but don't harvest several at once. Qin Jishue, watch for mental fluctuations. Sun Yang, investigate movement between the steles. Lin Wei, maintain contract distance. A translucent white flower grew behind the first bone stele. Its petals resembled cold jade, while a tear-shaped droplet floated at the center of its stamens. I did not touch it. I read the information first. Bleakbone flower. Petals contain rare strength attributes. Can be used for potions, alchemy, and equipment enhancement. Bleakbone tear. Rare mental resource. Can enhance spirit attributes and mental skills. One plant produced both material and mental resources. My scan swept across the slope. Nearly 100 flowers grew behind the nearby steles, enough to meet the completion requirement of 50. A few petals also carried fire, wind, or cold energy and would evidently produce even more unusual variants. I gently lifted the first bleakbone tear with the tip of Shadowbearer blade. A piercing wail entered my mind without warning. Mental control attack received. Damage, -1. Absolute defense blocked the damage, but the sound still left my ears ringing briefly. Qin Jishue staggered beside me. I immediately supported her arm and led her away from the flowers. She quickly regained clarity and pressed a hand to her temple. It isn't a single target attack. Harvesting 1 droplet forces 1 mental shock against everyone nearby. My spirit isn't low, and it still suppressed me for several seconds. That meant 50 harvests could accumulate into severe mental injuries. Before we could decide on a safe method, heavy footsteps sounded simultaneously from all 3 kiln caverns. 3 skeletons in broken armor emerged from the darkness. Ghostly green flames burned between their bones, while they dragged a bone blade, long spear, and heavy axe respectively. Netherbone Demon, LV-8. Netherbone Demon, LV-8. Netherbone Demon, LV-9. Ability, Necromantic Rebirth. They did not attack us first. They rushed directly toward the bleak bone flowers behind the steles. The leading level 8 bone demon seized 1 plant and stuffed flower, roots, and soil into its chest cavity. The ghostly flame immediately brightened. They consumed the resources. I drew Shadowbearer blade. We can't let them keep eating. The annihilation attack stacking I had preserved before entering the dungeon remained at 6,200%. Qin Jishue spread angelic protection. A golden halo swept across the team, increasing my strength, constitution, agility, spirit, and recovery by 20% at once. I crossed 2 rows of steles and slashed the leading level 8 bone demon. As Shadowbearer blade fell, Azure Flame lit half its body white. -6,696. Bonus mental damage, -15. Its bone armor, ribs, and spine exploded together, yet the ghostly green flame did not go out. No kill notification appeared. Shattered bones scattered through the wind, while green fire continued flickering slowly across every fragment. I did not chase the second target. I watched the flame. Necromantic rebirth was probably more than a single revival. After harvesting the first bleakbone tier, I sealed it separately in my mental space and did not continue. The mental shock covered every nearby teammate. If I gathered all 50 droplets in one burst, Qin Jishue and the others would suffer 50 control effects before the battle even began. The completion condition said only harvest and did not require us to separate the tiers from the flowers immediately. Transplanting each plant intact might also qualify. The petals and droplets had to be stored separately. The petals were material resources aligned with strength, recovery, or elements. Only the droplets were pure mental materials. They grew on the same plant, but were completely different items. Unusual colors of energy also surrounded a few variants, making it even more important not to damage the roots during harvesting. The bone demon's method of consuming the flowers provided another clue. They did not touch the droplets. They stuffed entire plants into their chests, and the ghostly flames brightened. That meant the bleakbone flowers were both dungeon rewards and fuel for the demon's rebirth. Our combat objective was not merely killing them, but cutting off their route before they consumed the resources. The first level 8 bone demon I had shattered was temporarily unable to move, but the other two continued competing for bleakbone flowers. I pounced on the other level 8 demon first. It swung its bone blade to block, but the weapon snapped in half the moment it touched Shadowbearer. Minus 6,804. The second bone demon also exploded into fragments. My attack stacking continued rising as I turned to the level 9 demon. It stood nearly half a body taller than the others, and black death energy coiled around its heavy axe. It turned and swept the weapon across my waist. Physical attack received. Damage, -1. The axe shrieked against black rhino meteor armor. I forced my way along the heavy weapon and slashed from its shoulder bone into its chest cavity. Minus 6,912. Annihilation armor break applied its permanent mark. The level 9 bone demon retreated half a step, and my second slash followed the same path. Minus 14,040. Its body split in the middle, splashing ghostly fire and broken bones to both sides. Sun Yang had already seen damage over 10,000, but he still drew a sharp breath. Lin Wei reminded me that none of the 3 targets had produced a kill settlement. I had noticed, of course. An invisible force drew at the ghostly flames in all 3 piles. Small bone fragments first gathered toward the fire, followed by ribs, limbs, and weapons. They were not simply recovering. They were rebuilding entirely new bodies. Stay away from the remains. I sent the team back to the edge of the hill. Qin Jishue watched the flower field. Sun Yang and Lin Wei observed the 3 cavern entrances. Rebirth may have a second stage. Qin Jishue's golden curtain covered the team, but she did not use purification recklessly. Purification normally targeted negative statuses. The ghostly flame before us behaved more like an undead core. Until the opposing interaction was verified, using the skill blindly would only waste spirit. I struck the scattered skull of the level 9 bone demon again. The edge could split bone, but the system still provided no kill notification. After the azure flame burned over it, the ghostly fire shrank slightly but did not disappear. The bleakbone flowers could replenish their power, while the ghostly flames maintained rebirth. To complete a true kill, I first had to discover which attribute the fire depended on. I activated my mental scan. The broken bones in the material world immediately blurred, while the 3 clusters of ghostly flame were marked clearly like lamps in the night. They had no fixed form. Whenever the bones were damaged, the flames divided into thin threads and pulled the remains back together. A mental scan could not inflict damage itself, but Annihilation Enchantment could attach mental damage to any attack. The first bone demon I had shattered had already completed its reconstruction. Its bone armor was thicker, and its level had risen from 8 to 9. Its physical presence had clearly strengthened. By contrast, its mental fluctuation had weakened since before rebirth. I gripped Shadowbearer Blade and met its next charge. If my judgment was correct, this time I would not be cutting the bones. After all 3 bone demons were shattered, the system still granted no experience or drops. Even bones blackened by azure flame gathered again under the pull of green fire. Only when the ghostly flames received Annihilation's bonus mental damage did their rebirth speed noticeably slow. The level 9 bone demon took 6,912 damage from the first strike, while the second hit after armor break jumped to 14,040. Those numbers could destroy its body but did not end its life, proving that high physical output could not bypass the dungeon mechanic. Blindly cutting bones would only let the monsters raise their levels through repeated rebirth. I changed my sequence to destroy the body, then lock the core. My mental scan followed every strand of green fire, while Shadow Bearer Blade attacked only the points where the flames gathered. Qin Jishue and the others retreated beyond the resource field, preventing themselves from becoming the closest targets after the demons reconstructed. Rebirth did more than restore the bone demons' bodies. It raised their levels from 8 to 9, strengthening bone armor and power. An ordinary team would fall into a vicious cycle. Every time they barely knocked one down, the next body became harder to destroy. If it also consumed a bleak bone flower, the ghostly flame received additional replenishment. Annihilation armor break happened to disrupt part of that cycle. The mark remained on the target's core, meaning each harder new skeleton continued to suffer 100% armor penetration. Annihilation enchantment bypassed the replaceable shell and directly weakened the rebirth energy. Both effects were necessary. High attack power alone could do no more than shatter bone repeatedly. I told Qin Jishue not to use wide area purification yet, because we had not confirmed whether it would weaken the ghostly flame, the flowers, or both. Dungeon resources and undead power came from the same environment. Before a small-scale test, even an opposing element might cause irreversible loss. We therefore reserved one ordinary flower as a sample for a later purification test and moved the rest first. Verifying the mechanics did not conflict with completing the dungeon, but we had to ensure at least 50 resources remained intact. The reborn bone demon moved faster. Its blade slashed repeatedly toward my head, neck, and chest. All 3 attacks dealt only 1 damage. I did not dodge. As it closed in, I answered with a horizontal cut. Minus 14,256. The level 9 bone demon shattered again. The physical damage destroyed its body, while the mental force attached to the edge struck the ghostly flame at the same time. Bonus mental damage, minus 16. The green fire contracted violently, and its rebirth slowed noticeably. My judgment was confirmed. Bone was only a shell that could be replaced again and again. The ghostly fire was the bone demon's true life core. Every time I destroyed its body, Annihilation's bonus mental damage eroded that core. Once the accumulated mental damage reached its limit, necromantic rebirth would fail. At that moment, a new notification appeared on the skill panel. Mental Annihilation Proficiency Requirement reached. Mental Annihilation LV1. Annihilation Enchantment. Each damaging hit adds mental damage equal to 1.1% of spirit. Annihilation Armor Break. First hit applies 100% armor penetration. Mark remains permanently active. Annihilation Attack Stacking. Each time damage is dealt, attack increases by 100%. Current maximum, 10,100%. Duration, 1 hour. Dealing damage again refreshes duration. At level 1, the added mental ratio increased by 0.1 percentage point, while the attack stacking cap increased by 100 percentage points. Those numbers did not seem extraordinary in isolation, but Annihilation Armor Break remained a permanent, one-time mark. Against enemies capable of repeated rebirth, every new body inherited Armor Break after the first hit. The other 2 bone demons completed their reconstructions one after another. Their levels likewise rose by 1, while each ghostly flame became dimmer. Farther away, footsteps sounded again from the 3 demon caverns, and 3 new level 9 bone demons emerged side by side. Brother Chun, more are coming out of the caverns. Sun Yang withdrew his gaze from above the steels. There are 6 now, and there may be more behind them. Continue with the plan. I locked onto the first demon to revive. Its core is almost out. I shattered its assembling skeleton repeatedly. Every hit drove more bonus mental damage into the ghostly flame. Azure Flame suppressed the shell, while Annihilation consumed the core. On its 3rd attempt to stand, the green fire had shrunk to the size of a bean. My final slash fell, and the flame went out without a sound. Netherbone Demon, LV9, killed. EXP plus 170. Obtained. Netherbone Demon Core, LV9. Obtained. Spirit Runestone, X1. The kill settlement finally appeared. The bone demons were not impossible to kill. An ordinary physical team had to destroy their bodies repeatedly until the demons exhausted their own necromantic energy. I could use bonus mental damage to attack the cores directly. 6 bone demons had already spread toward the flower field. I stored the core and runestone in my mental space, then pointed my blade toward the 3 demon caverns. Leave them to me. Move the resources off the battlefield first. The changes after Annihilation reached level 1 had to be recorded precisely. The enchantment ratio rose from 1% to 1.1% of spirit. The attack stacking cap rose from 10,000 to 10,100%. Permanent armor break remained at 100% and did not increase with the skill level. That meant leveling the skill mainly improved prolonged output rather than making the first hit explode. Against bone demons, the most effective sequence remained. Apply the first mark, physically destroy the shell, then use repeated bonus mental damage to extinguish the core. After the first true death, green energy immediately left the skeleton and turned it into brittle, dead bone. The drop consistently included a same-level core and one spirit runestone. That observable difference became our standard for judging whether a target could revive without waiting for system text every time. The 3 newly appearing level 9 bone demons brought the total to 6. If we kept fighting in the center of the flower field, even the blade force preceding energy manifestation could destroy the resources. I had to draw the swarm toward the demon caverns and give the logistics line a clear space. The first bone demon awarded 170 experience, close to an ordinary level 9 target, but also guaranteed a spirit runestone. It confirmed that the fire must go out completely before one kill was settled and prevented the team from mistaking multiple revivals for repeated experience. After applying a mental mark with the first hit against each target, I chose follow-up priority according to the brightness of its ghostly flame. The dimmest would be killed completely first. The brightest had only its body disrupted. That reduced the number standing simultaneously and prevented 6 bone demons from taking turns reviving into a new encirclement. The sequence also prevented bonus mental damage from being spread and wasted. Completely extinguishing one flame removed one continually reviving enemy and genuinely reduced battlefield pressure, rather than merely piling more temporarily immobile bones on the ground. One newly appeared level 9 bone demon stood only a few steps from a bleak bone flower. Qin Jishue intercepted it from the side, and her angelic long sword released a golden judgment. Angelic judgment. The pillar of light forcibly locked onto the target and blasted it apart before it could evade. Qin Jishue did not pursue the remains. She immediately turned toward the next one. Having seen the rebirth mechanic, she knew the strike could only interrupt the theft temporarily. "I'll stop anything that slips through," she said. "The cores are still yours." I reassigned tasks over the team channel. Sun Yang, move the bleak bone flowers. Dig up the roots with the surrounding soil. Don't harvest the tears. Lin Wei, stay with him and use contract sensing to warn him. Harvesting a tear triggers an area mental shock. Move the intact plants out of the combat zone first. Sun Yang looked across the bone steels. "So our logistics mission is digging up graves?" "Only dig up the flowers. Don't touch the graves," I corrected. "Move." Collecting bleak bone tears directly would attack the entire team again and again. Moving the complete plant did not trigger the mechanic, while also preventing the bone demons from consuming it. The two quickly began transplanting them with short knives and tools from the equipment box, carrying each flower and its block of soil behind the hill. I pushed in the opposite direction from the flower field, driving the battle line toward the 3 demon caverns. The first hit on every bone demon applied permanent armor break. Even when later bodies grew harder, they could not stop Shadowbearer Blade as attack stacking rose. After a body shattered, I attacked the point where the ghostly flame gathered and denied it time for a complete reconstruction. Bone blades, spears, and heavy axes repeatedly struck my armor. -1, -1, -1. Braver with every battle continually restored me, and the scattered 1-point hits were quickly offset. The real concern was attack direction. As my strength rose, the force from my blade could send bone fragments flying. If the remains landed in the flower field, the logistics line would be forced to stop. I therefore closed on the demon cavern entrances and used my own body to block the narrowest point. 7 or 8 bone demons surrounded me, with 3 more emerging behind them. The highest was level 10, and a crown of black horns covered its skull. Qin Jishue destroyed one long-tailed bone demon that tried to go around. When she looked back and saw the swarm swallow me, she immediately moved closer to the entrance. "Don't enter the encirclement." I stopped her over the channel. "Hold the outer line. Don't let a single one reach the flowers." The level 10 bone demon raised its double-handed heavy axe, while the others pressed from 3 sides. I did not retreat. I took 1 step forward and swept Shadowbearer Blade close to the ground. Annihilation attack stacking was approaching 9,000%. Azure Flame and Blade energy exploded together in the center of the skeletal swarm. The first ring of impact shattered leg bones. The second drove every broken body toward the cavern wall. The roar overpowered the dark wind, and large pieces of rock fell from the entrance. This time, My power did not remain confined to the edge. Moving complete flowers had not been a casual idea. Sun Yang first lifted a small block of soil with intact roots. The system triggered no mental shock, while the treasure hunt progress retained the resource marker. Lin Wei then used contract sensing to confirm that the flower's energy remained stable. Only after those tests did we expand the method across the graveyard. Their work still carried risk. Unactivated mechanisms might hide between the steels, and the tier could not be crushed during transplantation. I told them to begin at the point farthest from battle and move the plants one at a time to the hill. Any anomaly meant stopping immediately. Qin Jishue stood between the two routes, allowing her both to intercept a stray monster and use light skills to illuminate the shadows around the steels. I deliberately blocked the junction of the 3 cavern entrances so the bone demons had to attack me first. At nearly 9,000% attack stacking, an ordinary swing already moved loose stone. Before every horizontal cut, I had to aim toward a bare wall without resources. Otherwise, a successful kill would also destroy our completion materials. Sun Yang's stealth was suited to moving between steels, but not to enduring mental shocks alone. He used a short blade to cut a block of soil around each flower. Lin Wei stabilized the roots and counted through the contract channel. Their cooperation noticeably shortened the time needed to move one plant. Qin Jishue's second line did not seek to exhaust and kill every bone demon. She used angelic judgment to shatter strays and forcibly change their direction, then left the rebirthing remains for me. That conserved her spirit and prevented increasingly powerful demons from going around into the logistics zone. The stream of multi-hit 1-damage attacks against me became denser, but braver with every battle still offset it. Rapid healing had not triggered. My constitution remained above half, proving the battle line could continue advancing without drawing teammates away from their task to protect me. Every time the line advanced 30 feet, I updated the safe boundary in the team channel. Sun Yang and Lin Wei moved only within confirmed sections of the graveyard, while Qin Jishue guarded between them and me. Even when the swarm concealed me, they did not have to guess whether they should retreat. After the level 10 horn-crowned bone demon appeared, Qin Jishue did not charge in recklessly. She marked the target's location with light, then returned to the second line, so my horizontal slashes always pointed outward. Team discipline mattered more than stealing one kill. The bone demons surrounding me were hurled away by the same strike. Fragments struck the cavern wall and fell like rain. Shadowbearer Blade had never physically touched most of those targets. The attack's energy had left the weapon and formed a visible arc of impact in front of me. Energy manifestation, Lin Wei shouted from the outer line. Once an attribute crosses its critical threshold, power extends outward from the body and equipment. It normally doesn't appear until at least level 20. Sun Yang was carrying a bleak bone flower to safety and stopped mid-step. But Brother Chun is only level 6. This isn't from his level. Lin Wei looked at Shadowbearer Blade in my hand. His attack amplification pushed his actual output past the threshold. I was confirming the change too. Previously, attack stacking merely made each hit heavier. Now the energy had condensed into a controllable form. My range, coverage, and killing efficiency all increased at once, transforming single-target blade techniques into area attacks. The level 10 bone demon's lower body had been torn apart by the impact, while its skull and chest still floated in the ghostly fire. It threw its bone axe. I twisted so the blade grazed my shoulder armor, retreated more than 30 feet, and swung at it again. A pallid blade arc flew from the tip of Shadowbearer Blade. Minus 20,900. Bonus mental damage. Minus 25. The ranged attack struck its chest cavity directly, exploding the remainder of the level 10 bone demon's body. The blade arc did not disappear immediately. It flew several yards farther before cutting into the stone wall. I followed with another strike against the floating ghostly flame. Bonus mental damage. Minus 16. Once the core had lost its skeletal protection, physical damage alone meant little, but the attached mental attack remained effective. The level 10 bone demon tried to attract surrounding remains and rebuild. I used successive blade arcs to sever every gathering path, each hit dimming the green flame. The other bone demons rose from beneath the wall. With energy manifestation, I no longer needed to approach each one and shatter its skeleton at close range. I held the entrance and covered them repeatedly with fan-shaped blade arcs. When targets marked by permanent armor break took a second hit, their damage multiplied. Each strike that hit several targets also accelerated annihilation attack stacking. Qin Jishue handled only the few that escaped on the outer line. Sun Yang and Lin Wei used the openings to move the final resources. For the first time, Frontline and logistics were completely separated, and the bone demons could no longer reach a bleak bone flower. Watching the energy extend beyond my blade, I finally understood the true terror of annihilation attack stacking. Raising the percentage did more than increase a number. Once the total energy crossed a critical threshold, quantitative growth directly changed the form of the attack. The level 10 bone demon's ghostly flame finally went out, and a new kill settlement appeared. At the same time, an even denser sound of grinding bone came from deep within all three demon caverns. The first wave had been only the gatekeepers. The real beast tide was still inside. Energy manifestation was not a notification for a new skill, but a physical phenomenon caused when total attack power crossed a threshold. Blade energy could fly more than 30 feet from Shadowbearer. Horizontal cuts covered several targets, while vertical cuts concentrated force into a narrow-ranged path. Both forms carried bonus mental damage normally. Based on school records, Linwei judged that stable external release normally appeared around level 20. Even high-rank damage dealers in previous years needed to reach at least level 15. I was only level 6. It was my immediate energy after annihilation attack stacking, not my permanent base attributes, that had crossed the threshold. That distinction determined our tactics. If the stacks cleared, energy manifestation might disappear temporarily as well. It could not be treated as a permanent range skill. Inside the dungeon, I had to maintain hits within each hour while remaining aware that an oversized blade arc could pierce the enemy and strike teammates. The first ranged blade arc dealt 20,900 physical damage and 25 bonus mental damage to the level 10 bone demon. When the next hit struck the exposed ghostly fire, it still dealt 16 mental damage. The different numbers came from the target's condition and current mental calculation. 25 was not a fixed value for the skill. Energy manifestation also allowed each sweep to strike several piles of remains at once, making attack stacking grow faster with the number of targets. To prevent the values from running out of control in the melee, I fixed my attack direction toward the cavern wall and ordered every member on the outer line not to cross the marked boundary. The blade arc left a deep scar after entering the wall, proving that power beyond the target did not disappear automatically. From then on, I checked the background behind every ranged slash so the force passing through a monster would not destroy flower plants or the exit structure. Energy manifestation completely transformed the battlefield. Previously, I had to shatter a bone demon's body first, then search through the scattered remains for its ghostly flame. Now one horizontal slash could cover a vast area. The blade arc both destroyed reassembling skeletons and drove Annihilation's bonus mental damage into every core. Netherbone Demon, LV, 9 killed. EXP plus 231. Obtained. Netherbone Demon Core, LV 9. Obtained. Spirit Runestone, X1. Netherbone Demon, LV, 9 killed. EXP plus 232. Obtained. Netherbone Demon Core, LV 9. Obtained. Spirit Runestone, X1. Spirit Runestones appeared in several consecutive settlements. I checked the loot in my mental space and confirmed that every bone demon guaranteed one. Once my 5 epic items advanced to Tier 2, their runestone requirements would multiply. This batch of materials would save a large amount of money at the guild. The 3 demon caverns began spawning monsters faster. Every bone demon emerging later was level 10, with more complete armor and weapons. They roared and charged the entrance, but the first hit permanently broke their armor the instant they entered the blade arc range. The second hit shattered their bodies directly. I did not chase any target. I held the junction of the 3 entrances and swung left and right. Each time a bone demon revived, it took another instance of bonus mental damage. The weaker its green fire became, the slower it reconstructed, until it could only become ordinary dead bone on the ground. Annihilation attack stacking, 10,100%. The amplification reached the level 1 skill cap. External energy pressed visible ripples into the air. Before Shadowbearer Blade even fell, the nearest bone fragments were pushed aside by the current. I still had Bloodthirst available, but did not activate it. 10,100% was already enough. If 2 strikes could not solve a target, I would make the second more accurate. There was no need to spend another status merely to chase a larger number. Shared experience continued appearing in the team channel. Sun Yang counted while moving flowers. 12 left. Brother Chun, the team experience from those level 10 monsters is more than I'd get fighting alone for a whole day outside. Finish the task first. Don't linger among the steals. Qin Jishue handled one level 9 bone demon that had slipped out earlier. She destroyed it more than 10 times before wearing out the ghostly flame, then confirmed over the channel. Ordinary classes don't have reliable mental attacks. A rebirthing enemy like this would drag them to death. Your fast kills don't mean the dungeon's difficulty is low. That reminder mattered. It looked as though I was crushing the beast tide in reverse, but my abilities simply countered the mechanic perfectly. A different team at the same level would have had every ounce of physical and mental strength exhausted by the overlapping bone demons from 3 caverns. The number of level 10 bone demons gradually fell, and no new targets emerged. Gray barriers rose simultaneously across the 3 entrances, separating their interiors from the wasteland. I cleared the final clusters of ghostly fire. Only yellow-white bone fragments without energy remained beneath my feet. The beast tide had stopped. The bone demons maintained a 100% spirit runestone drop rate throughout the entire battle. Their level changed from 9 to 10, but the number of runestones remained 1, while the experience and core level rose with the target. I moved every drop into my mental space according to the system settlement and never mistook remains with an unextinguished core for loot. A team dungeon awarded a small amount of additional experience to members who did not participate directly without subtracting from my kill experience. Sun Yang and Lin Wei could see each settlement in the team channel while moving resources. That shared experience would not become their personal examination score. Attack stacking finally reached its current cap of 10,100%. A bone demon leaving the cavern immediately suffered armor break in the second strike, never reaching the battle line. The swarm appeared to be suppressed in reverse, but the root cause remained that my mental damage precisely countered their necromantic cores. That did not mean every level 10 beast tide could be solved with the same method. After rebirth, a bone demon briefly remained fixed at the center of its remains. Energy manifestation expanded my coverage, turning them into immobile mental targets. Each sweep prioritized the region where green fire was densest. I did not have to chase complete bodies, which finally allowed my clearing speed to exceed the cavern's spawn rate. When Qin Jishue personally exhausted a level 9 bone demon, she had to shatter it more than 10 times. That provided a comparison with an ordinary high-rank class. She could reliably fight above her level, but was delayed by the rebirth mechanic. My advantage did not come from a higher level. Every physical hit also carried accumulating mental damage. After the beast tide ended, I did not enter the demon caverns immediately. I first confirmed that every ghostly flame had vanished, the logistics count of flowers was complete, and all 3 teammates were safe. Only then did I inspect the new barriers, avoiding the mistake of treating a brief absence of monsters as completion. I also recounted the runestones and cores in my mental space by level. The number of drops had to match the kill notifications. With remains covering the ground, it would have been easy to pick up the same object twice. I accepted only system-recorded loot and did not treat ordinary bone fragments as materials. The final level 10 bone demon's ghostly flame was pierced by a blade arc. Netherbone demon, LV, 10 killed. EXP plus 290. Obtained. Netherbone demon core, LV, 10. Obtained. Spirit runestone, X1. Level increased to LV, 7. Level up energy spread from inside my body, making the external blade energy vibrate. My base attributes updated at the same time. Strength, 105. Constitution, 5, 800/5, 800. Recovery, 570. Agility, 103. Spirit, 1,640. Braver with every battle, LV, 10. Absolute defense, max level. Mental, annihilation, LV, 2. Annihilation had leveled again during the high-frequency battle. Both bonus mental damage and the attack stacking cap increased slightly. I would need to calculate the precise benefit after leaving combat. I swung my blade and cleared the final rebirthing remains. The wasteland finally grew quiet, leaving only dark wind scraping across the bone steels. Sun Yang had moved the last few bleak bone flowers to the hill. He urged me over the channel to handle the tears. Only I could reliably endure their continuous mental attacks. Before I could turn, a system notification unfolded. The challenge of the 3 demon caverns has been completed. Mystery Dungeon, Land of Buried Bones, conditions activated. You have obtained 1 Mystery Demon Cavern Challenge opportunity. Choose one of the 3 demon caverns. You may choose only once. Left, Forbidden Ground of Life, low difficulty. Right, Forbidden Ground of Life, high difficulty. Center, Land of Buried Bones, extremely high difficulty. You may abandon the challenge and immediately settle the current dungeon rewards. The gray barriers were not seals. They were entrances for a choice. The mystery dungeon had provided no public conditions because it appeared only after all 3 demon caverns were defeated. The team channel received the same notification. I sent all three options to everyone and explained that entering might transport me alone. The people outside should continue guarding the resources and remain ready to withdraw. Linwei asked first, "How long can your current status last?" "Every damaging hit refreshes attack, stacking for 1 hour. I just ended the battle, so I have plenty of time." Qin Jishue did not urge me toward the low difficulty. She only stated the withdrawal limit. If the system allows you to abandon it and you discover a rule unrelated to defense, leave immediately. We still have the team match tomorrow. Sun Yang's opinion was the most direct. The bone demons are gone, and we'll hold the outside for you. If you're choosing one, choose the most valuable. My ability to endure 1 point of damage did not erase the risk, but the dungeon explicitly allowed settlement now, which also meant withdrawing would sacrifice the mystery region's rating and reward. The extremely high difficulty entrance stood in the center. My mental scan detected a fluctuation behind its barriers similar to the ghostly fire, but far greater. I selected Land of Buried Bones. The demon caverns on both sides immediately collapsed into ordinary mounds, while the center barrier became a dark ripple like the surface of water. "Don't follow me after I enter." I confirmed one final time. "Secure the flowers and wait for the team status." The moment I crossed the barrier with Shadowbearer Blade, the wasteland disappeared from view. The support beneath my feet vanished as well, and a force dragged me down into bottomless darkness. After I reached level 7, my base panel updated to Strength 105, Constitution 5800, Recovery 570, Agility 103, and Spirit 1640. Those numbers included current equipment. Qin Jishue's 20% team buff had to be marked separately, so I would not continue applying it after leaving her range. The 3 mystery entrances allowed only one choice. The extremely high difficulty center was not a free higher reward. I selected it only after confirming that my health and spirit were nearly full. My attack stacking had just refreshed, my teammates were in a safe external zone, and the system still allowed us to abandon and settle the current reward. After I crossed the barrier, the team panel still showed that each member existed, but it could transmit neither voice nor location. The 3 outside could judge my safety only from system stage notifications. That was why I had forbidden them to follow. If all of us were transported separately, no one would guard the Bleakbone flowers or withdrawal route. The 2 side caverns collapsed immediately after I passed through the center entrance, further proving the choice was irreversible. My teammates outside could not switch to a lower difficulty passage. Success or failure inside the mystery dungeon depended entirely on me within the Land of Buried Bones. The system did not ask my teammates to vote, but it displayed my choice to them simultaneously. Our shared authorization before entry was therefore especially important. I was executing the extremely high difficulty plan the team had discussed, not increasing the risk unilaterally after communications were cut. The descent was not free fall. It felt more like space itself was pulling my body. There was no wind around me, only an increasingly heavy scent of earth. I extended my mental scan outward, but never touched the edge of a passage. After several dozen seconds, my feet finally landed on a hard surface. "Captain Chen Ming has entered the Land of Buried Bones. Trial accepted. 9-fold soul suppression." Beneath my feet was a stone platform suspended in darkness. Bones filled everything beyond it. My mental scan reached its limit without finding the boundary of the skeletal sea. I had assumed this was only an underground corpse pit until the entire space suddenly shook. One point of ghostly green light appeared in the distance, followed by thousands upon thousands. The light spread across the sea of bones, gradually revealing the ceiling, walls, and distant contours. This was no narrow cavern, but an underground world so vast its end could not be seen. Corpses formed hills, valleys, and plains. Some were humanoid, while many belonged to mutant beasts I could not identify. A continuous, white dome of bone covered the ceiling. Directly above was only one enormous black opening, probably the passage through which I had entered. I could not determine whether this place truly existed beneath Yunhai City. Spatial displacement, a fusion dungeon, and mystery rules could all create an isolated region far larger than the exterior. Treating it as real geography without evidence would only mislead my judgment. A 9-story black tower stood at the platform's edge. It was ancient and heavy, without a window on any floor. Vague reliefs of human faces covered its surface. Soul suppression, first layer. A wolf-shaped skeleton slowly rose from the sea of bones. Green fire burned through the gaps. The bones fell back, but the flame formed a translucent wolf phantom. It had no body, yet retained a posture of pouncing and biting. I first released a blade arc. Both physical energy and Annihilation's bonus mental damage passed through the shadow without producing a damage notification. It was not that my attack was ineffective. The rules did not permit proactive damage. The wolf phantom crossed the platform and passed directly through my body. Undead impact received. Mental damage, 0. It then entered the lowest floor of the Black Tower, which lit with a dark yellow glow. Soul suppression, first layer successful. Soul suppression, second layer. This time, 10 skeletons floated at once. Green fire formed the phantoms of 10 different beasts. They gathered and charged me together. I tried another horizontal slash, but the blade arc left no effect. I therefore lowered my weapon, steadied myself, and concentrated my mind on defense. All 10 phantoms passed through me simultaneously. Mental damage, -1. A brief, suffocating sensation pressed across my consciousness like a heavy object, only to be cut off by absolute defense in the next instant. All 10 phantoms entered the second floor, and another layer of the Black Tower lit. Soul suppression, second layer successful. The rule was now clear. Soul suppression did not mean destroying the undead. I had to endure the mental impact formed when they gathered, then send them into the 9-story tower. If the trial tested damage output, the endless sea of bones beneath me could exhaust any Tier 1 class holder. If it compared mental attack and defense alone, it fell precisely within absolute defense's calculation. I raised my head toward the 7 unlit floors. What I truly needed to confirm was whether the later impacts could cross my spirit threshold. After the descent, the wasteland coordinates and every teammate location became unavailable. My mental scan could not touch the boundary of the Sea of Bones and could not prove the underground world lay directly beneath real Yunhai City. It might be a dungeon space, folded region, or genuine ruin. I could not determine which yet. The wolf phantom on the first layer dealt 0 damage as it passed through me, indicating its mental attack had not exceeded 1,640. The 10 merged shadows on the second layer dealt 1, showing that the system compared the total strength of the combined impact instead of calculating 10 weak attacks separately. Every proactive attack passed through the phantoms without triggering even Annihilation's bonus mental damage. That ruled out the route of killing them early with a mental skill. The trial required me to stand between the platform and tower and let the undead pass through my body first. Whether soul suppression would still complete if I dodged the impact was unknown. I therefore fixed my position and stopped wasting attacks stacking an Azure Flame. From then on, I would record only the number of phantoms, their energy form, single instance damage, and whether the tower lit at each layer. The platform had no railing, and the phantoms exerted no physical force. If a later stage introduced displacement, I could still fall into the Sea of Bones. I confirmed my footing before each layer instead of staring only at the spirit value. The tower lit from bottom to top, consistent with the trial's name. The first layer used 1 creature, and the second 10, at least a 10-fold increase. That trend implied later layers might produce impacts from millions. I had to recheck my state after each one. Soul suppression, third layer. 100 corpses rose into the air, and their green fire joined. A human phantom appeared among them for the first time. As his outline returned, he briefly looked toward the platform. His lips seemed to move, but no sound emerged. In the next instant, every trace of reason vanished, and he charged with the other 99 phantoms. More than 100 mental fluctuations merged into a visible ripple. I did not attack. I maintained my mental scan and recorded the complete formation of the impact. Mental damage, -1. Pressure like an electric current swept through the depths of my consciousness and still left only 1 damage. Every phantom passed through my body and entered the tower's 3rd floor. Soul suppression, 3rd layer successful. Land of Buried Bones, initial stage complete. Reward, Spirit Runestone X 100. Continue the soul suppression trial. 100 Spirit Runestones entered my mental space directly. Combined with the guaranteed drops from the Bone Demons, my requirements for a Tier 2 mental item were now almost solved. The stage reward appeared in the team channel at the same time. Sun Yang quickly messaged, 100 runestones for the 3rd layer? Then you can't come back empty-handed from the rest. Qin Jishua asked only about my current mental state. I answered, 1 point lost, mind clear, and confirmed my choice to continue. Soul suppression, 4th layer. Thousands of corpses rose. The phantoms did not charge independently. They gathered into an enormous arrow. The silent point locked onto the platform, carrying more mental pressure than the first 3 layers combined. Mental damage, -1. The arrow passed through me and entered the Black Tower. Its 4th floor suddenly lit. The glow revealed details across the tower. The raised shapes were not ordinary patterns, but twisted faces, as though countless minds had been sealed inside. Soul suppression, 4th layer successful. Soul suppression, 5th layer. Tens of thousands of phantoms formed a silent army. Mental energy condensed above them into a giant palm and descended from the dome toward the platform. External fluctuations drove my mental skin several yards inward, proving the impact truly increased with every stage. The giant palm covered the entire platform. Mental damage, -1. Soul suppression, 5th layer successful. I checked my panel. My spirit had fallen from 1,640 to 1,636. The first layer failed to break my defense, while each of the next 4 dealt 1. This was the most concentrated mental loss I had suffered since obtaining absolute defense, but it remained far below my natural and equipment recovery speed. 9-fold soul suppression was an escalating mental disaster for an ordinary class holder. For me, it was the perfect job. 5 floors of the Black Tower were now lit. When the 6th layer notification appeared, the entire sea of bones seemed to boil. The 100 phantoms on the 3rd layer included a human for the first time, but the figure left only an unreadable movement of the lips. I did not invent an identity, era, or final words from that. The trial offered no verifiable information. The only certainty was that the sea of bones contained more than mutant beasts. Completing the 3rd layer awarded 100 spirit runestones and presented an option to continue or exit. The stage reward was stored immediately, indicating that failure later would at least not erase the items already received. I notified the team of my mental state through a system text and continued. On the 4th layer, thousands of undead became an arrow. On the 5th, tens of thousands became a giant palm. Their forms differed, but each settled at 1 damage. My spirit fell from 1,640 to 1,636, perfectly matching 0 for the 1st layer and 1 for each of layers 2 through 5. There was no additional persistent injury. My recovery attribute remained active, but I did not yet know whether spirit recovered at the same speed as constitution. I did not rely on automatic restoration. I used the actual current value to judge whether I could endure the 6th layer. After the first 3 layers, the system granted 100 spirit runestones as an independent stage reward without equipment or experience. The 4th and 5th only lit the tower without immediate settlement, suggesting a reward point might occur every 3 layers. As the number of phantoms increased, individual outlines still appeared briefly. I saw humans and many unknown creatures, but could not read their levels, eras, or factions. Once they became the arrow and giant palm, only a unified mental fluctuation remained. The trial tested the total impact, not combat with individual undead. Layers 2 through 5 removed 4 points in total, the most severe mental loss I could recalculate from my growth so far. Most severe described only my own experience. It did not imply a clinically serious mental injury. My consciousness, memory, and movements remained normal throughout. Soul suppression, 6th layer. Hundreds of thousands of corpses left the sea of bones at once, their white skeletons blocking the distant ghostly light. The undead forms they released included humans, mutant beasts, and creatures that had never appeared in any Planet Blue bestiary. One skeleton among them was abnormally large. The phantom it restored was nearly 2/3 of a mile tall, with a body as round as a mountain and an enormous mouth occupying almost half its face. The other hundreds of thousands of undead did not charge the platform. It swallowed them all first. Their scattered mental fluctuations concentrated instantly. Green fire covered the colossal phantom as it fell from above, like a meteor aimed directly at the stone platform. I withdrew my mental scan completely and confirmed that absolute defense remained active. My spirit showed no abnormal weakening, and recovery continued functioning. The phantom struck the platform. There was no physical explosion, but a thunderclap seemed to sound within my consciousness. The pressure passed from the top of my head through my entire body, briefly darkening my vision. Undead impact received. Mental damage, -1. Absolute defense completed its calculation again. After passing through my body, the massive phantom rapidly contracted and entered the Black Tower's 6th floor along with the hundreds of thousands of undead it had swallowed. The 6th floor shone far more brightly than the previous 5, bathing the entire platform and nearby sea of bones in dim yellow light. The human face reliefs across the tower became clearer, but not one of them truly moved. I waited for the next impact, but the system produced a stage settlement first. Soul suppression, 6th layer successful. Land of buried bones, Final stage complete. Legendary equipment obtained. Eye of the Netherworld. Legendary. I currently possessed a full set of epic equipment, a configuration difficult to match among Tier 1 class holders in Yunhai City. Legendary equipment ranked another level above epic. It did not normally appear in an ordinary Tier 1 dungeon and certainly should not have appeared as a stage reward after only 6 completed layers. A dark silver, eye-shaped ornament floated before me. Its outer ring resembled a closed eyelid. There was no pupil at its center, only ghostly green light continually rotating. Even before I equipped it, its mental fluctuation exceeded that of the dust heart ring. I did not rush to replace my equipment. I stored Eye of the Netherworld in my mental space first. The top 3 floors of the 9-story tower remained dark, and final stage complete did not mean the entire trial had ended. I would have to confirm the item's ability, the remaining soul suppression rules, and the dungeon's total rating in the next step. My spirit panel still displayed 1,635. My condition was stable, and attack stacking had not been interrupted for more than 1 hour by the trial. I raised my head toward the tower's top 3 floors. The 6th layer had already awarded legendary equipment. The system offered no clue what might appear after the 9th. The 6th layer compressed hundreds of thousands of undead into one colossal phantom. The impact was far more solid than the previous 2. My vision briefly darkened as it passed through me, yet it still removed only 1 spirit. That proved absolute defense continued treating an enormous merged attack as 1 instance. The system called it final stage complete, but 9-fold soul suppression clearly still had the 7th, 8th, and 9th layers. The more reasonable interpretation was that Layer 6 completed the current reward stage, not that the entire mystery dungeon had been cleared. I did not leave the platform. Eye of the Netherworld displayed only its name and legendary quality. Its exact attributes, skills, equipment position, and cost of use remained unidentified. For now, the only thing I could confirm was that it had entered my mental space safely. The sea of bones still trembled faintly, while no light appeared on the tower's top floors. I maintained my defense, put away Shadow Bearer Blade, and waited for the next soul suppression notification rather than equipping an unknown item immediately. The legendary item did not bind automatically or forcibly replace the Dust Heart Ring when it appeared. I stored it first to preserve the stable source of my current 1600-plus spirit. If Eye of the Netherworld occupied the same accessory slot, changing recklessly might actually lower absolute defense's mental threshold. My spirit was 1,635 after the 6th layer, a loss of 5 points from the beginning. That matched 1 point from each of layers 2 through 6 exactly. There was no hidden damage multiplication, and the tower had imposed no persistent debuff. The equipment was mine, but its abilities remained unknown, and the final 3 layers of 9-fold soul suppression still remained. Nothing had truly ended. I confirmed one last time that no exit option had appeared, meaning I could only wait for the next suppression. The legendary item had been secured, but the entire team had not yet completed the 5-map dungeon. This stage victory could not be called a clear. Above the Black Tower, the final 3 floors remained submerged in darkness.